Khamzat has the edge striking. He's just more fundamental. And I think so. I think he puts his hand on Duplessis' face more. And I think at the end of the day, Khamzat's a better wrestler, which translates to him being on top of Duplessis and giving him a good old pound.
Do you think he finishes?
I don't know if it's very hard to finish him like DDP.
I don't think he beats him in the decision.
Really? Because you think if it goes by,
If that goes 4-5, I don't know if he gasses, but I think he gets fucking tired. I don't know if he's going to cast and give up, but I think I can see. Here's my thing. I'm not picking a winner. I do not know. I think it's the greatest middleweight fight we've had in a long time, in ages. I do not know.
But you did see Khamzat with your own eyes.
Yeah,
you were very impressed.
Of course, but DDP's super impressive too. So I think I could see Khamzat definitely win the first round, but DDP's just so durable. He's not going away, but he's getting taken down, but get back to his feet. And there's that for like 2 rounds, and the third round starts to slow down, and DDP's like, let's ride. He starts to stay on the outside, and I think DDP gets a takedown in the fourth, and then the fifth he can finish. So if Khamzat is the toughest fighter ever in the first round. Yeah, he's a fucking Chechnyan tsunami, and he goes in there that first round like he's done to so many guys, and fucking does what he did with Robert Whittaker. Gets him down, and breaks his face.
Whittaker is a monster, and just took him down, took his back, and sunk that choke in.
DDP beat the fucking him.
That's the thing. So the question is, we've seen Khamzat with smaller guys just get on top of their back and just run.
We've seen with smaller guys struggle.
Well, you're saying
Kamaru was at 85.
Yeah. Let's not forget Kamaru is also a champion and amazing. But
with older, 2 bad knees, older, smaller, and then Gilbert Burns was at 70. I know, and he struggled with both of them.
Yeah.
That's true.
Here's the other thing I would say. I think what you're going to see is Khamzat take DDP down. I think what you're going to see is Khamzat on DDP's back. So then so then let's say DDP stands up. Does it take more energy to ride someone's back, or does it take more energy to stand up when somebody's on your back?
Because Khamzat's going to have to shoot to get right back.
So
he can do that over 5 rounds.
That's a lot.
It's a tough one.
I think Khamzat can also, if he wins the first 3 rounds, which I think is very possible with his takedowns, his top control, his striking, I think he can ride the last 2 rounds out. He can kind of ride them out. He can wrestle. They can wrestle to a stalemate. They can be against the cage. There's clinch. It's dirty boxing. But I think that you're going to ultimately see Khamzat grind it out into a decision. That's what I think.
No, I know.
I think it's going to be, and I think the last moments of that, so I mean, it's not going to be against the cage.
I mean, it's not going to be exciting.
It very well may be just not very exciting because, again, you have to look at as good as DDP is, his strength is also, when he finishes, dude, he's on top. He's using his strength. We did it to Adesanya. DDP's jiu-jitsu is good, but he's a smasher. He's just a hammer.
But he's a hammer 1 through 5.
He's a hammer 1 through 5 because I think he's got some special wind that Cain Velasquez cardio shit monster. Okay, and that is to me that's the craziest weapon. And
this is the best weapon. Yeah, it's the best weapon. Which I would not bet against that weapon because I don't think Khamzat has that.
You don't think he has that kind of
not in the fourth and fifth. And DDP's experience, championship rounds, one with some of the best guys. And if you look at DDP's history, like matchup wise, there's not a single guy where you go, oh, DDP has better strength. There's not. Is he? What? He's way better strength. Yeah.
No, I know.
Way better strength.
I know.
Robert Whittaker, way better strength.
Isn't that crazy?
Keep going. I know. Derek Brunson, better strength. Derek Till, way better strength. Brad Tavares, way better strength. God, me. Yeah, his main.
No, you play a dangerous game betting against DDP. You play a dangerous game.
He's an underdog too.
Oh my God, Sean is so angry. That Callan will not hang out with him. Oh, Callan, like, yeah,
next 4 days. Gonna be playing golf, wouldn't mind that. Can you lay a shot after that? You're like, oh, you could tell, oh, you're like a fun show. Like, like your shop. I'm like, hey, what are you doing this weekend? Want to finally hang out? Since we've been in Texas for like 2 months and haven't hung out once. We're watching the UFC fight together. We're doing fighting music. Cal, I'm like, no, man, I just stand up every weekend, but this weekend I'm going to go hanging out with my dad. Shop just eating like, why would you eat up with me? I got no friends in Texas. Right, it's couch, blowing along. Any reason not to be around to hang out with Shop. Shop can't to hang out with Shop. Shop has no friends.
So let's say the rules as follows. Now I want to point out, let's say the rules as follows.
Brother,
It's
Shop's brother.
let's say they that's what to say. Remember,
I think Shop's brother is real.
he's just saying like
Let's
I didn't slaughter himself. Let's say Moses come along and say he did slaughter himself.
Just keep blowing off Shop
Because
to hang out with him. Why would
once there's no shit, there's no other definition. Why not? Because other definitions come from the back of Kefal. So therefore, it goes that for the he's liable to get
to hang out. He keeps having to make up new excuses not to. Girl, we're doing wedding, I'm hanging out with my dad, and even Shop sitting there questioning, like, really? Honestly, you must be thinking with your dad, with that deal, stepfather, dad. Shop's not even buying, but truly it's sad for Papa. Let me know your thoughts.
Whatever we need to do to get a person on the right path, do it. Even though, again, even if children less than sincere, his admission is only motivated because he realizes now he's choosing to do the less stuff too, because either admit that you stole and
Heb je een hoofd vol ideeën? Deel ze met de wereld. Maak het jezelf makkelijk. Bouw je website met Strato. De AI-tools van Strato helpen je met design, teksten en afbeeldingen. En je eigen domeinnaam en persoonlijke e-mailadres zijn zelfs blijvend inbegrepen. Waar wacht je nog op? Ga aan de slag met je eigen website en start de eerste maand gratis op strato.nl.
I'm gonna say, make that sure they go with my maps. And hey, where is my maps? I don't know. Hey, so it's the last other than the second Shavuos.
Like it's painful by the cops, the window rolls down.
What? What? What?
Yeah, there's some talk about Trump legalizing marijuana now. It kind of feels like it is legal, right? Well, it should. It's so stupid. It's so I can't believe we're still dealing with this. I mean, I would have thought by the time I just turned 58, I would have thought by the time I'm 58, we would have figured this out.
Can I tell you, when I ulcerative colitis, it was like a real slow my ass. After like colostomy one time, the doctor was like, well, this disability you take, it can affect your liver, but not for many years. Like, no, this one I was like, 39, I'm 51. So as I say, if you have a kidney, you know baseball, you function fucking play baseball. What I do is before you get to play professionally, it just helps and helps out. Because most of us, let's say, if you have a kidney, you baseball, you get to play baseball, you don't play baseball regardless. Before you get to play professionally, you know, which that was like, see, if you have a kid and never done baseball, and you finish your fucking kid at baseball, you gotta take baseball cards. Before you get to play professionally, you know, the worst thing is like, say, if you have a kid and you love baseball, and you finish your fucking kid to play baseball.
The real big problem is who sells a kid professionally. The cartel.
Now, some fucking kid for baseball, I'm sorry, but this guy named John Doris baseball podcast before was a game board.
He wrote a book on hitting the skateboard in California. For 6 like kids and shit. He's like, you left the woods on Canada baseball. Okay, you can't run a fucking cartel roll-up in the middle of the national forest. And then you realize, oh no, this is what they do. They go deep into the woods and public land, and they set up a roll-up, and they got fucking TKs. They got, Virgin Mary photos when they pray to at night. It's crazy. Like full-on campsite filled with cartel members. They started turning into a tactical team. This guy had to get Belgian mountain laws, bulletproof vests, they could shoot out these cartels in the middle of the woods like the side of the park right now. No shit. Here's fish stories. How'd you get this one? No. There's like getting shoot out. Because they take it away from cartels. So when California made their laws where you have legalized recreational marijuana, what they also stated was if you grow it illegally, it's only misdemeanor. So cartels just grow and it's a misdemeanor. If they catch people that are illegals, then they don't do shit. So it's a perfect spawning ground for cartel roll-ups. Which he was saying at the time this year, a couple of years back, he was saying that it was as much as 80% of the marijuana, I think that was the number, in the country, in places where it's illegal, is coming from these people. And they're using all these crazy pesticides and herbicides, it's fucking super toxic shit. Shit's an outlaw that forms in America, but they infect your kids, so they're using it. So you're getting this weed that's infected with these pesticides. And there's no rules, man. It's illegal weed. If they had it legal, you could have inspectors. You could check the fucking farms and the factories. It'd be just like alcohol. Alcohol was illegal. We don't be drinking moonshine. No one would, fucking nice glass of wine. Drinking fucking straight up alcohol, nasty shit. Because that's all that's available. And that's what people are doing right now. It empowers the people that are criminal websites for the money. Artificial affected the big pharma. We all have seen their and they're worried about it. I think the alcohol people are worried more. The alcohol people guys like they were fighting the members. Bud Light became a sponsor years later. How long is the prohibition last? Prohibition on alcohol, that's a good point. I think it was 10 years. Was it 10 years? It's been a rough fucking 10 years. Bro, that's trying to be crazy. Yeah. Joe Rogan is officially done with Brendan Schaub. So he did an MMA podcast, pretty much like a fight companion. No Schaub, and every time he does like a show with a circle of his friends, it's Ari, Shane, Mark Norman, no Papa. So Rogan is officially done with Schaub. The saddest thing is Schaub moved to Austin, Texas. Schaub is literally like 5 minutes from this studio and could easily go there. The saddest thing is Brian Callen was because Joe Rogan offered a residency at his company.
You're going from a state where you were exempt to where you were exempt.
Brendan Schaub followed
From exempt to liability.
because he wasn't going to let another co-host see him. Like, so, right now, Schaub is sitting in Austin.
So if you want to hide it on liability.
Callen is doing spots at the Comedy Mothership every night and not bringing Bob again. No, Schaub can't even get into the Comedy Mothership. Someone pointed out in my comment, Joe Rogan told Callen not to bring Schaub within 500 feet. But now, Rogan is doing an MMA podcast without Schaub. Schaub is doing one with Jesse on Fire. And Jesse on Fire is not doing Schaub a favor. Jesse on Fire is way bigger than Schaub. But it's pretty obvious.
That Joe Rogan.
Super liability. That's when there is liability for the show.
I don't
It's
think
like so a very simple.
Nary are we ever going to shop on Rogan again. It'll be because Rogan's going to have on Ryan Callen. Ryan Callen. Although I highly even doubt that. Because remember, Shab is eating food now. For fraud. For conspiracy. Let's not forget, Shab is and there's whistleblowers involved and everything. So, I mean, Rogan is pretty much and Rogan started out this whole thing talking about what's Trump doing, legalize marijuana. Shop just went on a rant about how Trump is marijuana. Because I think that was Shop who was shot at Rogan. Because Rogan won't do it with I'm pretty sure Rogan's done it. That's how Rogan's done it. Go out and see Rogan. See Rogan was like, hey, I thought me and Joe Rogan were buddies. And he just cut me off and doesn't respond to any of my texts. Have me on the show again. That's how Rogan does it. And that's what's been done about Rogan is officially done with Shab. So what Shab got now? He moved to Austin, Texas, where Joe Rogan is king, and Joe Rogan is done with it. And him and his wife are just LA. His wife is just in LA. She went to LA. Doesn't have to be let me know your thoughts.
Has the same tip as a shomer sachar. If that's the case, honey, I will show Shiloh. It's not really 4 custodians, it's really 3 custodians. Because really what you have is shomer sachar, I'm sorry, shomer chinam, another custodian, shomer a borrower, and then shomer sachar and sukkar are really the same.
What do you do for the bucks, Jim? Watch myself drink. Brandon, so many people message me after that episode, by the way. What they say? A lot of them have my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. Yeah, the way you do your thing, bro, do your thing. Anyone that says do your thing, one thing about the internet is you can count on them. Yeah, I appreciate their support. But then also some people said, like, yeah, dude, we love you. Go to this rehab center in this area. Have people that care about you or people that actually are in for your best interests? We care about you. Yeah, of course. That's what we're trying to help. Main thing is that people that say, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend. I think Brendan and I have been around long enough, and we've had our own issues, and so I think what happens is you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody, and we all have to be our own source of change. You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about, last night we were together, and he was talking about, we were talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, they get, and he said, you're there, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame, don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? And that's exactly right. It's like, I mean, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now? Yeah, and that's the important thing. So for me, about some old salty comment.
Yeah, sure.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like,
no, I see that. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, you know, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's, like, yeah, things happen in life, but, you know, what are you going to do to get the fuck out of it? And, yeah, there's some salty people out there in our community. And they spend a lot of time kind of, like, criticizing people that they're just on the house. It's like, hey, bro. That's all they have. Yeah. Or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. You're not happy with it.
What do you got, Jim?
Let's go. Alright. Wait, hold on. Gun to your head. I gotta do it to you. Gun to your head. Shemaev, duplicity. Don't think.
Smart. I wouldn't bet on. But if I would, DDP's at plus 200. So it's not a bad way to make money. Yeah. Then Murphy's also a dog too, so I parlay the dogs just because they're dogs. Now if Hobbs on peak over the dogs, I bet on them. Like I can't tell you how it goes. I don't know. Usually I talk shit.
How about Paige, Kennedy?
I'll take Paige. Okay, there's 42. It's 41, yeah. What is he, Rabbi? Tough. Alright, you guys have thoughts on this? Let me see what pops here. So a federal judge rejects Trump's request to unseal secret land documents.
Yeah, well, so here's my thoughts on this. People say, well, they're not unsealing this stuff. They can't unseal it. Here's why. Because there are people in those documents, especially underage, when they were underage, and it's not you're not legally allowed to expose a child who's been raped or sexually assaulted or whatever it is. There are privacy issues here that are in place for a very good reason, right? So part of this is the reason that you can't just unseal the whole indictment and document is because the people that are in those claims, in those complaints, don't want their privacy violated. There's a whole thing that you're not allowed to do. But there's another thing that's going on, and I think this is what people are really pissed off about when it comes to that.
Couldn't they just black out those names?
They could black out those names. Yeah. They could black out those names. I think the larger issue, this whole thing, and it's actually become a liability and split the MAGA base for the first time. This whole thing is literally, was Jeffrey Epstein an Israeli Mossad agent, and does the Israeli Mossad have control?
First and foremost, however you feel about Moss Barron and what he had to say, I will not take any responsibility for that. I bring it. Brenda Trump humiliated. I hate this whole holier than thou attitude. Calm down. Especially when it comes to shit.
As it says, one person will articulate an oath with his lips. What do you see from here? May I swear. There's no liability for a judge to take
was like a full-blown tiger thick whiskey, alcohol, and
the word ultimately again has 4 different
Daddy was addicted to the Addy, whatever. So Sean stopped drinking after Logan. Now he's got this whole holier than thou attitude. This man has to drink his horse. In fact, he was showing up to work with Trump all day in podcasts. Somehow, alcohol Sean even left
doesn't make a difference if it's fault. You don't see why, but and that's what ties into this. So that's why this case is here. Even if you're not for Schwartz, happy you will be paid for Schwartz to incredible. But let's also say,
I'm holier than thou.
So then it all merges in the world. So all these cases feel if you're happy for the Schwartz showman, you will be paid for Schwartz except for
but the fact that
except for the case of I don't know what you're talking about in the case of the show, right?
Had your own
and ultimately again in the case of Geneva, I think that
you don't know more. But not because you stopped drinking and decided to stop
in those cases, all those cases will be kind of ultimately again for sure.
No longer have hyper-addictive
if you're high for Schwartz, you're not high for Schwartz victory. Right? So again, you're not going to be high for both of those things. So in those cases, you're going to be high for Schwartz. Mas sabe qual é
No, by the way, what happened to Aaron Rodgers?
He denied
He
the
claimed
monetary claim. And as a
He claimed he had dinner with Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers walked in Tiger's
this really always comes down to one simple principle. This last missionary on the second, this last
That's what
paragraph,
Shop
this paragraph, like this
And
last
then
paragraph
that
of the year,
is
when
my
the second
family
teaches us a simple principle, we're introduced over here to
And
what
now
we call
Shabbos stuff.
Shvus HaKechadon, or Shvus HaShomer, where halacha l'maisa again I've deposited an item with one of the four shomer. For the four shomer, shomer hero, shomer sacha, shomer shoel.
Why do you think he's been having a truck giveaway
in
for
three categories?
6 months now?
That
Because no one's
Sefer
buying
and
it.
shomer sacha really have the same type of rivalry. There are distinctions, but that's not
And
what
he's going to give the truck away to a buddy of his.
shomer and halacha l'maisa.
But you're allowed to enter your contest for free, by the way.
There's no
Just going to give him
We're talking about
truck and
cases
sell
where
that off.
I would like some clarification of this
He
claim.
doesn't
He
understand.
swears
I
something
hate the whole weird
and
now.
it turns out that
I stopped
he's
drinking.
lying. Is there liability? What does it depend on? Well, it comes down to one simple thing.
I'm sober now.
False oath
I don't walk around
original responsibility or not. If it
Wow, great.
then halacha l'maisa again, he is chayiv. Chayiv for trust Hashem, right? Of trust in one. What is he chayiv for?
I
Again,
mean,
Karen,
he
he's
said
a
that he has
Chomesh, additional fifth, and ultimately carbon Hashem. Because that's his liability. If he made a false oath, but it turns out that the false oath didn't save him any money, didn't do anything for him financially, then what? He is potter. But it turns out that when he's potter, he's potter on Shua shoulders. But what is he chayiv for?
I'm so tired right now. That's why I went out. I just had
Hey, from what? Doing nothing?
I was on night.
Oh, you know, I'm saying, like, Brian was tired yesterday. I go, really? From what?
He travels a lot. He does a lot of shows. I was in Miami doing shows, and now I got up with the kids, and I'm waking up, and I'm here. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of shit to do. Dude, I had a doctor's appointment. Wolf had a doctor's appointment this Friday. You know, so we get here like 8:30 a.m. You know, and then this is crazy. I had to do an update of my car. You know, so I'm sitting in the parking lot. I go, you know what? Let me just update it while we go into this doctor's appointment. The wait almost had to drive me here. You've already done this before. I know when it was like, I thought it usually takes like 2 weeks. We're going to wait an hour. Shit just barely finished. So, you know. Hey, what are those, Kevin, what are those on your feet? Yeah, I've seen them do it, and I saw them on a guy's feet, and I go, those are unreal. And I took a picture because I wanted to get them, and then Kevin has them, and now I'm fully.
Let me see for the camera.
Those are so
on the camera.
Yeah, those are so awesome. I'll tell you if they're cool. He's gonna show them. Okay, you gotta relax. He's taking them off. I'm so pissed. These are so on John's feet. They're better. Like, these are just. What are those?
Oh, those are the JC Walkers, Jesus Christ Walkers.
No. These are so.
Are they have an air bubble on the back?
They're not new, yeah, because I looked them up. And I thought that they were kind of. You can't wear those out, like, doing stuff. Well, yeah, it's kind of a weird wear because, like, it's like, if you actually find yourself having to do anything, you go, oh shit, I wore these. You know, and you're just chilling here. I'm not.
All right, everyone's doing Marvel talk, everyone, and that's Hashem. She resolved that to many accomplishments together. She resolved them into a covenant to serve. You know, it's so nice to see you. She's resolved them into Hashem. A covenant to serve. She's resolved them into Hashem to Shmir and Seal to the soul of Todos and Halavai to hear the blood of all of Christ.
On July 24th,
Fucking bitch. I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just, I didn't take my, listen, I was with my wife.
But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped. And then that's when he just like started basically yelling at me to start driving. He's like, I need to get out of here. He's like, I just killed somebody. A dramatic carjacking.
This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN.
Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this one year. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Until Simishbacham. For dedicating all the Shemot Rothschilds this year in the schools of the Israel Slavos for Adis Israel. Our Talmud sponsors are Stephen Amalin, as well as Stephen Karizin, loving Steve's mother, Doris Zin, and Luana Bass, and Israel Yoz from the Hop on the occasion for 50 years. Thank you for the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah. The families in the Kama, all those who force traveling together, we call Chol Israel for Shemir Hashem, bring our hostages home to Shalom and the call of Shalom, our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol of Masay Yedehem, which is shower Shmir, the protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And then we exalt them as Hashem to a week of the Soros Tovos and decisive victories. But so with that, let us be agreed about a lot to do today. So today's daf is Zion. It's not. Today's daf is Memchas 48. We're not picking up the Eretz Hashem on Zion on the days. We're going to move today 47b, and we are picking up. We are making up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines down from the top. So we'll say something again. We ended up yesterday with a beautiful illusion, a beautiful heartbreaking, an incredible illusion to ViralRabbi, down to Sis Parashat. Then again, the Gemara puts another piece of Agadic interpretation by Shimon ben Tarfon. Atanar Agadol, Nehar Pras. So ultimately, again, it's the large river, the Euphrates. So let's say, so interesting enough, what's bothering the Gemara in this statement is the Euphrates is out of the other. Well, let's see Rashi actually for just a moment. So before we get to Rashi, so Shimon, the entire phone Omer.
This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN.
When you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you yourself.
For a limited time, get any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Only at Domino's.
In Nagata the Mashuach B'Sheret, that Mashuach B'Negiyaso. If you touch someone with anointed oil, you also become oily as a result of that contact. Klomar, Ras, who cut on Mishalosh Naros, Shehu Manui Etzlam. So as I say, interestingly enough, remember again, the Torah outlines over here 3 different rivers. Right? And ultimately, again, the Pras is the smallest of the 3. The Hanar HaNavi, it's 4 rivers, and Pras is the 4th one, and Pras is...
This episode is brought to you by Upstart. More on that later. Let's get into the do. But before we do, I want to tell you, and I apologize for this, it's not something I really wanted to do, but Phoenix, I'm not going to be there this weekend with everything going on, with all the announcements from the CDC, with all the announcements from the DOH.
So what's the shock with that?
Alderson. Over 140 years of Canadian craftsmanship.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sinclair at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here at Studio G's doing it at your mom's house. I am Ryan Sickler. RyanSickler.com is the website. First of all, I want to say I did something I never do, or I rarely do. I did this in the comments last week to see you all shit on my hair, and you guys were so fucking nice. I couldn't believe how kind you were, and I went and took some clippers on this and just trimmed it up a little bit, and I'm going to grow it back. I'll find a happy medium. I appreciate y'all liking that long hair. Go sign up for the newsletter, and the big news, if you're just hearing it now, we are moving the Honeydew video. The only thing that's changing is the video. Everything's still the same. You're going to get audio Monday, video Tuesday. It's just going to be on my YouTube channel. So go now, subscribe to my YouTube channel. There's a link in the comments, or excuse me, in the description below this video here. My YouTube is youtube.com/rsickler. youtube.com/rsickler. Go sign up now, subscribe so that you're ready June 1st.
the audio will hit, and Tuesday the 2nd, I believe it is, the video will go up on my page. Make sure you're ready for that. Get over there. There'll also be at the end of this episode a link to subscribe as well. And I can't thank you all enough for supporting me and my family right now. We're not out. We can't get out there and work. You guys are buying the shit out of these hoodies, these fucking night pants. These night pants. Y'all are killing it. Part of Night Pants Nation. I appreciate y'all being comfortable during all this. And the Patreon is coming. That'll be coming when we get to the new studio as well, called The Honeydew with Y'all. Send in your stories. I want to talk to you guys out there. You can email me at ryan@ryansickler.com and go to the merch store if you haven't got your night pants yet. All of it is at ryansickler.com. The website for this show is thehoneydewpodcast.com. And if you're new to the show, what we do over here is we highlight the lowlights. I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the saga continues again. It is a pleasure to bring back my man, Joey Diaz, everybody. He is back.
Fucking pandemic.
I love the aftermath.
They can't stop us.
They can't stop us. We're deemed essential. Yeah, we have been deemed essential.
No. I knew when this went down, I didn't mind the stand-up going down. I didn't mind not going on planes. But I couldn't see stopping the podcast. I even went to Zoom once.
You did?
Yeah, I started interviewing my friends from high school on Zoom.
Yeah.
Because just to a different guest pool.
Sure.
Just, a lot of people are still very shaky about it. But we're here, we're quit. You know what I'm saying? What the
Get
fuck?
used to it. So when we ended last, we were coming up on February 1980. Was it February?
February 1984.
February 1984. We're going.
It's weird. At the beginning,
up with that.
If anybody knows going through this pandemic, like I call everybody who's single. Everybody who lives by themselves, I make sure I call them and check in with them every day. And I ask them specifically, how are you doing? Do you need something? And do you need a meal? And I was doing it anyway as a gentleman, but when the pandemic started, when my wife would go to bed at night, that's when my night would start. I would take an edible, I do a few bong hits, I get away from the TV, I go in the back room. And no matter what I was trying to do in the back room, the walls are closing on me. I mean, we're comics. I've been going out every night since I was 14 years old. And now for the first time in my life since March 7th, I've been in this house. I got no problem with it. I really don't. I love my wife more than I ever loved the kids. It's those last 3 to 4 hours at night that really give me a psychological beat. And on March 23rd, I pretty much had a nervous breakdown where I was on the floor, body sweats, the whole fucking thing. And I had to get up and go inside and wake my wife up, tell her what I was going through, and she was like, this whole thing, this pandemic got to your psyche. You start having weird dreams. People having more vivid dreams. Anyway, the point of the story that the fucking mental whatever came about, the mental breakdown came about this part of my life. 1984 was the toughest year of my life ever. Because I had to come to a reality. And it all started when I was living in Colorado in January.
All right, so you're in Colorado in January. How old were you in 84?
I'm 21 years old, and I had just watched a jewelry heist.
Was this with the ladies, the old ladies that you would take the watches and shit from?
No, this is a different jewelry store in Snowmass Village.
Okay.
I had created, Snowmass Village is the village. Yeah. And all of a sudden there's burglaries in the village, so it moves fast. People knew it. But I was hitting drug dealers, so it really wasn't getting out there as much. But inside is my people. Then I had 3 drinks on Christmas Eve, and I fucking just destroyed the mall. I broke into 3 malls, and then it was terrible. I broke into 3 businesses in the mall.
The mall, you got into the mall?
The mall's an outdoor mall. Oh, okay. I just went to the doors and ripped them off the fucking hinges. And went in and took whatever was in the register, $88 because I was a jerk off, you know. And then I had calmed down for a while. That really alerted the cops.
Well, yeah.
Somebody broke into 3 businesses on Christmas Eve. What type of person breaks into a business?
So big behind that
And
thing.
Christmas Eve. This is where my head was at. And it was every time I drank Southern Comfort and orange juice, it made me steal. Every time I drank Southern Comfort and orange juice, I had like 3 or 4 of those. I'm like, I gotta go rob somebody. And I would just walk around the mall and, you know, they had all these like skiers. People would leave skis out. I clipped the skis.
Yes. Oh yeah,
I was just on a fucking thief roll, you know. And then I said, let me calm down. I think I did one more drug once in Aspen to get me out of Snowman's Village. But this jewelry store was so fucking appealing. I mean, they didn't put anything in the safe at night. When you go into a jewelry store, they take everything at night and put it into a safe. This guy would just leave it out in the glass. So I kept walking by them and one day I'm going to break into this fucking place, you know.
Is it part of the outdoor mall?
It's part of the outdoor mall upstairs. Next to a place that was called a cheese shop that I had robbed twice. All right? Like, I robbed them Labor Day weekend, I robbed them. Like,
the holidays, huh?
Labor Day weekend, I was walking around, it was by the pool in front of me. And I'm walking around the mall looking for something to eat. And there's a back balcony where people go smoke. And I'm walking on the back balcony smoking a joint. And I go, you know what? I go for a cheese sandwich. I like grilled cheese sandwich, like tomato soup. So I go for the door, and the door's open. Hello? Anybody in here? No. But the office door was wide open, and there was a deposit bag. Like, you couldn't write this.
I mean,
you couldn't write this.
Even I probably would write it.
Any fucking moron. If you're going to be that stupid, I'm going to rob you.
Yeah.
So I went, I put it under my jacket. I stayed up there, talked to people with the fucking deposit bag. Like,
you didn't just get out?
No, I hit it right in my pants. Like, it would stick like a little bulge. I had like a little belly. I didn't talk to anybody. I was watching them playing like, what is that, volleyball, the girls. And I went home, and the next day it was like, you know, 2 G's. I went and bought a stereo, a cassette deck, an amplifier, and 2 of the best speakers. And the first 2 albums I bought was the first Madonna album, Burning Up For Your Love. And I bought like Judas, that's all they had. The selection was small and happy. So this January, I decided I said, you know what, I've been here for 10 months. I would call home every week. My friends are stabbing people, doing 8 balls, having orgies, you know. And here I am in the fucking mountains of Colorado with a bunch of white people who think skiing is. And I like skiing. I was into skiing then. But it just wasn't. I was 22, 21. So I've got a plane ticket to go back to New Jersey on February 1st, 1984. And I was coming back February 20th, 1984. I was going to celebrate my 22nd birthday in New Jersey. That was the plan. I probably had a block of hash that I stole. I had probably 2 ounces of coke. I probably had, I don't know how much cash I had from all the robberies. I had it hidden in a condo. So when I went to break into the jewelry store and it fell through, now it alerted everybody. And the cops, on me being the idiot that I am, I did it during a snowstorm, but they followed my footsteps to my door and they said, have you been out? And I go, no. And they go, why is there snow on your boots? And I go, I went next door. And the guy's like, oh, okay. So they had me, but they didn't press charges. So before they could press charges, I got the fuck out of there. And so I did the jewelry store like maybe January 18th. After that, there was some unsettlement up there. And before they even could do anything, I was on a plane. With the intention of coming back, but with the slight intention of never getting on a fucking plane again and just going back there. All I needed was a fucking excuse. I landed in Newark Airport.
Now, did you fly with the hash and the coke?
Everything. And I flew next to the ship. I'll never forget this thing. I put it in my luggage.
Right in the luggage?
This is where it gets crazy.
This is where it gets crazy.
I took a flight from fucking Denver like I said, I was everything was to go in my world. You better put super glue on your shit. And, nobody admits it. I love when people send me posts from Reddit and I'm telling lies. Nobody would have why would I lie about being a piece of shit? If you're gonna lie about hanging out with Noriega and getting your dick sucked and putting coke rocks up your asshole with, nobody's gonna lie about being a piece of shit.
Lie about stealing $5,000 from the jewelry.
Who's gonna lie about being a piece of shit? People usually lie not to be a piece of shit.
Right, exactly.
So nothing was safe around me in those days. Nothing.
I love you told that story about stealing from the neighbor. Like, I don't know who took it. We're gonna find that.
Oh yeah.
That's you the whole time.
Oh yeah. I'm the type of guy that I'll go there the next day, even though it's me 90%.
Yeah.
I will talk you out of it. That's why I could have been a great attorney, because I always lift the shadow of it down. I always leave you going.
That's all you need.
Ooh, we'll get to one of those stories that happened in '84. I got a guy with a shadow of the doubt. I set him up perfectly. So I get back, I get on the plane, and I'm sitting next to this guy in fatigue.
Is it a carry-on? You throw this shit in? Or
no,
you're checking it with Coke and everything?
In those days, forget about what came later. There was a time in '87 where I was checking 10 guns with panties and then checking them and then coming back with the Coke. 2 ounces of Coke and a fucking block of heads. That ain't nothing in my world. This is pre-TSA. This is 1984. Pre-nothing. Nobody gave a fuck what you did. You could still smoke in the back of the plane.
Yeah, you could smoke.
So I get in the back of the plane. I didn't know this. I get row 22D. And when the planes were empty those days, it was me with the middle seat open next to a fucking army kid with fatigues. And I started talking to the kid, where you from? And finally the kid goes, man, I could really feel like smoking pot. So you know what? So tonight we're on a plane, and I never forgot I had a wooden pipe. I filled it up with pot, and I lit that motherfucker up. In the seat? Like 22D? 22D. Me and the soldier will get high, and finally the fucking pilot gets on. He's like, I don't know what's going on in this plane. Stewardesses are reporting to Europe, but you couldn't tell because they're just smoking cigarettes. So like we're reporting the smell of marijuana, blah 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 blah. I get up, right? I'm stashing the pipe. When I go to stash the pipe in the men's bathroom, like in the bathroom, the stewardess left her purse on the thing. So I just take the wallet. I take the cash out of the wallet, like 300, and I throw the wallet in the woman's bathroom. And I'm just sitting there now, like, beep, we don't know what's going on this flight. First, somebody's smoking pot. Now the stewardess's wallet is missing and all this shit. Oh, it was hysterical. I called
WTS Airlines.
So, I land in Newark. My homies are there, and then the stewardess is crying. Now I feel guilty.
Yeah, right.
She's like, I was going to go to whatever. Fuck you. You weren't going nowhere. So,
you're going back to Denver on the return flight.
Going back to Denver. It's all over. God help me, please. So, I get off the fucking plane. My buddies are there waiting for me. They're nuttier than ever. They are out of control. They are like, it's like when you stop doing, like if you ever go to AA, if you go to a rehab, they tell you just because you're clean doesn't mean your addiction is still growing. When I got back, these guys, when we left, we were doing half gram. Go home by 2. They hadn't passed that stage in those 10 months I was gone. They were leaving the houses on Friday and not coming back till Monday. That was the status quo, just bringing comfortable clothes because we're going on a mission, Yeah. I get off the plane, they get me in the car, and we're smoking joints, we're doing bumps. It's 2 in the afternoon. I get in like at 2 in the afternoon. And right away they said to me, have you seen this movie called Scarface? And I go, no. And right there they went right to see Cook. We didn't go home and unpack.
Just drove to the theater.
Like 6 of us went to the 2 o'clock matinee. I'll tell you how packed it was. We couldn't sit together. And if you know anything about Scarface, Scarface came out December 25th. It was a Christmas movie. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that.
After the day,
Nobody knows that.
the day after you're breaking in the mall.
Nobody knows. But where I live, that movie hasn't hit yet. Scarface is only out in select.
That was a Christmas movie?
That was a Christmas movie, 83. And it came out to mixed reviews. People were walking out at the fucking premiere. They interviewed the chick from Dynasty. She's like, this is the worst movie I've ever seen. But it had a cult following. And it took off towards the end. In November, it was still in the movie theaters. Here it is, 2 o'clock, and we're sitting apart. We were blown away. Everybody in that movie theater was blown away. When he chops that guy's arm the first time, the movie theater, I mean, there wasn't a breath. Like, you could hear the whole movie theater go, like that. It was just fucking marvelous. So from there, we went. I stayed with a girl and her family, and it was just gonna be a party for 2 weeks. Everybody knew I was in town. Get the coke ready, get the quaaludes ready. It's gonna be a party. And that's exactly what it became. I stayed with this girl and her family, and then her brother sold coke. He's a trooper down in San Diego. He used to sell coke. And one night I got into the bag and I stole a gram. And he accused me, and me and him got into an argument. And then they asked me to leave, so I had to stay with another friend of mine, and they just happened to sell coke. So I was in heaven. I lived with this family called the De Lorenzos, you know. But what happened? Let's get to we did the party, and my entire, like, I sold a block of hash. I had a bunch of jewelry that I'd stolen in Colorado that I got rid of. So I had all this cash. So I go, what the fuck am I gonna do? I go, I'm not gonna stay here with these guys. I mean, the first 2 weeks I was there, the earliest we went home was 6 in the morning. These guys were at it, no jobs. They weren't stealing, they were just hustling, you know, selling out to cocaine. But at that time they had blown up. Cocaine was something different now. So after this two-week party, I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. How can I leave this? And there was this girl. There's always a girl. Always a girl. And I always had a crush on her. And it just so happened her and her boyfriend broke up. And I was supposed to leave at 7 a.m. from Newark. And my birthday, I think, felt like on a Sunday night or something. We went hard. We started in the afternoon. People were sweating. You know, we were doing coke. And that song came on by Shannon. Let the music play.
Let the music play.
Right? And
Don't get away.
It's 4 in the morning.
I love that you know it's shit.
Oh, it's 4 in the morning. I'm packed. The plan was to party and then drive me to the airport. And that's it. I'm going back. I was taking classes at Colorado Mountain College. I had a fucking job as an electrician's apprentice. I had a pretty good apartment. If I could just stop fucking stealing. I would do coke once a week then. On Friday nights I get a gram of coke. They did not know I did coke. The people in Snowmass Village, I put it out there, I was just a pothead. I told them the coke was from my roommate that nobody saw. So when I would buy coke, it was always from my roommate. Nobody ever saw me do a line of coke. That's why none of the drug dealers ever accused me. Right? Because everybody knew I was a muscle guy. I lifted weights. I hit the bag, and I fucking did smoke pot. You know, so that's why nobody really suspected me. So that night at 4 in the morning, we were in my friend Devo's house. We called him Devo because he had a fucked up head. He had a basement. He had a basement, and we used to get down in that basement. Like, just get down. I still remember waking up and seeing like 20 upside down gram bottles. As they opened, this dealer would sell us in little bottles with a spoon. Not even, they used to come with a spoon, but he would just sell you the bottle. And I still remember waking up on his couch one night and seeing 20 bottles upside down. And that was the first time we were free-base cocaine. We went and bought a free-base kit.
Jesus.
At a place called, oh my God, it's a store. It's still there in Union City on 48th Street. It's a head shop. They had a free base kit for $50. I'm like, I don't know if I should pay $50 for this. That's a half a gram of coke. Should I buy the half a gram or should I buy the kit? The kit was basically a blowtorch, a silk sock, a fucking,
Scotch tape together.
oh my God. So that night I'm looking at this girl I have a crush on, and she's dancing to this song. And right there, I'm like, how the fuck can I go back to Colorado? Like, I'm not cut out to be one of my lumberjacks. I gotta stay here. These people need me. This is what's going on. I'm 22. I'm living on a fucking mountain with a bunch of people who go see live music on Friday nights. The worst band in the world. And they're all yelling, put on Skin It. It was a nightmare. I don't want to live in that. Nice people. Nothing against that life. I just wasn't ready for that life yet. So I fucking called my roommate in the morning. I said, listen, I'm sorry. I'm not coming back. He goes, I already knew that. I put some guy in here already. You fucking scumbag. He loved me. Me and him, he died about 8 years ago. And I still have his number in my phone. Yeah, he's my brother. He was my brother. So, the party eventually stopped. Now I'm staying here. What am I going to do? I can't stay with my friend Deja anymore. So I had this family called the De Lorenzos. I knew them for years. I would walk in the house and call her mom and open up the refrigerator. And they were like, why don't you stay here? So I had to sleep with 2 other guys on a bed. The family had 3 boys. Chris was the drug dealer. Kurt was the one that was my age, and we lifted weights together, and ate Quaaludes and went to concerts together. But they had a brother, Bonehead. He was the oldest one, but he was a functioning super addict. He was a functioning addict. He shot heroin. Damn. But he was a plumber. So he hired me and my friend Stinky. That was my first job. He's like, what are you going to do all day? I'm not. He goes, you might as well work with me. So we would go seal toilets, stuff like that. But our main job was to get him beer. And then at lunchtime, no matter where we were, we would go to McSorley's Ale House by Washington Square Park. And we'd sit there and we'd have a bowl of chili to give you 3 mugs of beer for $1. And in the middle, he'd go, you guys want anything? Now, we weren't really even supposed to be slick. It was the fucking weirdest thing. I had known. I grew up with Bonehead, so I've been copping heroin with him for years. I would take a ride with him whenever, because I would go to Kurt's house to eat dinner. And then I would go, what are you guys going to do? And Kurt's like, I'm going to meet my girlfriend. Chris was too cool to hang out with me. So Bonehead would go, I'm taking a ride. We would take a ride, and we go into like the fucking deepest corners of Brooklyn to get heroin. He would always buy me like pills. Hey, take this pill with this pill. Don't worry about it. You'll feel great. And then I would give him like, in those days when we would go to McSorley's, it was 8 Valiums for $10. So I would buy Valiums for the week. I would take a Valium with an amaretto and milk at night and pass out during the week. So his family was all connected. So they got me a job with the electrical union as a warehouse. I went to Hoboken first, trying to be an electrician. They didn't want to pay me to go into crawl spaces. So I went to her, and she's like, I'm the fucking whatever, the electrician's union. I get you into the warehouse as a stockman. So she got me a job over there. I stayed with them. Fucking just worked for the weekend, basically, like any other 22-year-old. You work all week. During the week, me and my buddies would take rides and smoke joints. And I took this job in the daytime, and I was doing okay. That girl I hooked up with her, we would hold hands every night and walk around a lake and rent the hotel room and fuck from time to time. Whenever I had the extra $30, I was living like every other working step, And then another buddy of mine came at me and said, a great friend of mine, his parents just died during this corona thing. We're still friends. He came because I hung out with his younger brother. And me and his younger brother, when we were high school, we were stealing so much that we were giving him money. Keith was in college at Rutgers. So we would help him out from time to time. He got out, got a job at the Sheridan Center in New York City on 52nd and 7th. And one day he just called me and he goes, "Hey, dog, I got a job for you. You want to bartend for $12.52 an hour? It's a union bartending job." Absolutely. So I went there, I filled out the application. They go, "You got the job, but you have to go across the street to the American Bartenders Institute." So I went to bartending school. So for all you losers that went to bartending school and didn't do anything with it, you got hope. I went to bartending school, right, for 2 weeks, fucking 6 to 10 o'clock at night, mixing drinks and shit. Then they promoted me to a bartender. I became a bartender, so I had 2 jobs.
And they were a union, huh?
They were union.
I never even heard of that.
And I jumped on the what's the ones when you do the conference ones? When you're a regular bartender in the city, and this is 1983.
Oh, when you go do like the private events and stuff.
Up in the building, they had the private catering. Catering was $17.25 an hour.
Man.
4 hours paid you whatever, and they always had an hour for overtime. So even if you worked 3 hours, you got paid for 5. So I signed up for all. You know me, I'm a fucking hustler. I was broke. I'm a hustler. I'm fucking catering. I'm fucking bartending. I got this daytime job as an electrician's warehouse, and I'm banging this girl. And I'm living at Kurt's house. I'm giving her grocery money to mother. I get along with everybody. I'm doing blow. I'm fucking eating good. You know, no drug addiction yet. No nothing, man. I was still on the up and up. I was still a dirty thief, but I had it under control. I was going to give myself a second chance. I really was. I was like, man, I'm doing great. I'm bartending. I'm fucking doing this. But what do you do when you're 22 and you got 250 cash in your pocket at 1 in the morning in New York City? I would be let loose into 52nd and 7th, the heart of Manhattan, set loose at 1:15 a.m. with 200 in my pocket, and if the busboy brought me a gram of blow, that was me every night. So, for like the first month or 2, I had to go to work at 7. So I would just take the train home, the bus home like a fucking half a fag. Finally, I said, fuck this shit. Let me go see what the New York has to offer. New York was a complete different city. You walked into bars, people had cocaine on the table.
In the 80s,
it was fucking insane. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm taking, you know, I'm going out like Tuesday nights. Like one night a week I would go out, just have a beer and maybe talk to people. That turned into fucking, like I would get off at 1 and take the bus over and catch the last call in Jersey. And I'd see my friends. There'd be 50 of them doing blow. And then we'd go to a place called the Coat Factory, behind the Coat Factory, and we'd stay there till 6 o'clock. And after a couple months, I'm like, why am I taking this day job? You know, I got this fucking day job. So I quit the fucking day job. Then the Di Lorenzo's asked me, they said, listen, Mr. Di Lorenzo's getting upset with you because we had turned the Di Lorenzo house into a circus. The Di Lorenzo house was a circus. It was a beautiful 3-storied house. The deaf grandmother lived downstairs. That's where all the coke and the scales were. Everything was hidden in the grandma's apartment. So if the cops came in, everything was downstairs. Kilos. The grandma. Kilos.
Did she know?
Not a clue.
There's kilos and scales and shit.
As long as you gambled for her, as long as you bought her a lotto ticket and put her Brooklyn number in, she didn't care what you did in that basement. She would just sit there and watch soap opera. And we'd be weighing fucking coke behind the curtain, saying fucking racial slurs and shit. She didn't give a fuck. And we could smoke dope in front of her because she couldn't smell it. She didn't have a sense of smell. So we'd be weighing coke.
2 senses down.
Yeah, so me, Kurt, and Chris would be weighing fucking coke. And fucking grandma would be sitting there, and then the mother would call for her. The mother and father knew that their 2 kids were drug dealers. They just didn't want to know. They just didn't want to know. And Bonehead had the hottest bitch in the world. Her name was Donna Chinsoon. She was half Irish, half Chinese. Moon and pussy, even back then. The bitch was 5'11". What do you want to do with little Chinese eyes, but Irish looking, white skin? Fuck it, she'd eat up Lucy Liu. Give me any fucking Chinese woman today, she'd eat her up, even back then. I just tried to find her on Facebook. She won't be my friend. and she still looks good. Because her and Chrissy would do fucking heroin and pass out in the living room naked. And I'd wake up in the morning, I'd be like making like an English muffin. I'd look in the back, and I'd see her, and she was tall and thin. So when the girl's like 5'11" and skinny, that heavy pussy, it's like a 60-pound piece of meat between their legs. And she had a little hair around it. And I would just walk up to it, eat my English muffin. And I would just sit there and look at the pussy like people watch the news. It looked like a little cupcake. It looked like a little cupcake. It was like a little cupcake that you wanted to squeeze a pussy. She had the best looking pussy I ever saw in my life. And I swear to my daughter Mercy, I never touched it. I just sat 2 feet from it. I did try to smell her. Like I would just like hopefully have like, it wasn't social distancing, you know what I'm saying? Not back then. It was like 2 feet away. I'm trying to get a whiff of a snatch. So Bonehead, if he wasn't with her, he would just do heroin every night. So the final decision, like they came to me and like, Mr. DiLorenzo, just feel good. And I love Mr. DiLorenzo, he loved me, but there was just too many people in that house. There was always 20 kids in that house. That was the house. I still remember helping them sell Coke on Friday. They lived on the bottom of 88th Street Park, and there was a line going all the way, like In-N-Out Burger. And Kurt would be outside because he was a big kid, like built with a white beater and a gold bracelet on him, just slinging fucking grams and 8-ball. And I'd be giving me the money, and I'd be running it in. It was fucking like a Coke factory. So the thing that broke the camel's back was we were all sleeping one night, and Emil comes home on heroin. Unbeknownst to me, I was asleep, and he decides to take the fryers on the heroin. You know the fryers that you put wings in?
Oh, it's a regular fryer, yeah.
He puts the lid on them.
Yeah.
Now, think of the ones from the 80s. They weren't too safe.
No.
He puts wings in and closes the fryer. And I don't know nothing about it. So you got to listen to my story here, people. I'm asleep in the bedroom with Kurt and the dog. They had a pit bull. And he was sleeping in the middle between me and Kurt. Try to move that motherfucker.
Yeah, I've got it.
His name was, oh my God. You know how he died? He bit into a refrigerator cord. He got electric.
No.
He just popped up in the air. Topaz. They were making him snort gunpowder and shit. This motherfucker, he had no future. I felt so bad for Topaz. They were shooting steroids at him, giving him blow. This guy bit the fucking refrigerator thing. It just went up like a fucking...
No pass.
It was like something about Mary. Then we had to bring the dog back like that. So one night, Chris puts the fries in the fucking container, puts the lid down. He's on heroin. He goes to the living room. He puts on the TV and he sits in his father's chair. I don't know nothing. All I know is I hear ambulances and fire trucks. Like I just heard sirens. I personally thought we were getting raided. It was 6:30, 7 in the morning, and all of a sudden you hear fire, get out of the house. So I get up, I got like, thank God I had sweatpants on and socks and like a t-shirt. I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, the kitchen's on fire. So we have to go through grandma's and come out to the garage. So nobody knows nothing. We grab Kurt, the father, the mother, and we run downstairs and get the grandmother, and we run outside, and you can see the kitchen on fire. Literally, you can see the fire. The fire department had to go over the kitchen and hit the fucking roof to let the heat out.
Yep.
So finally we're outside, and they're like, who the fuck, what happened? And people are like, we don't know. I mean, the fire trucks had come, noise, all this shit, and all of a sudden the mother goes, what the fuck is Amy? They run in the house. Oh my God, Amy, we run in the house. There's Amy on the couch, passed out. And they wake him up and he's like, what? Oh, my french fries ready. I swear to God.
French fries. Yeah, they're right.
The fire department came. They broke the roof. Fucking people running for their lives. And this guy didn't hear a thing.
That's what heroin will do.
He had been asleep for like 4 fucking hours. So after that, Mr. DiLorenzo's like, you gotta go. this is just too much. You guys are just fucking crazy. So I packed my bags. I got an apartment on 47th in North Bergen. Like this one bedroom studio, $400 a month. I moved in May 1st. Maybe April 1st, yeah. February, March, yeah. April 1st, like a month and a half I stayed with San Lorenzo. Everything started off great. You know, I had my 2 little jobs. I had my little girlfriend. I had 2 nights off, Sundays and Mondays, and guess what I did? I got a job bartending on Mondays for the extra $300. It was vodka bluebird night, vodka and bluebird orange juice, those little orange juices in a can, tastes tremendous. $2 a piece. Fucking 90 people coming. I'd make money on Monday nights. It was great. I had this, that's the beginnings of the cocaine now. That's when it was really, at that time, it was starting to get heavy. That's when people were coming up to you and going, Ryan Sickler, you do coke? And you're like, yeah, I do coke.
Just straight up ask.
Do you have friends that do coke? And you're like, yeah, maybe. Bird, I don't know. Oh, who does coke? I don't know. You know, please, I'm not accusing Bird of doing coke. For you people take everything literally. I'm just saying that if somebody came to maybe Diaz, maybe, I don't know, maybe a couple people, but I don't know who it is. So if you told that to people in the 80s, they would go, okay, hold on, I'll be right back. I swear to God. And they come back and give you like 4 ounces of coke and go, I'll come back next week, see what you can do with it.
Damn.
Because it had become so, like in 83 was still, by 84, everybody had it.
I mean, I've watched the documentaries of like
Everybody has it.
Cocaine Cowboys and Studio 54. I mean, it was they were dropping it on the beaches in Florida, just leaving it on the beaches. You can walk up and grab it. It's amazing.
It's something that you cannot, I saw the growth. It's like the growth we saw with medical marijuana in California. I saw the growth. And you started hearing the stories. Bro, fucking Sickler, that motherfucker's crazy. He rented a hotel Friday night. We stayed there till Sunday. Everybody fucked his girlfriend. I mean, it was like shit like that. I'm like, where the fuck am I hanging out? Here I am with this broad drinking Harvey's Bristol Cream. But Harvey's Bristol Cream was like liquid Viagra. Because whenever I think coke, my dick would get hard. It would come once, and then it would take a while, but then it would give you fire. It was nothing but fucking Iron Man dick after that.
Iron Man dick.
But with the Harvey's Bristol Cream, it would never die. It would just shoot a load and stay at attention. Harvey's had something in it, like Vialis, something.
Do they still sell that?
Harvey's Bristol Cream.
I'm gonna go look for it the next time I'm allowed the goddamn liquor store.
Bullshit.
It sounds like it.
So I get this apartment, and you know what, guys? I'm making this money. I'm doing well. You know, we figured out a way how to steal. The bartenders were stealing, and they were like, "If you're not in on it, we'll get you fired."
And what are you skimming?
You're skimming. Okay. So there was a bartender there. I still remember his name, John Crespo. John Crespo taught me how to steal the proportions. I never knew how to steal, but he stole like a gangster.
Like, what would he do? Like some of his stuff?
What was his stuff? He would come in at 4:30 with me. We'd work the happy hour, which is fucking people signing, you know, people checking in, people getting out of work. Sheridan in those days had like a patio up front, and people would just come in to drink and shit. And here you are banging them out. This is 83, and I'm banging you out for 7 to drink, 84. That was like big, you know, you got your neighborhood bar was $1.20 for a drink.
Yeah.
Here you are in the Sheridan instead of paying $7, you know. So they figured out a way on how to Z-out, whatever you call it, close the register, and they would start all over again at 12. So they would, the Sheridan would only take what they made from 11:30 to 1. We made from 5 to 11. We chopped up between the bartenders. So that was like 200 already. Then we chop up the tips, and that was like 150 already. And then we get some from room service, like $40. You're crazy when you're a kid.
What do you? You walking out with a night like
I'm walking
that?
out of there with $253 bills a night. And the concierge, like this dude that's like, dog, go down to this place tonight, Prince is performing. He's showing up at 2:30 in the morning. Like that was the shit New York was about back then. Dog, it's 1 o'clock if you go over to the Village Gate. Eric Clapton's down there with Jet Back doing a set. It was crazy. It was a different time. I paid $15 to see Prince, Sheila E., and Nucleus.
Damn.
Jam on it. So, we gotta rush this up because this is getting good now. So now, it took a couple of weeks of that. You can only, when you're 22, you only have the discipline. You only have so much discipline. It took a couple of weeks of me really wanting to succeed before. My friends are having fun. They're staying out. Every time I see them, they're doing endless amounts of blow. So I started joining the club. I got into it with them. And these are kids I had grown up with. They would all go to this place in Jersey called the Midtown Lounge. Tom and Corky. There was a guy back there named Loco. He was Colombian. He wouldn't put his cocaine in aluminum foils. He put them in leaves to keep the moisture out. That's how ahead of the game he was. I still remember getting high with him for 2 days and him going, "You want to come down off the coke?" Yes. Give him an orange peel. And I would get an orange peel, suck the orange out, and suck on the skin.
And that would bring you down.
The enzyme.
Vitamin C.
Something does something to you, Like, that's how deep these guys were already. But I was already involved. I'm in. And finally, by June or mid-July, I get suspended. Because I'm not showing up to work. I would take off at 10. Like, that's the world I was at. I could only play it by their rules for a couple months. And then it was like, tell them I'm leaving at 10 tonight, but you can't. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to see fucking this band. I'm going to do this. I just got sick and tired, so they finally suspended me. They gave me like a 3-day suspension. That was the worst thing you could do it to me at that time. That girl came to me. Every girl in Jersey wants to break up June 15th.
For the summer.
Yeah, every one of those dirty whores. And they want to come back with chlamydia in September. You just fucked 18 Puerto Ricans in Staten Island. Now you want to come back to me in September and hold hands. Get the fuck out of here with your little hand job, Chinese hand. It's the truth. Every girl I grew up wanted to break up with you June 15th. Oh, I think we should see other people. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to play this fucking game with you, man. You're just fucking. And now today we're best friends, her and I. But at that time, I'm like, I'm not going to do this. You want to see other people. I know what you're doing. You want to fuck your old boyfriend. So take a hike, fuck it. And after that, I just went on a tear. I went on a tear with my buddies that you would start at 8 o'clock at night and you'd be getting dropped off at 7. And then I didn't make rent in August. But there was this one story I got to tell. There was this kid growing up, when I was growing up, that I wasn't really crazy about. I met him, we got along, but he was a rich mafia kid. His father was in the mafia, left the mother, and just would buy him nice shit. And for some reason, this kid thought he was a fucking mobster too. So one night, the family, I live with Mike Ronnie, you couldn't mess with Mike. You still can't mess with Mike. He's 58, he'll still light you up. I'll put him up against a lot of people. And he'll light him up just on, because he's crazy. In high school, he called the ref over one time and spit in his face. During a baseball game.
We had a guy do that in the soccer, and he got arrested on the field.
Oh, yeah,
that's when I learned that it was aggravated assault.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
He called the guy over and spit right in his face.
I didn't know that was an arrestable offense.
I remember one time I took him to mug a guy. We used to mug these guys on Hudson County Park. We used to mug these pedophiles in Hudson County Park.
That's fine.
And I'll never forget, we would just beat him up, and he's like, let's cut him. He was chasing him with a knife. He goes, I just want to cut somebody for 3 days. He kept telling me, I don't know why you didn't let me cut him. I'm like, no, we don't want to attract attention. We just want to take that money. We start cutting people. That's bad for business. No other fucking pedophiles are going to come down there to get their dick sucked. So I'm hanging out, and I'm going off. I'm just going off the radar. At that time, I had that lady that was still taking care of me, my mother's friend, Zarina. I would visit her in the city. She'd give me a gram of blow every time I saw her, you know. And I don't know what got over me, but the first beginning of that snap was this kid Perry. My beef with him went back to 1980. He got into a fight with Mike Ruddy. It was cold out one night. We had a garbage can with fire, and Mike threw a bottle in, and Perry made a smart remark. Don't make a remark around Mike Ruddy. I'm like, Mike, don't make no stupid remarks around this. Keep your mouth shut. Mike lit him up, busted his face, there was blood all over his face. So when I told Mike that's the way to do it, Perry saw me say that. And he always had a little something for me. He didn't want to really give it to me, but so a year or two later, I'm in the car with this Perry kid. In the back seat, he had a Z28. There were two guys in the front, Perry and his buddy, and me and two other guys in the back. Perry liked this girl, and one night he pulls up to this Hudson County Park, and he sees the girl talking to this guy named Rocco. Rocco owned the deli. He was like a fucking big guy up in Fayetteville.
Sounds like a big guy.
He pulls out of the car, Perry. You know, he thought it was because his father was in the mafia. He slams the car door. He runs up to the kid. And he's like, get the fuck away from her. And guess what? This kid jumps him and starts giving him a beat. So we all get out of the car. Now, where I'm from, if you're fighting Tom, it's you and Tom. If Bert jumps in, I gotta jump out first. I'm fucking Bert up. So we're all standing there, and it's a fair fight. You know, I aggressed at you. Now you're knocking me out. I can't get in. So after the fight, he turned around, Perry, and he's like, fuck you motherfuckers, you're all a bunch of pussies. Nobody helped me. Perry, where's your beef? So then I started hearing about it at school, like Perry saying that you're a fucking pussy. And I'm like, I got him one day. I go, Perry, what's this shit? He goes, wow, you didn't stick up to me. I go, Perry, ask any of my friends if I don't stick up to them. You aggressed at him. He fucked you up. Number one, never fight over a piece of pussy. That's rule number one. Don't fight over a piece of pussy. I've known that for 20 fucking years. If you gotta get into an argument over a piece of pussy, you're with the wrong broad. If she sets you up or something at a bar, you're fucking with the wrong broad. So you never get into a beef over a piece of pussy unless they rape. Then you take the gun and start shooting. I agree with you there. But don't get into a fight. So number one, he got a beating over a piece of pussy. So now you're fucking mad at me. So for years he gave me the cold shoulder, but he was also one of those geniuses that thought he was Scarface in '84. See, what happened was there were people, father teams. There were people who said, why do I have a fucking grocery store? My cousin Ryan Sick was making $40,000 a weekend. He goes to Miami once a week, picks up an envelope, he brings it up on a plane. In those days, you could make $10,000 on a train. Yeah. Coke dealers were looking for you to pick up coke in Miami and bring it back on the Amtrak. They weren't checking Amtrak yet.
They still don't check Amtrak.
I remember my friends telling me,
still don't.
If you want to get the coke, I know this guy who'll give you $2,000 a kilo. He'll give you 10 keys, you make $20,000. I still remember talking to the guy that's dry cleaners. That was the big thing, was getting coke up here in Amtrak and all this shit.
I took weed on Amtrak for forever. They don't check. All they come through is to check for your ticket. There was a few, police sitting around talking to each other just in case some shit went down, but they weren't being proactive. They're just there in case something happens.
No, so everybody's into cocaine. Perry gets into cocaine, but he had a retarded aunt that lived on the first floor.
That's where all the degenerates live down on the first floor.
So there was Perry's room was in the attic. But this is how good of a burglar I was. I waited. I'm walking around one day because that's what burglars like. Right the other day I was walking around. I'm like, man, this is a tough time to be a burglar because everybody's fucking at home. I'm walking around fucking huffing and puffing with the mask. But in my day, I used to walk around the neighborhood And people come out and say, you lost? I go, no, I'm just taking a shortcut. I'm going to the 101. They go, okay. And I was presentable, so they didn't know it was burglarized. Now, for all I had to see was one thing wrong. A window up, a car garage open, and a motorcycle in it, something. I was one of those fucking freaks. Nothing happens on the couch. Go for a walk, you'll find something to rob. If you go for a walk, eventually you'll bump into something to rob. A lady will be putting the groceries in the thing, and she runs in, and she leaves her purse open. It's crazy. So I'm walking around Sudbury one day, and I actually see Perry. And Perry worked for Hertz Mountain. Hertz Mountain was a construction company, not just a bad company. There are subdivisions on the East Coast, and his father got him a job because he was a mobster. As like a union or something. And Perry would come home every day to eat lunch and to do a bump or two to roll a joint. So I actually saw this motherfucker coming out of his house and getting into his car. I'm like, let me hide. And I hid, and his house only had a screen door. Sister retarded aunt was in the living room watching telenovelas all day. In the kitchen, she could hear you. I opened up the door, walked in, went up to the attic, got the 4 ounces, brought him downstairs, walked past her, and then I walked up the hill. I did the biggest move of my life, because when I set you up, I would set you up.
Is this the Shadow of the Doubt story you mentioned?
The Shadow of the Doubt story.
You love them.
There was a deli up the corner from everybody hung out at this deli. It was called Hashways, and everybody knew the kid was a town crier. If you went into Hashways and you told them your business, you would put it out. So I specifically went in there, got a sandwich on the arm, and asked him if I could borrow 20 because I needed to get home. Why would I borrow 20 if I had what I just stole from this idiot? I think he even had some cash, 800. I took the cash too. So I knew that Glenn was going to tell everybody that this fucking Coco came in here, took a sandwich on the arm, and I got to give him $20 to get home. That was the type of guy he was. But I wanted that. I wanted him to say that so people knew I was broke. So sure enough, Perry gets home, sees he gets robbed, gets in his car, goes to Hashways and says, you seen Coco today? And Glenn's like, yeah, he was here before. I gave him $20 to go home. He had no money. So right away, Perry said, wait a second, if he robbed me. So in that time, Perry had a motorcycle. So I'm laying in my little apartment, and I'm about to get evicted from it because I hadn't paid the rent. I had like a prison cot. That's all I had in that apartment was a prison cot, the table, razor blades, and straws. That's it. I didn't even have a shower curtain in that house. I would take a shower and the fucking floor would sink. The guy downstairs would come up, it's leaking again. I never even took the time to install a shower curtain in this fucking place. So I'm sitting on my bed. I already got the coat. I put it in the packages. I did a couple lines. I jerked off. And I'm just coming down off this fucking ladder. And I'm like, I'm waiting for this kid to come down and accuse me. But I lived on the first floor and there were 2 windows. It was the summertime. So I had the air on, I had a fan on, and I had a little bit of the window open. It was humid. And I just all together, I'm sitting there. And sure enough, I'm looking, I'm laying there. And I see a shadow come up to the window, and I see 2 fingers come under the glass and start opening it up real slow. So I position myself outside the window over here with the right hand. I'm in position to give you the right hand of life.
Now, do you know who it is at this time?
It's Perry.
But I mean, do you know that?
Yes.
Okay.
I know it. I already know what time it was.
You're not worried about
he
being
gets out of work at 4:30. He knew he got robbed at 4:38. He should be in Hashways by 5:02. He should be coming over here by 5:15.
Yeah.
I already know. Hey, bro, the smell of Ed Fu Young travels 3 feet per second. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of my farts. It travels 3 feet per second. I knew this is how it was going to go down. I didn't have a phone in my house. I would have to walk to make payphones, which I liked. I didn't want to ever be taped in those days. Talking about coke and shit. So sure enough, I see the window. I see his leg come through the window. And I'm standing right behind him. I see the leg come in. His back is towards me. He puts his second leg in. He closes the window, and as he turns right to me, and I fucking slam him right in the mouth. Bah! What the fuck you doing in my house? He's on the floor. You robbed me. I go, what are you talking about? You robbed me. I'm telling you, you robbed me. I go, fuck you. I didn't fucking rob you. He goes, my aunt saw who you were. Get in the fucking car with me right now, or get on the bicycle with me right now and show proof to me that you didn't rob me. I go, first of all, I ain't got no motorcycle. I got my friend's car. I didn't rob nobody, Perry. I know you how long? 10 fucking years I know you. So I was friends with Perry, a lot of Perry's mutual friends. They had grown up with him there, but they were even a little weird about Perry. So what did I do? You know I'm a fucking genius. I go up to his house, his grandmother, his aunt, whatever, says, I don't know, it could have been him. I only saw him as he was walking out. I go, Perry, what's the matter with you? I would never run. He's like, man, I know it's you. I'll take it to the bottom of this. Fuck you. Yeah, I can't believe you punched me in the face. I go, Perry, you were a burglar. You know, what the fuck? You're breaking into my home. So right from that, he goes, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'll be talking to you in a couple of days because that coke that he was selling for these two brothers that were crazy, that had fucked over before. They weren't really crazy about me, but there was nothing they could do. I knew that if they ever crossed that line, they would get 20 involved. These kids were crazy too. These were not the kids you burned. But that's how crazy they were. Their mother was dying of cancer, and they would steal her pills from her and sell them. They were called tumorals. No, the pills, the pain pills. That's how crazy they went around. They used to shoot dogs and cats with BB guns. These are not the nicest people in the world. Yeah. So he was like, I'm going to go talk to them and see what their solution was. But I had already rubbed one of their drug dealers once before in 82. A different guy that still hates me till today. I robbed him. So they're like, again, he got to one of our guys. Well, guess what I did? So let's say I robbed Bert. Who's Bert going to call first? Tom. And you, and Joe Rogan. I did something that nobody would ever think about. I went right from Perry's house in that car, and I went to all three guys he was going to call. I go, what are we doing tonight? They're like, nothing. And I gave them all coke, which made them my partners. So all of a sudden, 3 or 4 of his childhood friends have his coat. I never said where I got it from. I just gave them a gift and then left. And Perry called all 4 of them and said, can you believe Coco robbed me? And they're like, what's snorting your coke right now? What partner? So when I would rob you, I would make you a partner without even knowing. And that you couldn't open your mouth. Because the coke was so good, I give you an 8-ball. I give you like an 8-ball. Well, what are you going to say? You know what I'm saying? But that was the beginning of my downfall. I mean, in the weirdest way. And I tell people, we have a lot of death going on right now. I told my friend the other day, when somebody dies, you feel shitty. Your mother or your dad, you feel shitty. And you feel shitty for about a year, then you start replacing them. But that doesn't mean you dealt with that death. That's right. That does not mean you dealt with that death. So, my mother had been dead 4 years at this time. And all of a sudden, I just started getting these feelings. I just started getting these weird feelings. So July passes, August comes along, and it's like August 9th. And I'm in a Cuban restaurant in Union City eating. And the guy comes up to me and goes, you Dolores' son? And I go, yeah. He goes, hold on. He gives me a note with a number. And he goes, Rodolfo got out of jail. He wants you to call him. Rodolfo was like my godfather. This is my savior. I was smoking coke. I had my life 50% together, but the emotional side was just, I lost my mother, man. I didn't get no social security. My stepdad threw me out of the house. I didn't have no place to live. He wouldn't help me. I'm not crying here. I'm not crying. I deserve everything I got. But it was taking a toll on a 22-year-old kid. I needed love. I needed to be around some people. So what did? I got on a plane. I called Rodolfo. He's like, I'm out of jail. Rodolfo was an interesting guy. My mother was his daughter's godmother. Okay. And he grew up with my father in Cuba. So every summer, the time I was 5 till I was 12, I spent the summers in Miami with him, and he had 3 other kids, and they became my cousins. We would rent bikes together. It was a lot better than spending the summer with my mom in Jersey. Plus, Rodolfo loved me. I was his best friend's son. You know, he would tell me stories and blah, blah, blah. So when the opportunity came up, I'm like, this is what I was looking for. I'm looking for this fucking home life, you know. He goes, come on down. And I still live in the same place, 130th and 100th Avenue in the Falls. He had fucking built that whole community. He's got a construction company. Real quick, Rodolfo's, a little lesson for you guys. Rodolfo's, this is how my uncle Rodolfo got popped. He used to buy property and then knock it down with, you know, I mean, I still remember being a kid and having like a 22, and he would be on a bulldozer, and we would just be chopping down that part of Florida. You'd see the alligators running, I'd be scared. Just lizards, snakes. You know, by Monkey Jungle, if people are listening and know Miami, my godfather in the early 60s, early 70s, built all those houses. He would build one, and he would move into it. They would build 4 more on the same block, and they became model homes for his. So whenever people, you know, he had intercoms in the wall, great whole houses. But when he was building those houses, he would target shoot. And one night, he was target shooting with a gun. And he was well known for bringing California from here to Miami in a trailer. I didn't find out until years later. And I guess on one of those trips, he shot a guy. And he kept the gun, and he would target shoot. And one night when he was target shooting, a guy was walking his dog, and a bullet hit him in the leg like a mile away. Damn, they went to the hospital. The cops went over there. They go, nobody could have shot you. Who could have shot you? Nobody lives around here. Except for that guy there. And they did like a thing, and they go, maybe he could have shot you. They went to his house. They asked him some questions. They figured out it was suspicious. They raided the house. They found the gun. And that gun was used in the murder in California. Oh, it was? In like 1958. So they threw him in jail from 76 in Atlanta at the federal facility to about 83. And that's when I hooked up with him, 84. So I take a plane right down to Miami. And I like see him and I cry, you know. This guy was like a father to me. His wife was like, she was at my mother's funeral. Rodolfo was still in jail, so I that's it. I was going to make a new life in New Jersey, in Florida. I got the family I need. But guess what? My cousins are snorting coke like fucking Al Pacino.
Miami in the 80s,
yes. I'm trying to live with them, and they're like, we're going out tonight. Where are you going? And they're like, we're buying an 8-ball. And they took me to a guy's house who was like 60. And like a half a wheelchair, and he had a robe on, and he had like a 20-year-old girl on the bed. The first time I went to cop with them, it was like mind-blowing. The guy was like a 70-year-old guy, and he had a 20-year-old girl from the bed. They lived in a trailer, and I'm like, and he's like introducing me. This is my cousin from New York. I was like, how you doing? I don't think it's my cousin Apachico. And in Spanish, my cousin goes, "Tócate." That means go ahead, do it. And the old guy goes, I've been touching myself all day. Like that's tócate means touch yourself. Like tócate means touch it. And he said, I've been hitting myself all day. And the little girl was like 21. She had the 70-year-old dick all day on coke. The effects of cocaine were not settled in yet. Women were just sucking dick, but you know, it was brand new still. Women were losing teeth, you know, shit like that. So I'm down there for about a week. I'm helping with construction. I'm like, I'm gonna get my life together. He goes, hey, guess who's down here? Muñeco, another one of your mom's friends. He is big as a drug dealer. He's got a furniture store for a couple. Let's go see him. So I go see him, and sure enough, on the way out, Muñeco goes, can I have a word with you? And I go, yeah. So when I was growing up, I hung out with Carmen Balzano, and he was really a cop. He was a cop, but he had, you know, connections to whatever. I never knew if he did or he didn't. But in my mom's head, she had made it go like fucking Joe. Like she told all her friends, like, you know who's hooked up with the mafia? Coco. Like he knows all those people from Jersey. His kids grew up with him. So my mom knew that I knew kids that had like. So my mom would always like. Whenever I would come home, my mom would go, "What the cop tell you? Anything good about us?" I go, "Mom, knock it off. I'm not gonna ask him for information about what he knows about bookmakers." You know what I'm saying? In New York City, I would never cross that line. I forgot what the fuck my point was. Goddamn, who were we talking about?
You were.
Who the fuck?
No, I'll tell you. Hold on. You're down there working construction for a week. He said, "Talk to Coco. He knows all the mob people up in
So
Jersey."
Nico pulled me aside one day. He goes, "I know." He goes, "I don't know if you know this. My son died." He's like, "Oh no." He goes, "He died up in Palisade Park with this white chick. They put something in the cocaine and he ended up dying of heroin. I want to know, get your people to kill that chick."
Oh, the girl.
The girl. And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "I'll give you whatever you want." So right away my mind started running away with me. You know, and I'm like, "Okay, I'll talk to him." I wasn't going to talk to anybody. I don't know nobody who could kill somebody. That was just a far-fetched. I didn't know anybody. But I told him I would. And he goes, "What can I do for you?" And I go, "I don't know." And he goes, "I got this coke. Do you do coke?" And I'm like, "No." I lied to him point blank range. I go, "No." He goes, "I got this fucking coke. People going crazy." I go, "Well, give me some." I got friends. I'll sell it. He could give it to me for like $600 an ounce. And they would come in, you know, like when you give your girlfriend a medallion, they would come in that case with the medallion only underneath. And it was an ounce. So I took like 10 back in a fucking thing. Just got rid of them. I mean, I was making money, but I wasn't making money because I would sell 6 of them and then snort 4 of them in a hotel with that crazy girl I was dating at the time that didn't know if she wanted to date me. All you gotta do is call her with a fucking package and a little hand with stuff going like this, and you would 69 for 2 hours. I would eat so much pussy those days that I would get a blister under my tongue. I couldn't even talk. You ever eat that much pussy that you get a little blister, like 2 little white things under your tongue? You gotta like pop them. It's like half. It's like a
little warm liquid in there.
It's like a light Corona. It's like what you had. You puked. You saw hallucination. You just beat it and end up on a fucking Vesperade or whatever the fuck they are. So you know, this went on. Like, so I was telling Rodolfo that I was going back to New York to get things done in my apartment. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to close up my apartment, put stuff in storage. When I would decide, I would basically fly out like on Sundays. I was still on suspension from that job. I was getting unemployment. It was suspension. And I was going back on Mondays, getting rid of 10 ounces, staying there till Wednesday till I came down, and I would fly back clear-eyed. So Rodolfo wouldn't see me. I did this for about 3 or 4 weeks. I was starting to get ahead. I was putting away a little money to get an apartment in Miami. And one day, I was on their phone doing coke, and Vivian picked up the other line by mistake and listened to the conversation. And at dinner, she goes, "You don't think I know what you've been doing? You've been using us. Fucking do you come on?" These people, I love them more than anything in the world. I mean, I thought the world, I thought that I had a life with them as a friend, but I wasn't, you know. And she's like, "You gotta pack your bags and leave." And I'm like, "Vivian, I'm like a fucking son to you." And she's like, "I haven't even told Rodolfo. He'll put a bullet in you. He's on parole. And if he finds out you're moving coke out of here, I'm telling you, he'll break your head." And I could have ratted out the kids and shit. And I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, that was back in the day when there was another phone in the house and you could quietly listen in on the call.
She's like, "I haven't told Rodolfo, get out and don't ever come back. How dare you sell cocaine in this house?" She was like a college professor that specialized in like the kids all went to like great schools. And she's like, "I had high hopes for you. You always did well, and this is what you were deemed to." She was, "Get the fuck out of my house." I mean, I was heartbroken. And now I had to come back to North Bergen, and my friend's like, "Oh, Mr. Miami, you know, what door? You're not going to move down there now. And then I bumped into my godfather. Now, my godfather and me were very fucking tight. Very tight. But also, since I didn't have to go back to Miami, I burned that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Muñeco, I burned him. He was a great guy. I knew him since I was a kid. I just never called him like the pussy that I was. And then, when I had a problem, Muñeco was still good friends with Zoraida, the lady that was taking care of me. So I stopped calling her because I thought he called her to check up on me. Because there was one time he goes, take 4 extra ones and drop them off on Zoraida. And I go, you still talk to Zoraida? He goes, oh, she's one of my main distributors in New York. I'm like, fuck. So I stopped talking to Zoraida, Muñeco, my uncle, my aunt. And here's my mother started to come up. You know, like the pain from my mother. All the shit I had been sweeping under the carpet, all that pain. You know, now I got thrown out of the apartment on Bergen. So I'm basically sleeping on floors and I'm just getting into trouble, guys. You know, I'm robbing drug dealers. I'm teamed up with guys that look like fucking hell, you know. And I go, fuck this. Let me call my uncle in California. I call my uncle here in California. And he goes, I go, I want to, you know, I have to wait. You asked me if I wanted to move with you. And I think it's time. The Olympics are going to be here for 84. And he goes, you know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get your job working for the Olympics. I go, I'll be there in 3 days. I go, can you send me the $200 for the plane ticket? You know how long it took me to get here? Like 4 weeks. Like the going away party.
Oh, yeah,
like 4 weeks. I was just such a dumb kid, you know. That's why I'm going to tell me, I'm celebrating my 48th birthday. I want to smack him. Because it's like me with all the going away party. Coco's going away to all this good announcement. It was just pure stupidity. I think of that shit. So I come out to California. I get, you know, my uncle sends me the money. I call him. I go, finally, I took care of all the paperwork. He goes, I'll be waiting for you at the airport. I fly out here. This bitch ain't at the airport. I got $100 on me. Maybe $1.20, a couple of joints. You know, I'm calling him all night. He don't pick me up. Finally, I'm in LAX at 9 in the morning. I finally decide, let me take a cab. I go on the Yellow Pages to see where his restaurant was on Washington. And Vine, is it Vineland? Whatever, Washington or Koreatown.
Yeah, it's down there.
Yeah, it's down the way. It's like 3 miles down from Koreatown. So I didn't know this at the time. I get a cab, fucking $50. I'm down to 50 fucking bucks in a foreign fucking city. And I get to his restaurant, and it's 9 in the morning. It ain't open. Don't open till 5.
Oh, shit. It's a dinner spot.
The only good thing is it's a Mexican restaurant neighborhood, so. But here I am dragging an army bag. It's fucking August 24th. It's fucking 100 degrees, and I'm carrying an army bag. And finally, I see the restaurant opens. And it's 2 Mexicans like, we open it at 5. I said, Lazarus will come until later. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm calling his house. He's not answering. Finally pulls up. I'm like, oh, where the fuck you been? He's like, what do you think? You're the only thing on my fucking dish. I'm like, oh, this isn't good. So the uncle I had that was always close to me, that loved me around my mother, now has become this fucking scumbag, you know? And I'm like, God damn it. And he made me, I thought I was going to stay in his house. He made me stay above the bar in the space. The size of that, I would turn the lights off. I could hear the rats running on the bed. And I'm like, can you lend me $50 to go buy clothes to interviews? He's like, it's all up to you. I can't do nothing for it. My uncle was just being really weird. I didn't know what was going on with him. And I go, can I bartend in your bar one day? He goes, I'll give you a shot. Go ahead, bartend. But for some reason, he had a few drinks on him, and he was with a young girl. He started getting arrogant. He was telling me shit I shouldn't have known. He's like, you know, you never really gonna amount to nothing. you know, your mother and father didn't raise you right. Your genes are terrible. They introduce you to things I would introduce you. Your mother did a horrible job with you. And I'm like, yeah, you motherfucker. I go, you don't pay for this body. You running my mother did. And that's why I came out, because I thought that he would go, hey, before your mother died, she gave me a lump sum of money. Let me give it back to you to help me out. And I even said to him, I go, all I need is $1,500 to get an apartment, maybe a little car. But there was no way to get around LA in those days with the transit system. It was horrible.
They just got the fucking train to the west side a couple years
I mean,
ago.
it was fucking terrible. 184 was like anything else. You had to take a cab if you want to go somewhere. Like, it was just. So I applied for a few jobs, and then I was here for maybe 4 days, and he goes, you know what, one of my bartenders quit for the weekend. I'll see how you bartend on Thursday, and if you're any good. And again, while I was bartending, he's saying shit to me, and I'm like, this motherfucker. And then he took me to breakfast, and I asked him for money for something. He goes, I don't pay for this. I go, I need to buy some weed. And he goes, I don't pay for luxuries. I only pay for necessities and all this shit. He was just being a dick. This is my last hope, right? I had no mother, I had no father. My fucking family in Miami told me to fucking get the fuck out. My fucking, you know, Muñeco was another guy that would help me. I gave him the finger. I gave Zoraida the fucking finger. And now I'm getting the finger from the last guy that could help me. And he's my fucking mother's brother, her blood. Who else won't help me? This guy's giving me a hard time. So Saturday morning I wake up and I'm like, and he starts on me already. You know, you got like another week here and I'm going to kick you out because I don't want you around and all this shit. So that night he goes, you want to bartend in the afternoon? I go, yeah. As I'm bartending, I go, you know what? I'm going to rob this guy. I'm gonna do what I do best. So I'm a magician with money. You know, you give me 20 for a beer, I'll put 20 in the register, give you change, and I'll take a 20 out, put it in my jacket. I've been doing it for years. So it was So he was sitting right there. If he would catch me, I didn't want him to search me. So I would go over and put the money in the hole in the pot. And then I would put money in my sock, a little bit money in the other sock. So he goes, go upstairs, take a shower, and get ready for the second, for the party at 9 o'clock. And that's exactly what I did. And this was packed. So I'm robbing them left and right. I'm taking my dollar bills. I'm sticking some in the walls. I'm sticking some in my fucking socks. And finally, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We divvy out the tips. He pays me for the night. And he's like, I'm not open tomorrow. So I don't know what you're going to do. You can't get out of the building. I couldn't open the door to get out because you have to stay in all day on Sunday and watch football. And he goes, there might be some food in the kitchen. You could eat it if you want to. But you can't leave the building because the alarm will go off and I'm not coming in. And I go, okay, but I already had a plan. I was going to take a cab down to LAX and take the 6 o'clock flight. Those days you could pay for the plane at the airport.
Yeah, I used to go buy even when I came here for college in '94, I went to the airport and bought my ticket.
So he closes up. He goes, I'll see you tomorrow. I go, thank you for letting me work. You know, even though I was about to kick that door open, get the cab and get the fuck out of there. I run upstairs. I empty my socks. I got like 300 in this sock, 400 in this sock, you know, 2 in my pocket. I'm packed. I'm ready to fucking go. I get everything. I walk down the stairs. I hear beep beep with the cab. And as I go to open the door opens. It's my uncle. Oh shit. And he goes, what the fuck are you doing? And I go, and he starts looking around and I still had money in the wall that I was going to go grab. And he goes, what were you doing in the bar? I was just trying to get a soda. He goes, no, you weren't. What the fuck were you doing? What the? And he's got the chick with him, this young girl. Now I know my uncle's married, and he's got kids. He's got this young chick with him at 3 in the morning. Just don't look too good. And I'm like, and my mother would have not fucking gone for that shit at all. So he said, what the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? And I go, no. And all of a sudden, for some reason, he went right to that hole. And he saw like 500, and then he goes, you were trying to rob me, you piece of shit. And he pulls a gun out. Damn. And I go, what, bitch? And I pull my fucking 32 out. I go, you want to get down? And he goes, get down. And he goes, I'm calling the police. I go, you call the police, I'll shoot you. And that's when he broke down. He's like, fuck you, you're gonna shoot me, you motherfucker, I'll shoot you. And I go, I'll fucking shoot you. And he could see it in my eyes. I wasn't fucking around. At that point, it was not good. My head was not in the right place. My mother, I wanted just to kill myself. I was missing her that much. I'll take you the fuck out, bitch. And then that's when he goes, I go, I can't really be your fucking nephew, and you treat me like shit. That's when he's like, you don't know what I'm going through. He goes, that girl out there is pregnant with my kid. I gotta leave my wife for her and all this shit. He goes, I've been lying to my wife. I goes, I can't have you here. Because I can't have you. His life sounds fucking terrible. My aunt didn't want me. Nobody fucking wanted me. My mother died. She didn't want me. I can't tell you what I was going through. So we just held it out like this for 10 minutes. Fuck you, fuck you. Shoot, motherfucker, I'll shoot you. And finally the cat was like, will somebody please shoot somebody?
Peter's running.
So I get the fuck out of here. And I fucking, he goes, don't ever come here again. You're dead to me as my nephew. And I go, you're dead to me, motherfucker. And I got that fucking cab ride. I remember, like, having the gun still in the cab, like,
aiming back out.
He took me to the airport, but I was so broken. Like, I was broken. I was suicidal broken. Like, my next step is to go kill myself. So I jumped in another cab. I would just take me to the cheapest hotel around. And he took me to somewhere like a Marina Del Rey, like this shitty fucking hotel. And I remember getting pizza and just crying. Like, what am I going to do? And then I got my strength together. And I spent a couple days on the beach just getting my life together with the money I stole. And then I called, and then I was going to go home. So I don't have any money. But there was an airline called People's Express. People's Express.
I don't remember that one.
You know?
No.
They flew from New York. They flew from Newark to LA, Newark to Denver, and Newark to England. And Newark to Miami. You ready for this one? This was in the height of the cocaine. Newark to Miami. $49 flight, one way. $19.95 after midnight, on the hour, every hour. So you and me can be snowing blow at 3 in the morning and go, I got a cousin in Miami who'll get us a package for $2. Let's go. $19.95.
$20.
And you played for the flight on the plane with a credit card.
Come on.
Oh, I had a guy that was giving me Chinese credit cards.
I'd be scared to fly.
You should have seen me acting. I'd be on a plane like Joe Wong. Mr. Wong, what can we get you? Give everybody a drink.
Everybody.
Give everybody a drink. Because they had those things. They couldn't do them till they landed.
Yeah.
So
the old purple shit.
All you needed was a credit card.
That's right.
It could have been expired. They didn't give a fuck. So this is the first time I have a fucking credit card. But I can't use. I can't even. It could be stolen. It doesn't matter. It could be. They don't care. So I get to LAX. I get on People's Express. I go, I'm gonna beat these guys. And they come up to me and I go, you're not gonna believe this. I left my wallet in the bag. And they go, okay, we'll get it over there. I thought there was someone walking out getting the bag. Fuck no. They had 3 cops waiting for me in Newark. And they're like, did they get the bag? And we emptied everything from the bag. I'm like, I don't know where my wallet is. And they go, how'd you get on the plane? You know, you didn't need to get on the plane. And I'm like, I don't know, you know, what happened? They go, all right, you need to have somebody come down here and pay. And I had to wake up a friend of mine who I just had it with me. We're still friends. We're still tight. Still today. But at that point, he had it with me. And he's like, I'll come down and pay. And he paid. So now I gotta go back to Jersey. I really look like a fucking asshole. Because I failed in Miami and I failed in California. And I'm like, I'm just a fucking bum. I'm just a failure. And I'm trying to put ends together. You know, I'm a hustler, bro. So I can wake up in the morning. I'm thinking of buying an ounce. Why? Buy a pound. I got one of those guys, you know. So I was just doing whatever I could to stay alone. And one day I go to West New York, New Jersey. Maybe the end of September. I go to West New York to beg for money from my stepfather, any of his friends. Make up a lie. I gotta get school books. I was saying whatever I had to say to get money. A little weep back. Because we understand cottonmouth. You know what I mean? So I fucking go to West New York. And who do I bump into? The guy that I've loved the most all my life. My godfather. He stood with me, put water in my head when I was a baby. He grew up with my father. He was good friends with my mother. We kept in touch. When I was a kid, he took me to the movies every weekend. He showed me how to smoke pot. I never smoked pot with him. But I used to see him smoke pot. I go, it's fucking safe. Safe. Look at the boy. He doesn't giggle like an asshole. He would just giggle. He took me to see two chicks eat each other out when I was a kid.
Oh, this guy. Yeah. That's all right. Now I click.
His name was Gavilan. He was just the ultimate godfather. You know, they have those programs, Big Brother, like that. He was just like, he loved my mother. You know, he was married. Him and his wife baptized me, and then they broke up. And you had to pick a side. So she would send me gifts and money, but I never saw her. She lived in Miami. When I would go to Miami, I would see her on the sneak. I wasn't allowed to tell my mother I saw my godfather because their feelings would be hurt. But I love my godfather, and he was there at my mother's wake. We talked for about a year after my mother died. He would tune me up whenever I'd see him at 20 or 40. Then one day I stopped seeing him. I stopped seeing him so much, I forgot who he was. Like, with all the light that was going on, I see my godfather, and I go, hey, man, how are you? And he gives me a hug, and he goes, you look like shit, what's going on? And we go eat, I cry, I break down, I tell him this is what's going on in my life. I got nothing going on, nothing about drugs. I didn't mention the drugs. Everything else was shitty. I got laid off, you know. He's like, I'm sorry. He goes, first of all, we gotta get you some clothes. So he took me to buy clothes, some slashy jersey. He bought me a nice winter jacket. Because you know, I have a winter jacket. I go, no. He goes, what the fuck? He bought me a winter jacket. But I go, listen, where do you live? Listen, I live in North Bergen. I go, let me take your basement. He goes, I can't. My wife won't let you. Wrong answer. Wrong answer at that time. At that time, I needed somewhere I could go, stop going out, you know, get my life together, be back in that Cuban world. And he goes, but if you need money, I can help you out. He goes, you know, a lot of people do coke, don't you, Nutbergen? And that just destroyed me. Like, I couldn't handle that inside. Like, even though I was a junkie, even though I was a piece of shit, you're my godfather. You can't help me, but you'll supply me with cocaine. Right. Something just didn't sound right. And I go, you know what? You're right. I could help you sell coke. So he knew me since I was a kid. There was no slipping or sliding with him. So he told me, because I'm going to give you an 8-ball, and I'm going to give you time. And you're going to have the money back to me by that time. And after a month of doing this, you're going to start having your own money. I'm not going to front you no more. So I remember it had to be before Halloween. So for 3 weeks, I was a soldier. If I told you I was going to be at 7, I'd be there at 6. You know, I was one of those guys. Like last night, the Pope of Greenwich Village was on MGM. I love that movie because the first line of that movie, do you know The Sopranos? Yeah, of course. Carmine Lupitazzi, he's young as fuck. You know, he's the guy from the Green Book. Yeah. He's young as fuck. It's 1984. Mickey Rourke walks into the restaurant, and the guy looks at him, not Carmine Lupitazzi, he's different guy. He goes, go to the bathroom, they're waiting for you. It's Carmine Lupitazzi. He plays Frankie Shy. And the first words out of his mouth to Mickey Rourke is, oh, how come nobody keeps me waiting when they're looking to borrow? When you're looking to borrow and you tell me 5, you're there at 10 to 5. Yeah. When it's time to pay me and it's 5, you always get here 10 minutes late. It was a great line. He goes, how come you know it? So I lived by that line. So I was, for a month, everything I told him I was going to do, I did. I was just setting them up. Okay, I'll give you an ounce. He gave me an ounce. Then came Halloween weekend. And he says to me, I'm going away for the weekend. How much do you think you'll need? I go, I don't know. He goes, you know what? By the rate that you've been selling was Halloween, I'll give you like 8 ounces. I don't know what it was, 6 ounces, 4 ounces. I know it was a lot of money, but I was supposed to give him back. So he goes, come by at 7 o'clock Saturday. I'll give it to you. I won't be back till like Tuesday. I was like, perfect. By Tuesday, I'll be in fucking Australia.
Australia. On the People's Express flying to Australia.
Like by Tuesday, I'll be in Australia. So I forgot what he gave me enough to me to have a significant amount to start a new life somewhere else. Any idiot could have sold that night for Halloween, taken that money, got on the plane on Monday, and would have never had that problem. Sure enough, I sell the first ounce, make enough cash to beat Joe Big Shot. I go to a party, I see some girls, I invite them over, I see Kurt, that I used to live with in 84 when I first moved from Colorado, and he's got a secret apartment down to sell coke at, where he only keeps the safe there with coke. So me and the 2 chicks and him go to this apartment, and we're just doing blow. It's Sunday night now, and we're in separate rooms. Nobody has eaten for a day. We're just drinking beer. Both chicks are naked. And I'll never forget that I got into an argument with the chick I was with. Monday morning. I hooked up with her on Saturday night. Now it was Monday morning. We were still naked. And we're still fucking and sucking every 20 minutes, doing coke, drinking, watching the news. I mean, it was just, what a fucking filthy way to live. And I think we were 69ing, and my dick wasn't even getting hard no more. And I'm like, come on, suck it, bitch. And she turned around and smacked me in the face and broke my nose.
Damn.
She's like, don't you ever tell me to suck your dick? I've been sucking it for 2 days. It's just not gonna get hard, okay?
I've been sucking it for 6 days.
Oh my God. It was terrible. Like, I just felt like an asshole. You know, when we got up, Kurt drove me to a hotel. Kurt, I have nowhere to go. He goes, well, you got some cash, let's take it to a hotel. He dropped me off at the hotel. And I think I slept for 24 hours. And I got up the next day. And I went in my pocket, there was maybe $3. I went looking for the coke, and that bag was like the stimulus package. It was gone. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's waiting for this small business loan. That thing is gone.
It's gone.
The lake is gone.
I was just going to say, the Lakers. The Lakers, Ruth Chris got it.
Yeah. So, I'm like, oh my God, I have snorted, you know, 10,000 worth of product.
Damn.
19 in retail. If I would have retailed it, I would have had 19 grand right now. And I'm looking at $3,000. It's October, maybe it's November 2nd. By this time, something like that. And I get up from the hotel. The Hindu keeps calling me. You have to pay another $13. I'm like, I ain't got another $40. Probably there are 4. They're like banging on the door. Please, you have to go. And I finally got up, take a shower, and I walk up the hill. And I'm walking up Kennedy Boulevard, the Hashways, because I know I can always get food on the arm at Ashways. They'll give me a 20 to go or 40 if I'm not getting down. I'm walking, and all of a sudden I hear this motorcycle. So what the fuck is up with this motorcycle? So I look at the guy, and he flips the thing, and it's my godfather, 50-something years old, on a fucking motorcycle. He goes, what happened to that money? And I go, I don't know. And I start running, and he's chasing me.
Come on.
Oh my God, it was embarrassing.
Oh my
I'm a
God.
piece of shit. I start running, and then I run behind this church, and they have a bed of roses. So I'm running through this bed of roses, getting sick with thorns. I'm like Jesus without the Jews. I'm just getting dragged through this bed of fucking roses. I'm like, fuck, Jesus had a bad day. Oh my God, I am fucking bleeding from everywhere. And I bust out the County Boulevard, and I run into Ashways, and they're like, what the fuck happened to you? Were you been whipped? Because I had bricks everywhere.
Cuts everywhere.
And they made me a sandwich, and all of a sudden my godfather started banging on the fucking glass. And they're like, who's that? And I go, I have no idea. And he's banging on the fucking glass in Spanish. He talked to me like a fucking man. And I go, I don't know what he wants. And Mr. Harris, he's like, let me see. And he comes back and he goes, Kobe, who wants to talk to you? I go, I'm not talking to that guy. And Mr. Ashray goes out and he goes, get off the property, I'll call 911. And he's like, I'll be seeing you again, motherfucker. And I go, fuck you. You ain't gonna see me again, you piece of shit. I come to you with my hand out, say how much I need. You got a huge house. I can't stay with you because some cunt wife, and then you make me sell coke. And now you want to fucking be tough guy with me? So I had to change my whole outlook because every time I would go to a bar, my friends would say, some dude was just here looking for you. He didn't look too happy.
He was going everywhere.
He was going everywhere. Trying to change my footsteps. And it was November of 84. And I'm just a fucking mess. And I decided just to be homeless. So I took all the clothes I had and I put it in a friend's house. Like your house. And I would tell you, Sickle, I'm going to give you a gram of coke a week. I'm going to come over here every night and just change clothes. Take clothes as I need it. And that's what I did. Don't ask me how the fuck I did it. And some night, then it started getting real cold. Like, I would just sleep on park benches.
Damn.
I would go back to your house to snort coke with you. And then you would go just stay on the couch. I would say, yo, I got a hotel at the Ritz. I had no hotel at the Ritz. I'm sleeping on the park fucking bench.
Why? You just didn't want to be a bother anymore? Or did you really want to be alone?
There was 10 reasons. Number one, I had great friends. Today they're my friends, and I love them and respect them. They keep me to who I am. But I had pushed them all to the brim. You were hearing my name every day. Either somebody was coming to you for money I owed him, either somebody was coming to you for something I had done, or either I was coming to you and I needed money or a favor. And yeah, I was very charitable. If I robbed somebody, I gave you a gram of gold. You know what I'm saying? I was very charitable. I had a heart of gold.
You're robbing us.
If you got into a beef, I was right there with a knife because I didn't care. Because I had no mother and father. So if you got a beef with somebody, let me know and I'll smack them in the face. And I'll go to jail. I'll go to jail for you. You're my brother. That was my mentality. That was how street I was over my friends. Like, we're riding, we're dying. We don't give a fuck. So this guy's still looking for me. I'm sleeping from house to house, you know. And this family reached out to Liggy. Sweet family. Very sweet family. And they were like, listen, man, my daughter loves you. And she's coming home saying that she sees you sleeping in a park. Is that true? And I go, we have it downstairs. All we want you to do is get a job, cut it down the party, and you can stay down there around the ring and eat upstairs. That's how nice they were. I think I moved in there the week of Thanksgiving, and they threw me out December 12th.
Why?
Because they knew people, and they had got me like
There 2 weeks.
They had got me like 10 jobs. I would show up, work for 2 hours, and go, what am I retarded? I want to do this for $10 an hour. I could go sell light bulbs and make $80. What do I get from homeless? I mean, I had, there was a lot of, at that point I had lost all my self-esteem. Nobody wanted me. Nobody, it was proven already. Nobody wanted me. My aunt, my uncles, even the guy that baptized me couldn't help me. My stepfather didn't want me. I felt I was cursed. And I wanted to kill myself. I just didn't have the balls to. I'd much rather die than them say he killed himself. I'd much rather them say he died of a heart attack, he got shot, he died of a stabbing. There was no way I was going to kill myself because of my Catholic beliefs. I just didn't want to be in limbo. I don't want to be in limbo. I didn't want to go to heaven or purgatory. I hadn't murdered somebody, so I started a chance of not going to hell. So I just started, when they threw me out, I would have to walk to the house every day, and I would have to walk past 88th Street Park. And I noticed they had a rocket ship in there, like a seesaw and swings. But they also had a thing that you could climb up to and go to the rocket ship. So what I would do in those days, my friends would go, all right, Coco, where you going? Because by this time, everybody knew I was home. And nobody wanted to bring me home, because if you brought me home, you weren't going to get rid of me. You know what I'm saying? Like, we love you to death, but we know if we let you in that door, we're fucking stuck with you. So they would just drop me off at this rocket ship every night. No blanket, no nothing. I would buy a pint of smeared off vodka, the silver. I would put it in my winter jacket, and that was for nighttime. And at night, I would leave the bar at 3 o'clock. Somebody would drop. I would say, they'd say, where you living? I go, I live behind that thing downstairs. And they would just drop me home. And I would be too ashamed to tell my friends. But they kind of knew. But they knew I had to pay my lumps. I had my lumps coming to me. I ran them up. So I would go on that rocket ship at night, drink the last half pint of vodka, jerk off on the coke, and then wake up to Mister, wake up, you're sleeping in our rocket ship. Kids would come to the park, and I'd be in the rocket ship. And I'd have to come on my pants the night before. I mean, you can't make this shit up. This is, you want to talk about the lowest times of your life. I mean, there was a 2-week spell there, Christmas. I wish I was lying to you and told you I spent Christmas at the rocket ship, but December 23rd, somebody had a party, and I went to that party, and I was coughing bad, like I had COVID.
Yeah, back then.
That night, my buddy Sabatino, his mother was the lunch girl at school. His mom would always give me an extra sandwich. She adopted Anthony, and she adopted the sister, and everybody knew it, that she adopted kids. So Anthony was crazy about me, and I was crazy about Anthony. And that December 23rd, Anthony brought me home, and I spent Christmas Eve with them, which I don't remember. I just slept. I was out 24 hours a day. I didn't sleep. And I woke up Christmas Day, and the mother brought me, made me chicken soup, and I got well. And I remember the mother going, Coco, you can stay here for a couple of days, and Anthony going, no, he can't. Like, it was that evident. Like, my friends loved me, but I was such a fucking burden. Like, so many people were looking for me. I owed so many people money. So I got on the 25th, and by the grace of God, I think I got a hotel room. Somebody gave me $40 for a hotel room. And then out of nowhere, this drug kid pulls me up. Like, here's this bad reputation I had, and this drug kid calls me up, and I'm like, he can't be that stupid. And he's like, I want you to help me to sell coke. This kid was making so much money at the time. He had a Volkswagen Scirocco. Remember the Scirocco? But he had an alarm. He couldn't keep his coke in his house. But he had an alarm already in his car that if you broke into the car, the alarm would go off and the thing would electrify you because he knew. And this guy did business because I could move volume. Like, I was just beating drug dealers. Like, there was this guy, Mundi. He was a Cuban guy. He used to have fruit trucks. And he would put the coke in first, then the fruit in, and bring it up from Miami. He had a gas station. His partner's name was George Yamiko. You know how many times I robbed that gas station, George Yamiko? We robbed George like 18 times. He even went to the school principal and said, "You gotta talk to these kids. These kids. No, they're talking about us." Yeah. And I still remember being in that meeting, and Mr. Astley's, God rest his soul, was like Paulie and Goodfellas. I talk to them all the time. They don't listen. Because he didn't give a fuck. They were all on the same program, you know. So, this kid Joel was his name from West New York. And it was like 3 nights, like the 28 people getting geared up for fucking New Year's. People were buying coke, hand over fist. I mean, it was... You would walk into a room, it was a room full of zombies. You would just sit down. If you weren't doing coke, you would just sit down and look at people. And everybody had a twitch. Everybody's hand was moving. Like, everybody was creepy on cocaine. Cocaine had taken over this fucking society. And it had taken over me. That's why I was fucking homeless. And finally, I think on the 29th of November of December, I was standing in front of the Midtown Lounge trying to put a deal together. And a car stopped. And there was this guy named Mr. T. He was my teacher. And I had sold him coke a few times after high school. And I go, "T, what up?" I thought I had a picture. And he comes out of the car and I go, "Look at you. You ready to do some fucking blow?" He goes, "I'm sitting straight sober. I went to rehab." I go, "I haven't seen you in a while." He goes, "You look terrible." And we talked for like 20 minutes. And he goes, "If you want to get your life together, call me." When you're serious, we're getting your life together, call me. And I go, "Okay." And I just took the number, but to me it was like, I go, "Where do you live?" He goes, "Cresskill." I go, "Perfect. I can hide up out there." So let me do some damage down here. Let me put together a couple of G notes, and I'll move to fucking Cresskill and hide out. And those 2 nights I went hard. I was selling coke, and Joel had me on the same program as my stepfather. "I'm gonna give you an 8-ball cool when you have the 250, and I'll bring you another one." And I had him going New Year's Eve. He comes to see me and he goes, "Listen, my girlfriend wants to go into the city tonight, so I'm gonna give you like 2 ounces, and I'll meet you tomorrow morning." So that's all I needed. I could get $1,800 an ounce for $3,600. I was sick of myself. I just needed a fucking break. I think I sold $3,000 worth of coke. I kept $3,000. I went to the hotel, and that night I snorted coke all night. I waited till 6 and I called Mr. T. I go, "Mr. T, I'm ready to get clean and sober." And he goes, "Look out your window." When I walked into the hotel room at 3, it was a beautiful winter night. When I looked out the window, it was 1.5 feet of fucking snow. Damn. So I had to walk the pathmark. I was feeling sick. I still was sick. It became bronchitis from snorting coke over the cold. And I started walking the pathmark. My feet were wet, sneakers on, getting some medication. And Mr. T going, "Let me unbury the car. Where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm at the whatever hotel." He goes, "I'll pick you up. I'll be there within 20 minutes to a half hour, 30 minutes to an hour, whatever." I go, "Thank you." And I pack up, I take a shower, I'm done. I got no coke left. It's New Year's Day. I want to start a new life. New Year's Day, 1985. 1985, I want to start a new fucking life. I got this money in my pocket. I'm fucking Joel. You know? And all of a sudden the hotel room rings. The hotel phone rings. The answer. And I go, "Hello, it's Joel." He goes, "How you doing, man? What do you got?" And I go, "I sold all your coke." And he goes, "Do you have all the cash?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Where are you? Are you at the same hotel?" I go, "Yeah." But it was like a hotel strip. And the last time he had seen me, I was in the hotel next door. for New Year's, they had like jacuzzis, so all of them were sold out, so I had to stay at the hotel. So I didn't realize that until I hung up. I go, oh, fuck, Mr. T's coming to get me. So I'll never forget, there was no cell phones in those days. So I got my shit, I timed Mr. T, and I went downstairs. I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I see Mr. T's Cadillac make a left off the Tully Avenue and into the hotel parking lot. And I get in the fucking car, and I go, thank you for coming, T. And as I slam the door, I look up, and there's Joel in the parking lot across, waiting for me to come down. He's going in to follow the Hindu, and I'm right there with him. And he goes, holy shit, we can't make a right down the street. I have to go to that parking lot. It was like you couldn't write this shit. So now I had to drive past him, like fucking like this. And Mr. T's like, what's the matter? I go, nothing. I'm just looking the other way. And we walked right past Joel. I got in my car, and I moved to Rescue, New Jersey. And that was I got clean after that. I got clean for maybe a year and a half.
All right, so let's wrap here. And we're going to pick up next time, January 1985.
Rescue, New Jersey.
Rescue, New Jersey.
Oh, and that gets good too.
I love you.
Let me just give you one preview for that. So I'm in the house. He picked me up January 1st. And I basically rehabbed for a week. 10 days, I don't leave. And finally, like, I start going to the supermarket, and one day I go, fuck, I see all these buses. Because that was the route for all the buses to come get you to New York to take you to George Washington Bridge. So I'll never forget, they had cream with shrimp soup. And I got the cream with shrimp soup, and I drank, and I had a Daily News. As I'm walking to get the newspaper, to get the bus, I go I see this building. I go, man, I gotta take a shit. And I go into the building. I sit in the toilet, and I'm reading the Daily News. And I'm trying to take a shit. And I'm naked, my pants are on my waist. But I see something jumping from my crotch. Again, I see this movement coming from my crotch. And I look down, I'm like, what is this? And I pick it up, and it's a fucking crab. I got crabs everywhere. I got them in my hair, my eyebrows.
Shit, from that dirty ass.
One of them, who knows?
Right. Yeah.
I've been through a fucking... August to December, I had been with like 20 women that were dirty. Cocaine chicks. There was one chick I took home to the hotel. She says, I just want to tell you, you're not going to fuck me. I'm like, well, I never brought you with the intention of fucking. After a couple lines, she looks at me, she goes, well, we might play around a little bit. Guys, this is what she says to me. She goes, I'll give you a test. She goes, what color underwear do I have on? And I'm like, green. And she's like, red. Close enough. All right? I started eating that monkey like at 4 in the morning. I swear to my mother's grave. Look up the date, guys. I wake up. I look at the TV, and Doug Flutie is about to go back to Boston College.
Yeah.
And he throws that TV. Yeah. And I remember, she had me like a head scissor. I passed out like in a head scissor. I must have tapped out. I was eating her asshole and a pussy. I remember I had to pick her leg up, get out of the head scissor. And I just left there. That was all right. I'm like, Lori, dry hump. At one time, they thought she had syphilis, so they used to call her the Jack. Lori, remember ACDC had that song, The Jack? So people would say, she's got the Jack.
Dude, I love you. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, man.
We're going to keep doing this till we are caught up. As always, RyanSickler.com. Go subscribe to my YouTube page right now. You can do it right here at the end of the link or in the description. YouTube.com/rsickler. Go subscribe. We'll talk to you all next week.
Love you.
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Tushy, Upstart, and Superhero Stuff You Should Know. More on that later. Let's get into the dew.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We are over here doing it at the Night Pants Studios. I'm Ryan Sickler, as always, RyanSickler.com. Sign up for the email list. Ryan Sickler on all social media. Patreon, get over to the Patreon. Sign up for the Honeydew with y'all. Submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. I've had some crazy stories you guys are sharing. It's been a lot of fun. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel as well. And the honeydewpodcast.com is the website. It's where you find all the social media links. Follow along there. The merch, Night Pants Nation, Night Shorts Nation. I can't thank y'all enough. You guys are killing it out there. You look good too, goddammit. It's good merch. I know it's good merch. You guys tell me it's good merch. And if you live in LA, I always mention I got the love for the Santa Monica Music Center here where I record. They have online classes. You can get them from real Los Angeles musicians, all right? So go to SantaMonicaMusic.com. Use the code Honeydew. They will waive the registration fee and give you a free lesson when you sign up for a package. Now that all the business is out of the way, you know what we do over here? We highlight the lowlights. I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. And ladies and gentlemen, it is great to have back. First time here in the Night Pants Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. You look good, God.
You brought me to the Podcast Association. Has no beef with us.
None.
We're fucking doing our thing. Number one, I want to thank Jimmy Seafood, Baltimore, fucking straight up gangsters.
John Menadakis, shout out to Jimmy Seafood, Baltimore.
They sent me the dip. I had the crab cakes yesterday. You know, you gotta help out. You know, every week I try to throw something somewhere, and I ordered a couple crab cakes. And you know, I'm getting 2 boxes. So I want to thank. I want you to reach out to Jimmy Seafood and fucking order something.
Yeah, they do free 2 day shipping.
Fucking crab cakes, fuck Phillips. This is a piece of crab cakes. Something like that, okay? It's Jimmy Seafood when it comes to crab cakes. And the fucking stuff. I don't even see ranch around the fucking table. Roll my afternoon. You filthy fucks.
It's so good. And people say, how much does he pay? I'm nothing. He's a friend. We've gotten to be friends all because of the Rogan podcast. That's it. He sent me a package. I'm like, this guy. And I do my shows there now. It's a great family business. If you're looking for the best seafood, crab cakes for sure in the country, Jimmy Seafood, Baltimore, Maryland. All right. Tell me, pull that mic up, because that visor, you sound a little quiet on that visor. So,
all right,
there you go. Tell me about your new Patreon.
I wish I would have had one of these on the store coat outside. Fucking just put it around. Forget the Patreon. Let's get to the fucking stuff.
All right, Patreon. So last time we sat down, it was the worst year of your life. We did all of 1984. So let's just start wherever, January 1985.
Right, so we left off last time. I was pulling out of the hotel with Mr. Terranova, and the drug dealer Joel was pulling.
That's exactly right.
And I pulled out, and this is a story. This is funny because I was talking to Theo Vaughn about it. What the fuck is wrong with me? What happened was this. Mr. T was a good guy. He was one of my high school teachers, but great guy. He had gotten clean. So when I saw him, he's like, look at the fucking shape of you. You look fucking terrible. You gotta go to a rehab. You gotta get it together. He goes, I got a friend that runs a detox. It's like, all right, let me think about this. So I owed so much money. I was in so much trouble. I go, how bad would a detox be? For 10 days, I go in there. He goes, they'll feed you. They feed you like a fucking king. You'll love it. So as we pulled away, I had, $2,000 maybe. And we were headed to the detox. It was New Year's Day. I get to the detox. I got a 2-week waiting period. Why? Because everybody gets clean. That's New Year's Day. People went right from the fucking boozer straight to the fucking detox.
So you're either going to the gym or detox.
It was like, I swear to God, it was like fucking Corona. It was like people were walking past me in stretchers, sandwiches and shit. Like, that's it. They had had enough. They were out. Like, I walked in. You walked in. Look at these guys. They're fucking people like swatting flies and shit. I saw him. You know, I was in Colombia. People are fucked up. It was the end of '84. So he goes, why don't we do this? When can you get him into the detox? And the guy goes, I don't know what day it was. He goes, I don't know, maybe next week, one day. Leave your number and we'll definitely put him on the priority list. So I'm like, well, what do you want to do? He goes, well, come over and you can stay at my house for a few days. So I went to his house. He was in the program. I think the first 3 days I just slept. I just basically got up to eat dinner. And I would go back to bed.
So did he just assume like sort of a coach role for the week, or was he keeping an eye on you, or were you free to fuck up if you were going to fuck up? You know what?
And then he had 2 kids at the time, like 4 and 2.
Wow, and he let you stay?
And his wife. And they had a bedroom upstairs, a little bedroom. And I just stayed in there, like with a blanket I brought. And a pillow, and just shivered for a few days. Like I was just shaking, not from the detox of the drugs, but just of what I had been through for those 5 or 6 months. You know, I had been through a lot. It was like 7 months of getting pounded, like just getting pounded, like people are right now.
Yeah,
like right now, it's 6 or 7 months. People are getting pounded. You know, on top of COVID, they lost their job. Their mother-in-law died.
Can't go
to
lost
the house. You know, it's one of those type of years where you just sleep for 3 fucking days. So I basically slept, and he goes, "Listen, the guy called. I have a bed for you in a few days." And then we were talking, and something happened where he said, "You know, I can't fucking believe it. I'm kind of light on the mortgage." I'm like, "How much you light?" And he goes, "Like 8 bills or something weird." I go, "Why don't I give you the 800 and just detox here with you?" Because he was already taking me to meetings, you know, so I started going to meetings with him. Fucking hilarious.
What the shit you're hearing at
like
the meeting?
By the 4th day, I was already shaking for a line. Emotionally, I was beat up. And I'm going to these meetings, and these people, you know, a meeting in Hollywood and a meeting in New Jersey is 2 different stories. I was talking to Theo that when you go to a meeting in Hollywood, everybody's like, you know, huggy-duggy. I remember people getting insulted in the meetings in Jersey. Like, some guy comes in there, "Yeah, when I drank, I used to drink like a bottle a day." And people are like, "A bottle a day? Go fuck yourself."
You fucking pussy.
I would walk into a bar and tell the bartender, "Give me the bottle, no ice cubes. I didn't even drink fucking ice. You fucking pussy." They told me right away, first off, you want to come to these meetings, you gotta smoke. If you're going to be sober in these meetings, it's not going to work unless you smoke.
Cigarettes or weed?
Cigarettes. So like, you might as well start smoking now. So I tried it, but by then I was still an anti-cigarette. I was like, I can't do it. And then I figured, I went to like 2 weeks of meetings, maybe a week of meetings. And Miami Vice was coming back that Friday night. And I made up a story. I go, "Listen, Friday night, I got to do something. I got to go see a guy by the fucking job." He's like, "Job?" I go, "Yeah. This guy wants to hire me. I don't know. Let me go talk to him." And I remember again, he lived in Cresskill, New Jersey. I remember from going to the supermarket, I kept seeing the buses going by. That means all those buses go to New York. So I ran up to the corner. It was fucking freezing. I ran into the city, got a nickel bag of weed. Like, I hadn't smoked in like 9 days. That had been the longest ever since I started smoking. And I remember it was freezing out, and rolling the joint on the platform at Port Authority on 81st Street. It's outside. Yeah, you're outside. There's no fucking, you're outside. There was maybe like 4 people shivering. And I'm like fucking rolling this joint with frozen fingers. I smoked it, I walked in. There was the episode with Glenn Fry, Smuggler's Blues. I'll never forget that. It was fucking, and he was going crazy. "Look at this. This is fucking tremendous. Did I ever tell you when I went to Colombia, I started coke with the fucking Galindo family?" I mean, he was just going off. So we're fucking howling. So I got this job. I stayed with him. I stayed clean. I stayed with him.
All right, so hold on. I want to make that clear. Like, so, because I hear about a lot of AA. Clean, some people say they use marijuana. Some say AA shouldn't. I hear you, but
This ain't about
clean
that.
for
This
you
ain't
was a
about
little bit of
AA.
weed, I'm saying.
Clean for me at that time
Was weed.
a little bit of weed.
Just weed.
And then I figured out that if you smoked weed and went to an AA meeting, it was really a party.
I'll bet that was.
That's a party. I'm like, hey, listen, I don't know about you. I'm not a boozer, but I love my marijuana. He's like, Jesus fucking Christ, you kids, you can't do the program half cocked. I go, I'm not using coke and I'm not drinking. That's what got me here. Reefer don't bother nobody.
It doesn't.
So I would take 2 hits off a joint and go to those meetings and just giggle.
Oh, yeah.
Giggle my ass off. But the only way I can get out of going to meetings with him is if I had a job. So one day I applied for a place called Crestkill Liquors. Just 3 white guys that didn't have a clue. The owner was a good guy, but he was just the whitest dude in America. He was a sweetheart. They had one of those old registers. Again, one of those registers that you had to hit a 9, 8, and a 9, and then plus, and it would give you the tax.
Yeah.
And you know, if you got a bottle of scotch that was $49.99, they put $9.99, and then give you change. Like he gave me 320s, and I would keep pocket that 40. I would work from 4 to 8. And I would walk out of there with like $500. They couldn't figure it out. Nobody could. And the 3 guys are there watching me. And I'm taking it, running to the city, copping a reefer, and coming back in the house like nothing happened. God. I worked at that place from maybe the last week of January till like the 2nd week of March. And then one day came in and they were like, listen, we figured out what you're doing. Whenever you don't work, we make money. Whenever you work, we get 0 profit. We couldn't figure it out. We finally figured it out. You're fucking fired.
How'd they figure it out?
Because that's how they figured it out. There was a huge gap.
Yeah.
Every time I worked, they were always $400 lighter than I worked. And they couldn't figure out, like, it behooved them how I was doing it. I was doing it to the register, you stupid fuck. Right in front of them, I was doing it. And they'd be looking at me, and I'd behoove them. And then later on, I'd think, I do the math in my head. I had the math count of how many 20s I was taking. And I got 180 coming to me. I just take 180. And then another guy would come in. Let me get 2 bottles of this kind of whiskey. Then $300 order. I charge 30. So if it was $330,
Yeah.
I would do the math in my head. If it was $330, I'd charge them 30. And I'd take 300 right off the fucking top. And they figured out. Now I'm on suspension this whole time from a bartending job in New York. Okay, I'm on suspension.
What is suspension?
And I'm collecting. Like, I'm a fucking wild man. I'm collecting and I don't give a fuck. Okay? Like, you're supposed to collect if you're unemployed. I'm collecting and I'm working and I'm stealing with 2 hands. Like, that was all part of the fucking deal. Like, I'm collecting, and those are days when you went down there, they gave you $450 cash, or whatever the fuck they gave you. They give you cash most days. You had to go to a window. It was right down the corner from Kentucky Fried Chicken, and it was called Gino's. It's Kentucky Fried Chicken and Burger King or something put together. It was a chain in the 70s.
Okay, so
Gino's was Kentucky Fried Chicken and
my
something.
father worked at Gino's. It was Gino Marchetti's restaurant.
Something crazy.
Defensive end number 89 for the Baltimore Colts.
It was a Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It was like burgers and chicken. Yeah, it was absolutely.
So
I think more of the burgers though, but whatever. Gino's was his. I didn't know they went up to Jersey.
Well, this chain was in Jersey. They were a fast food chain, and so I was doing all this shit, and I'm still on suspension from New York. And one day T says something to me. T goes, "Listen, my wife knows she getting high, and that wasn't the deal. You got about a week." You know, he didn't say it in a bad way. Like, he loved me to death. I just needed to go. So I picked up a little studio apartment in Tenafly, New Jersey. All right? I got fired from that fucking job. And I don't know what I did. I was just banging around the city all day. I had a little money put away, a couple grand, maybe $1,000. And I would just walk around the city. Go get a bag of dope, maybe apply for a job. You know, I didn't really know what the fuck to do. So I went back to what I usually do, stealing. So I'm living in Tenafly, and I'm living in a house. What's the shit they got today? Airbnb?
Yeah, Airbnb.
This is like an Airbnb. A woman lived in the house. She lived downstairs. Her sons had moved out, and she had 3 spare bedrooms upstairs. So she rented it to 2 guys and a chick. You never saw the chick. The other dude was a Cuban dude. So we would talk from time to time, me and the Cuban dude, whatever. And one day I'm leaving and the son comes home. The son comes in and he's like, oh, you living with my mother? I'm like, yeah, how you doing? My name is Nick. I don't know what his name is, okay? We start talking, and right off the bat, the guy's like, I'm making this sport today. You want to come with me? Like, this is only shit that happens to me.
You had never seen this guy.
But he thought I was cool because I lived in his mother's house.
Yeah, right.
And I remember, like, you weren't allowed, like, the rule was you weren't allowed to use the kitchen or watch TV when she was, that was part of the thing. As soon as that bitch left, I was on the phone, calling long distance, watching cable, I'm making sandwiches. I had no respect for nothing.
Right.
Like, there was nothing I had respect for, like nothing. So me and her son, like, this is after I'm there, like 3-4 weeks. It puts you like maybe March. Me and her son go out, and he tells me about this car. He's gonna go look at it. It belongs to a bookie, some shit. And we bust into the fucking car, and there's maybe $200, but there's jewelry. We split the yardstick, and we split the jewelry. Okay? I go my way, he goes his way. I got a guy in the fucking city that I go in there, no ID, he melts it. It's worth 80, he gives you 65 with no ID. What do you want to do? You want
That's
to
gold?
You want
Is
to
that
take
the gold price?
Yeah,
Right.
65? I don't know.
Right, yeah, that's right.
I turn the camera off. What do you want to do here? Give me 65, turn the camera off.
Is it gold? Is that what it was?
It was gold. It was like a gold watch or something. Well, fuck gold. Takes it to a real pawn shop. They do a police report on it. And 3 days later, I'm in my little house eating a bologna sandwich, scratching my nuts on the lady's bed.
His mom's house.
Watching TV.
Your house. You're in his mom's house.
I'm on her phone, sniffing her bras, fucking. And all of a sudden I hear, and is Jose here? Yeah, I'm Jose. Can you please come out? You're under arrest for possession of stolen. He got pinched. And he ratted me out. So now they're like, what'd you do with the jewelry? I go, what jewelry? I knew my jewelry wasn't going to be found. I knew that jewelry was melted, gone. That was on some Greek guy's hand already. They made a ring and gave it to some swami. Those rings, those immigrants in New York wear with the ruby they hypnotize and shit. So I get back to the apartment, and I get arrested. But let me tell you what's more interesting about this arrest. I did the thing with this kid, and I used to be a walker. Like I would go, a walker. Like, why want to take a bus? I see. Let me walk. It's a beautiful day. So I was in Tenafly, and I don't know where I walked. And I started walking. That same fucking day, as I'm walking, I look over and I see a kid raking the backyard. And I know this kid. He's not, we're both, he's from a town called Cliffside, and I'm from North Bergen. We met in summer school, my freshman summer. Okay. And I stayed friends with him, but very distantly. Now we were old, I would bump into him in clubs in the city. I see him raking there. And I go, George, and he turns around, he goes, what the fuck are you doing up here? I go, you know me, I'm tasting stuff. And he starts laughing, researching. And he's like, how you doing? Nothing. How you been? So we start talking, one thing leads to another. He's telling me he's a gardener and he works for his mother part-time. So we get to talking, and he writes down his number. And he goes, call me, man. I go, fuck, I'll call you. I'm looking for a friend, thank God. So I go do something and go get weed. And when I come back home, that's when they knock on the door, the cops. So here's the funny thing. I went to do, whatever mile I walked was to get something to eat. And then the store was closed or something. I can't remember from my memory. And I walked back and I was still hungry. And that's when they arrested me. And they took me to wherever I had. They arrested me, but I had a warrant from my first bench for possession of stolen property. Okay. So here I'm getting arrested for possession of stolen property.
But you're getting arrested only on this dude's word that you did this with him.
It was a Uzi case. Okay. They asked me where the jewelry was. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Jewelry, yeah. They go, if we go into New York, what we got to do is make one call and we'll find the paperwork. I'm like, no, you're not. There's no paperwork. I know these guys.
I spent the $15.
I spent the $15. I'm not going to find it. So they took me to the Tenafly Police Department and they realized they didn't have enough evidence. So they said, that's fine. You got a warrant anyway. I'm going to get you on. So we're going to take you to Hackensack. No, it's 6 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock at night. I'm in fucking Tenafly or some shit. Tenafly, wherever they take it. And now they got to transfer me. I got to wait for a fucking... So the cop goes, there's no more transfers tonight. You might have to spend the night here. I'm like, ain't this a fucking bitch? And also the cop goes, I'm not doing nothing. I'll transfer. So I get in the car with him. He has to take me to Hackensack Police Department to go in front of a judge. It's like 9 o'clock at court. We're driving there, and I'm talking to the cop. We're talking. I tell him who I am. I'm North Bergen. He's telling me he's from Fairview. We're talking. Finally, I go, I gotta ask you something. He goes, what? I go, bro, I haven't eaten in like 10 fucking hours. He goes, I didn't feed you dinner. I go, no. He goes, I don't know what to tell you. I go, listen, can you do me a favor? I go, you got my paperwork there. You know who I am. You got my fingerprints. I got handcuffs on. Where am I going? Can we stop at Chan's Dragon Inn? This is my favorite Chinese restaurant. You don't even ask for fast food. I go, we're going to drive right through it. The cop looks at me and goes, he goes, you go to Chan's? That place is fucking filthy. He goes, I had to do a stakeout there one night. There was supposedly going to be, there was a guy who was robbing safes. So we pinned it down to where he was, what area he was going to go. So we all did a stakeout there one night. When they turned out the lights, we thought there were people in there. We turned the lights on, there were rats. Oh, that's how big they were. He goes, I'm not going in there. I go, I don't give a fuck if they got rats. You gotta go over there and get me some pork fried rice and an egg roll. And the guy actually stopped. We walked in there with my handcuffs on, just like that. I had him behind my back. He switched it to my front. I ordered it, and he let me eat it in the back of the car, and then throw it away. And they put the handcuffs on my back, and we went. And I owed him a solid. Like I had like a get out of jail card in my wallet. I knew a lot of the cops. I was dropping names. It's just the guy's like, okay, you're legit. So we get to the fucking thing. That was completely crazy, 9 o'clock.
Night Court was a great show back in the day, but that was a real thing.
That's a real thing.
Wow, I didn't know that.
It used to be till like 2 in New York.
Really? 2 a.m.?
2 a.m.
I had no idea.
Bail at 1 a.m. Fucking tremendous.
So you're going up in front. Are you actually in a courtroom or are you in like an office?
Into a cell first.
Okay.
They take me into a cell first. And then they go, Diaz, upstairs. And when I go upstairs, I'm sitting there handcuffed. And they go, hold on 1 second, you're next. But they got to bring this guy because they got to take him to the hospital. I'll never, ever forget that. They propped this motherfucker in. Like, they propped him in. He walked in like Jesus. Like, there was a trail of blood behind his leg. You think I'm fucking kidding you? They propped him up, and it's like guilty murder, whatever the fuck. 30 days, whatever. I don't know what he got. I don't know what he did. I know that there was a line of blood following him. Like they had thrown a tremendous beat on him. They shot him, but he was answering, "You're all right." Hey, I'm a fucking judge. You're fucking. The guy's like, "Yeah." They like hit him right there again with the stick. Oh, I'm like, damn. So I got nobody to call. They go, Mr. Diaz, because I made bail, but what I didn't do was complete the program or some shit.
And that's why you got the warrant?
That's why I had the warrant.
Yeah, I had a cousin that had some unofficial.
Just go to the 2 days of this thing. Are you gonna go here? We're gonna go. There's no bail. You're remanded. It's fucking 11 o'clock. Where am I gonna go? I just got thrown out of my house. You know, the cop said the lady was gonna put the bag out with my stuff. I'm like, God damn it, I gotta go all the way to Tenafly, get my bag of clothes. Not even a suitcase. So I went in my pocket and I found George's number. I go, George, he picks up the first ring. 201-943-2629. Wow. 1985, baby. That's the memory of Uncle George. Ask me what I had for lunch. You'll throw me off. It's like Jeopardy. It's like being the dumbest guy on Jeopardy. But ask me what somebody's number was, and I still remember it. So,
that number's about to get called like a motherfucker.
It's not. They can't. They fucking, he answered. And I go, George, big favor, you got to pick me to Tenafly to pick up my clothes and drop me off in a hotel on Route 4. I was in and out of those hotels. I knew them 44 a night.
I was a lifeguard at one of those hotels in Baltimore.
Next to you. There's no lifeguards at these hotels. You go out there, you just drown. You shoot heroin, they put you into the pool. Nobody knows nothing. You know what I'm saying? People go outside, actually look at you for a second. Oh, that kid's come in. Look at what happens to heroin people. See? Take a picture. You like it being in London. So, George takes me to get my clothes. And I go, all right, let's just go to the roof. And he goes, no, you're going to come and stay with me. Because I talked to my mother, you can stay with me in my room. You can sleep on the floor. I was like, you fucking serious? So he took me home. He introduced me to his mom, his grandma. Only this could happen to me. And I moved in with him like in mid-March. And he came on my podcast. He did. About a month ago. We did a Zoom. And he goes, I knew you were the first deal the first two weeks. He goes, the first 2 weeks, you broke into my roommate's house. You stole his fucking speakers, and I stole his unemployment check, and I cashed it. It's like I could cash anything. I had a guy in the bank, he didn't give a fuck. That's his introduction. Whatever you want to do, like whatever you need. What kind of check you got? It's in the plumber's union. Was it belonged to Ivan Volsky? No sign Ivan, and we would cash the check. I mean, it was the truth. The guy was a loan shark. He worked for a loan shark. So you borrowed from a loan shark, he would check to the bank, and he would go see my friend. So I move in with George, and they spoke Spanish. They were from Panama, and we talked. And at night, I'd stay in with his grandma. I was clean. I wasn't doing any coke. I was smoking reefer, but I wasn't drinking, nothing like that. I didn't have a girlfriend. I didn't get laid from like that August. Like I'd been without a woman. I had turned so much into coke that I really wasn't even into women anymore. Like I wasn't into men either. I was just trying to take care of myself. I was 20 fucking one. I was 22. It was 1985. I was worth zero. I was clean though.
And this is a connection coming back from your past childhood with a guy from summer school or whatever.
79. Right before the summer before my mother
all
died.
Because you were up there casing that place and he was breaking to you.
Whatever. Yeah. I stay with him. I get a job right off the bat for a bricklayer. And I'm laying brick with the guy, Italians, good guys. I did that for about 7 weeks, and then the bar called me back.
Oh, a suspension was lifted.
A friend of mine, they said they want to meet with you.
This is very like official bar shit here, right?
Sheridan Center.
Oh, okay.
52nd and 7th. And I was under investigation for theft. You know, there was just some room charges. I mean, there was 8,000 ways to rob that hotel. And all those guys did it. Everybody who worked at the hotel was robbing people. I mean, it was horrific. And it just, I didn't invent it. I don't want anybody to think I invented it. I walked into this, and these guys were like, you want to make money? Do this. You know,
I worked at a hotel, the front desk. We had hustles.
Send it to you, then you would deny it.
We would
I don't even remember.
tell the people to clean it real quick. If they pay cash, say, they don't like this side, they want this side to view, and boom, they would clean it real quick, and we would keep that 500 cash.
It's the craziest thing in the world. People, hotel employees are thiefy motherfuckers. That's why I don't put my safe inside nothing of that safe. Mind your business. Take it with you. Because there's people like me, so I'm moving with him.
Wait, I gotta say something too. This is the truth too. Because of you and sitting down and talking to you, and you're like, I'll break into your fucking sliding glass door or whatever. My daughter and I will go down to the pool, and I mean down our stairs to the pool, and I shut and lock my goddamn everything. Listen, I don't give a fuck. She's like, it's hot here. We come back. Well, I don't give a shit. It's all still here though. And every time I think Joey Diaz climb right on this balcony and get up in here.
When I wanted something, I was gonna take it. So
I hear you. I do it every time, and I think of you. We are 50 feet away.
So I went into the city, and they told me that they weren't going to hire me back, blah, 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 blah. They gave me some type of severance. They said not to call there for a reference, that they would give a bad reference. And
can't imagine you had any real good reference.
They gave me like, I don't even know what they gave me, like $800, something.
How long did you work
crazy.
there?
I worked there legitimately, like bullshitly, a year and a half, but legitimately maybe 8 months with no problems. Stealing, but no problems.
Right, not calling.
Then I would just not call in, not show up. You know, I was just being 22, being a kid. I was a fucking dumb. I was a 21-year-old. That's what I wanted to bartend in this whole thing. But I'm living with George. Before I moved in with George, I was living in a hotel. And one night I was really broke. And I went across the street. There's a string of gas stations. Right? So I'm living with, before I moved in with George, I think it was before I got the apartment with that lady, when I was looking for the apartment, I stayed in Fort Lee for a while because it's close to the city. Fort Lee, New Jersey is right across from Manhattan on the bridge. They have all these hotels. It's where a comedy club called Bananas is. They ever ask you to play Bananas? It's right there on Route 4, next to the Bada Bing. That's why people go to Bananas, because they go to the Bada Bing. So I don't think it's still open. Doesn't matter. But one night I was staying at that hotel and I was hungry one afternoon, and I crossed the street to the gas station because that's how much money I had. And I saw a flower sign. And I asked the guy, what are you looking for? And he goes, I need somebody to pump gas before the 12. I go, okay. When can I start? He goes, tonight. He goes, what's your name? I'm like, Ryan Sickler. He's like, Ryan Sickler. Okay. I see you at 4 o'clock. So I come back and I realize I'm by myself. So he trained me for the first hour. In Jersey and in Oregon, they pump gas.
Yep, still, right? Isn't it illegal to pump your own gas in Jersey? That's crazy to me.
You got to pump gas.
That's Oregon still, too?
Yeah, I don't know.
But it is still Jersey. It's 2020.
I think in Oregon, they're just lighting people on fire.
Yeah, you're right. They got a bigger problem.
Don't worry about the guy.
You're right about that.
That guy's pumping gas for the hook right now.
Pumping gas on the crowd like the whole fire. It's crazy up there right now.
So I went across the street and I'm pumping all this gas. And he told me, he goes, it's nighttime, so drop. Every time you got 500 in your pocket, put an envelope, put what time, sign this paperwork, and put a drop in there. I didn't see the reason to. You know, so every hour, like he told me, I'd take like $1 bill and drop it. $1 bill and drop it. Because for some reason it was like computerized. He goes, I'll find that in my house if you don't drop. So about fucking 2 o'clock, I realized I got about $1,200. Plus what's ever in the register. Plus the food. Plus he's got a box of change under the fucking register. So I took everything. I took everything at 3 o'clock. Hershey bars, the whole fucking thing. And I just walked across Route 4, jumped over the fucking banister in the side of it. Cars were whizzing by me doing 90. And I went home. The next morning I look out my hotel window. Cops are there. And the whole thing. People have been pumping gas for free for 4 hours. I just left. Right?
I forgot about the freaking.
I said, fuck. secret. So I figured this out. But here's the problem: you got a row of gas stations going that way, and you got a row of gas stations going this way. For me, that's a fucking hit.
Yeah.
So I wait like 3 days. Sure enough, I go to the gas station. 2 doors down from that guy. That moron needs help. 12 to 8. But here's the story. The real story was my buddy worked at Hess.
I used to get the
Hess
trucks.
gas station.
Yeah.
He was the manager. I still talk to this guy. He's still one of my best friends in the world. So I told him to give me a list of anybody who ever got fired for stealing. And he sent me a list of names. So I would apply under those names.
Yeah.
So now I was smart the second time. The second time I went in there, what's your name? Tony Ramirez. Where have you pumped gas? Hess. Where? We walking yet? When can you start? What do you got? 12 to 8. I'm in. I get there at 12, and again, once I get the 1,000, that's it. I put $1 in the envelope. I just walk off. Even if I was working with a guy, even if I was working with some guy in a jacket on, I'd say, listen, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I did this every 2 gas stations. Then I went across the street and worked myself back. 1,200, 1,800.
God,
it was always something.
And that's that old school gas shit where you pulled the lever out of the way. Yeah, there was none of that.
And then you also used to hang gas. Hang gas means Brian Sickler's a broke fuck. He comes in and gets $4 worth of gas. When Lee comes in for gas, guess who's swallowing that 4? Lee is. That 4 is going right into Lee's. I'm going to put that thing in without popping the thing back. I remember because you had to pop it all the way back.
Yeah,
but if you didn't pop it all the way back and just put it in there, the car would move up. And then that make believe it's already on 4. By the time I'm putting it in, I'm making the first $4. This was hysterical. What was called? I mean, my God, hanging pumps. That's what me and my friends called it. Hanging pumps. So I would hang pumps. Not only would I hang pumps, I wasn't even going to pay the gas man anyway. So I did that all around that gas station, all the way back, and then I took my show on the road, and I took it down to South Jersey. And I started hitting them all over South Jersey. Every day I take a bus. I think it was hilarious. I would take a bus to a new area, get out, see a gas station, walk the 3 of them and get high by 1. I'd go somewhere, eat, and stand there like an asshole for 6 hours until I had to go back at 4 to train because they take, can you start today at 4? Fuck yeah, I'll start today at 4. And I'd get back there at 4 o'clock. I'd pump gas till 10. I'd be working with some guy. Can I go to the bathroom? Yes, but hurry up. We're not running a chatter here. All right, yeah, good. And I'd just go. Sometimes I'd call George. I would call George. I go, George, meet me there at 10 after 9. Why 10 after 9? Just be there at 10 after 9. And George would be there thinking he was just picking me up coming off the bus. I'd get in the car and go, hit it. Why? Just hit it because I just robbed the guy. What are you talking about? You robbed the guy. He was just I give him 2 bills. Here's 200. Don't worry about that. So tell me what happened. So one time, I did this all over New Jersey.
Oh my
this was
God.
hysterical. This is fucking hysterical. So now, I'm not going to tell you the name of the place. This is a huge gas station. Like to pull this one off, it was like Ocean's 11. You know what I'm saying? Because they had like 18 gas guys. This place is huge.
Like a truck stop.
Like a truck stop.
Yeah. Like a Flying J. Let's just,
Yeah, sure enough, fucking boom. They need me from 4 to 12. And it's nonstop. It's about to rain. So I'm going from one car to the other. Everybody, 20s, 10s, 15s. The fucking thing is getting heavy. Stacked. My hands are filthy from all the dollars. They had to have 4 guys on one island, just pumping doubles.
You doing big rigs and shit like
I'm
that.
doing everything. I'm pumping gas. No, I wasn't doing diesel. I was just doing cars. So I'm doing cars. The sky is starting to turn gray. I'm doing cars. The sky is starting to turn gray. I'm like, fuck. And I called George. And I asked the guy, hold on, can I go make a call? And I called George at his mom's shop. And he goes, I can't get to you. We got a special order, man. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I go, fuck. So I got like 2,000 in my pocket. I'm working it. It's about to rain. But it was also park and drive. Is that what they call them?
Park and ride, where
Park and
people
ride.
like, you meet and get in one car.
Yes.
Yeah, park and ride.
Park and
We used to have those all over Maryland.
There's buses that go into New York. So sure enough, park around looking at these buses and they line up. And you get on any of them because they're all going to New York. New York, and I see all these people. So I got like 2 G's, 2100. I go up to a little fucking Indian dude. I go, listen, I gotta go take a shit. I got to hurry up. Hurry up. We're busy, Mom. Can't you see this? He said, yeah. And I dodge to the bathroom. But I just come out the side door. There's a ton of people. And I just mix into the New York line. And I get on the bus. And I'm watching this fucking guy. And this guy is pumping gas. He's looking at the door to see if he sees me. He's pumping gas. He's looking at the door. And after about 5 minutes, I'm getting itchy. I'm waiting for the bus to fill.
Okay, you're all
the guy's not going to get off until the bus fills. So I'm like, God damn it, I got on the wrong bus. I'm on the second bus, and there's still a bus in front of me. And now I see the guy go, he's like, hold on 1 second. And he goes in there looking for me. Now I see the guy run out, and like he's like looking around for me, and he runs back to his little fucking friends, and he's like, and I'm watching all this go down, and all of a sudden he runs into the office, and he gets on a fucking phone, and they're fucking calling somebody, and they're all looking around, and another guy goes in there looking for me, and I'm telling the bus driver, let's go, it's gonna fucking rain, and I mean the skies are fucking turning gray and shit, and they're looking around, and finally when my bus takes off, as my bus takes off, they're all looking around, like, where the hell did I go? One of them figured out he's on one of those buses. So I'm like, oh no. So as I'm pulling out of there, I see cops pulling in. Oh shit, I'm dead. So bus pulls out. I figure they're gonna arrest us when we get in the Port Authority. I get to Port Authority. There's not a cop inside. I walked out to Broadway.
They didn't stop you when you were leaving?
Nothing.
Oh, no shit.
Nothing. We didn't stop them. We got on Route 3 right to New York. I picked up George. We took a shower. We got dressed, and we went to this club in the city with another friend of mine, Devo. And we went to the club, and the Eurythmics were there hanging out. Like, you couldn't even talk to them. I thought I was a fucking big shot and shit. But I stayed with, and at that time, I was just doing creepy shit.
How much would you say average you probably hit in the gas stations? $1,500 to $2,000 a pop?
A pop, yeah.
And like, about what?
Like
Dozens?
Yeah, like,
wow. What's the biggest?
Maybe like, it was like 2,400, and I had like 15 of them. But I had 1,000 scams going. I just didn't want to stick to one scam. I wanted to throw enough spaghetti. I would do something for 2 weeks, then lay off it. Because I know now they were hot for it. Like, I'd put a suit on. At that time, I was good friends with these dudes that were running a credit card thing. These were legit dudes. They also had counterfeit money. You could buy money by the pound from them. You could buy money by the crazy. I had been involved with these dudes I didn't really know them, and I met them later on in the game through drugs. But then later,
that's some real shit right there.
In 84 is when I found out what these guys were about. And when Ryan Sickler orders a credit card, they had it so wired that the guy who makes the credit cards would make 2 credit cards. One for you in your name and one for them in your name. I mean, it was crazy. It was this corrupt. These guys had tapped into so much corruption. They were into traveler's checks. They went to credit cards. Anything forged. $500 got you a birth certificate, driver's license, social security card, an insurance card for your car, a fake insurance card. That would work. Like, they would call, get a fucking name on it. I mean, it's crazy. It was all done out of like Brooklyn, the baker. I forget what the guy's name was. I just got involved with these guys that were high level. So I started buying credit cards from them, and I started buying suits. And what I would do is go in the big time office buildings and just look for people to make a mistake. You have no idea how many times I've opened up a door and seen the bank deposit for the day sitting on your table. And I just put it under my jacket, walk out of the building, take the cash, and throw away the checks and everything.
Okay, so during this time, you're 25, you say?
Yeah.
No,
I'm a baby. I'm 22.
Okay, 22. Are you looking to, outside of that bartending gig, are you looking to really work anywhere, or are you just hustling and surviving?
I'm looking to get a payday.
But do you know where you want to go?
I'm back to Colorado.
Go back.
I'm going to, this time I'm doing it right. I'm going to go to Colorado Springs and work myself up to Aspen by November. That was the plan.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, I'm doing all this illegal shit. This is the beginning of June. And I got a call from a friend of mine. And he says, they're looking for you. Did you do some phony insurance scam? And I go, yeah. He goes, the lawyer's got a check for you. I go, come on. And they're like, they got a check for you. Call the lawyer. So one of the yellow pages got the lawyer's name. I called him up. I go, this is Jose Diaz. He goes, yeah. I got a check for you. Come to my office and get it on Friday at 1. It was probably June 29th. It was a Friday. And I went to his office. He told me to be at his office like 2. I was there 10 to 2. I went in, I did the paperwork. When I looked at the check, it said 18 grand.
Damn. And that's for what?
Some phony insurance shit. Some guy got me involved in that. I took the check to my friend's dad. He cashed it. I owed him a little bit of money for gambling shit, probably. He cashed it. I told him to hold on till 10 for the weekend. I still wasn't doing coke. I was pretty good. So what I did was I went and bought a card with a huge limit. And I took my friend Lubes and this girl who had taken care of me. And George couldn't go. This girl worked for Ann Taylor, whatever that company was.
I think that's right. I mean, it sounds familiar.
The shoe division.
Yeah.
She was a general manager of the shoe division. So she had access to credit cards and stuff. So whenever I went to that mall, I would give her a credit card.
And that's the old school,
Yeah.
these credit cards,
Yeah,
slide,
she would
right?
call in and see how much limit I would have.
Okay.
Because she would do it for women all the time. Women would go, I want to buy those $800 shoes. Oh, and I got left on the card. So she would call and they'd tell her, 20 grand. So I took her and my friend Lubes and I took them fucking shopping in that mall. We go, whatever the fuck you want. Whatever you want on a Saturday. And I got the white Miami Vice suit. I had everything. I just bought a whole new fucking wardrobe. Gold chains. Blah, 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 blah. I took my friends out to dinner, like 4 of us. I took them out to a good fucking place called Bicalissimo. They had a dish called Lobster Fra Diablo. And I knew people were looking for me. I knew I was on the hit list. I knew that anybody could find me at any time. My godfathers, dudes I beat in West New York. Oh, I had them everywhere. So I took them to eat off the beaten path. And that night, I had already made my mind. I was taking the 1 o'clock flight from Newark JetBlue. It was called People's Express. Now here I got 18 grand. And People's Express, you paid for it on the plane with a credit card. You had to go stand online. And then if they picked you,
That sounds scary.
Oh my God! Fuck! They had a flight every 2 hours. They only flew from Newark to Denver, Newark, LA, and Newark to London.
Darryl, what's that bus that everyone used to roll, like New York to Boston or whatever, the Chinese bus? It always break down on the side of the road. People tell me about all the time.
Yeah, I know what you're
talking about. That's what it sounds like, the airline version of that shit.
Yeah, People's Express.
People's Express. They went to LA. They came here.
They went to LA. Because I took them one time. I was taking them so much on stolen credit cards. Like I would just get on there with stolen
So
credit
you would
cards.
get on and then you sit down and they run you?
It was $49 one way. But man, that's if you just want a chair. Oh, you want cushions? That's another 10. Oh, you want a salad? That's another thing. You want a beer? 22. So I get on there and buy everybody drinks. Give them all drinks. Give the whole row drinks. Give everybody drinks. Give them all drinks on me. Because I'd be giving them Joe Schwing's fucking.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
They'd take it up there, ching it. I'd sign it. They'd rip it. They wouldn't know nothing.
It's nicest guy on people's
everybody.
people's express reaction to you. That's right, you can smoke on it back
It
then.
was a pisser. So, and what happened was I was beating them for so long. And one time I was out here, the time I got into the beef with my uncle, I got into beef and I got on one of those. And I was going to beat them. I was going to get on the plane when they came. Where's your credit card? I go, I left it on my luggage. And they go, okay, we'll see you afterwards. I thought they were going to forget. I'm like, this is how crazy I am. I'm like, they're going to forget. Fuck you. They had 2 rampages down there. And they went with me to my luggage. We took it to a secure place. I looked around. I said I didn't have it. They go, okay, you have an option. This is theft. We can call the cops. Or you can call somebody to pay you right now and come get you. And I had to call a friend of mine who was pissed at me. And he's like, you're fucking crazy. I got to pay $69 now. Jesus fucking Christ. I'll be right down there. He had to come to Newark.
Oh, he had to come down.
Oh, it was horrible. It was fucking horrible.
They didn't do it over the
There was
phone
no
back then.
phone.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. That was
You had to drive.
yeah, like there was 1-800 Western Union or something. So now I'm leaving Sunday morning and it's Saturday night and I'm with my buddies and I'm having a good time and I'm not doing blow. I got a couple drinks in me. I go to this bar called The Spot in Union City. My friend's uncle worked there, and he would give you Cuban crackers. He was Irish.
What's that?
But he would give you Cuban crackers with mortadella cheese on it. No, real with mortadella ham and little cheese and give you tidbits. So I'm there eating, and I'm having a good time with my friends. There's a couple chicks I'm looking at. I'm not snorting. And all of a sudden, one of the hottest friends I have comes walking in the door. Her name is Regina. God rest her soul. She's dead now. I hadn't seen her in about 8 months. And she sees me. She lights up. She gives me a fucking hug. And she goes, I gotta talk to you about something. And there's a cop in the bar. And he's my cousin. His name is Julio. I grew up with him. We're not blood cousins, but I've known him since I grew up with his brother. Me and his brother were huge fucking friends. We used to run numbers together when we were kids, all 3 of us. Even him as a cop. When he was a kid, when he was 12, we all read numbers for the same bookie on Sundays. We were family. I'm watching him and he's just staring at me. I'm like, fuck, something's not right. And this girl pulls me aside and she goes, listen, I just want you to know that those people, they know it was you. And I'm trying to play it off, but it's like you coming up to me going, they know. And I'm like, come on, you know me better than that. She's like, knock it off. They got a description. They saw you going in and you went down in a blue car. They watched the whole thing go down. They're looking for you. They have not called the cops. They are physically looking for you. I'm like, fuck. She just took the energy out of me. And I went up to the bar and I paid the tab. I go, let me go talk to my cousin, give him a hug. And I go up to him. I go, we don't see you next time. He goes, I think you should leave. And I go, what are you talking about? He goes, I think you should leave. There's a lot of people that you pissed off. You should really fucking leave. And I was like, okay. And I got in the car and I was like, that's it. This ain't just a fucking, I gotta go. So I went back to George's that night, went to bed like 12. My flight was like at 1. George couldn't take me to the airport. He had to do something that day. So I had to take a bus to Jersey City, and my friend was going to take me to the airport. Wake up the next day. I put some money in George's grandmother, the bingo. I lived there. I would take care of her bingo bill. That was one of my responsibilities. Give her a 20 for bingo. I gave her like 100 for like a couple nights of bingo. I gave the mother the rent. The mother would charge me like $50 a week. I gave the mother like $100. And I take a cab to White Castle on 88th Street because that's where the bus came from Jersey City. I got my military bag. I got my shorts on, and I'm free, man. I'm ready to go to fucking Colorado. Holy shit. This has been 18 months of pure fucking hell. I'm going. And all of a sudden, my bus pulls up. Number one Nunguessers. That Nunguessers is what they call that bowling alley. That's what they call it. That's the number one bus that takes you from North Bergen to Jersey City. But the bus driver gets out. He has to take a piss. He goes into White Castle, take a piss. She goes, shh. The door whips open. I'm sitting out there with my bag and I hear a motorcycle. Vroom, 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 vroom. I don't think nothing of it. Just a fucking motorcycle. Got nothing to do with me. I look over at the White Castle. I keep hearing the motorcycle. And the motorcycle goes around. He goes around the fucking bus. And he makes a U-turn around the bus and rides up on the sidewalk and comes right towards me. What? And he's I'm like, what the fuck? Bike? Yeah, and then I had there was a side pocket. I had a little 32. Is that what they call it? A little 32. And my bag was, it would look like a punching bag. It would look like 38. Yeah, it was a 38 special, that little. No, the little one. Yeah. It wasn't a 22. I think it was I forget who the fuck knows. 38 special, I think. It was a tiny one that a friend of that I stole. That's the one I pulled on my uncle in California. That's the one. I still had that gun. I'd never fired it. I'd never oiled it. It was in that fucking thing. And guess what? I was going to Colorado with it. I was just going to take it out and put it in my luggage. Okay? So I hear, and the bike is coming towards me. I reach, and there's like a flap, and I just have to grab the gun. The guy doesn't know I have the gun, but I'm righty. It's in my left hand. It ain't gonna do me no fucking good. And he pulls up where you are, and he flips this thing, and it's my godfather who's been hunting me down. And he goes, hey, remember when he chased me in the road? Yeah, right. I remember a motorcycle. Okay. He's 50-something. On a fucking motorcycle. Like, really? I'm one of those Chinese ones, what do they call them? Rice zippers, whatever the fuck. Rice rock. Whatever the fuck they call them. And he comes up on one of those, and in Spanish, he goes, you never came by and gave me that money, did you? And I go, Cabby, sorry. He goes, the next time I see you, because I'm going to put a bullet in you. Damn, he closed this thing and he took off. I'm like, fuck, I don't even know if I should get on this bus. I said, fuck, let me get on the bus. I got on the bus. Took me down to Jersey City. My friend took me to the airport. I got on lines with People's Express. I got on the plane with a Fugazi credit card. I get on this plane. I'm headed to Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs is where the Air Force Academy is. And it was the number one growing city at the time in 1985 when it booming. So I figured, like I said, I'd go down there, make some money. I got 18 grand to play with. I had about 17 grand to play with. And I'll fucking go to Colorado. I'll go to Aspen in November. My buddy's up there. He's house sitting. I'll get a job up there. I can stay in the garage for a few days. He don't know that yet. But that's the route I'm going to take. On the plane, it's a party. I'm drinking, I'm fucking smoking weed. It was like a party on this plane. So, this is crazy. I started talking to this African American dude, real good guy. We just started talking the whole way. And he's like, and this is exactly what he told me. He goes, man, how old is you? I go, I'm 22. He goes, you ain't going to no Colorado Springs with them fucking soldiers. He goes, you're going to Boulder to get some pussy. Now, I haven't gotten a piece of ass from August of 84. It is now July of 85. I'm 22 years old. I have not, that's like 10 years. I have not even touched a woman. And it's coming up in a year. Well, guess what? On the fucking plane, I start talking to the stewardess. She's from Jersey. We should start talking. Now, People's Express was a fucking party. You're in the middle aisle. You're talking to four people. Come here, waitress, come here. Give them a drink. Yeah. Give them a drink. Give that table over there a drink. It was like you were in Goodfellas. It was a fucking party. Like, you find today, it's horrible. It's a horrible experience. You and the lady, you give orders, you buy people drink, give them all a drink. Give them all a double, take a tip. Yeah, dude, you have to do it. The fucking stewardesses are drinking with you. So I got this free drinking on the plane. We go downstairs, we get our luggage. Do you know what the stewardess says? She goes, what hotel are you staying at tonight? I go, I have no idea. I don't even know where I'm going, because the plan was to land in Denver. I think we landed like at 10. I was just going to take a hotel and take a bus to Boulder the next day and look for an apartment and keep my clothes at the hotel in Denver, rent it for like a week and go to Boulder, because he told me to go to Boulder. He told me, bro, I hated Boulder. I fucking hated Boulder. I hated it. I went there when I lived in Aspen. It was just a little bit too hippies for me. I wasn't ready for it. It was like the village. I wasn't ready for it. Bro, I get off the fucking plane, and this little huge stewardess is like, what hotel are you staying at? I go, I don't know. Where you guys staying at? She goes, we're all supposed to stay over there. I go, listen, I'm staying over there. She goes, okay. So they went on the shuttle. I went on the shuttle with them. All the pilots were on there. They're like in street clothes. And we went back to this hotel. And she goes, I'm in room 218. I don't know what room I was in. We went to our rooms. We all went down to the front bar. We were drinking. And then later on, she went to my room and threw me to 11. Just like that. People's Express. Just like that. I get up the next morning just as planned. She leaves. I take a shower. I didn't think I drank coffee. I got the bus. Went to Boulder. Started walking around Boulder. I saw a free paper. I'm walking down the street. I bump into this fucking girl that's a 10. Nice big tits. And she's like, are you looking for an apartment? I go, yeah. She goes, me too. We could do it together. Come on. I like that. Just like that. I'm like, oh my God. I haven't talked to a girl in a year. I'm here 2 days already. I'm really back to back days. So we both she went and looked at her apartment. I walked her. And then she walked me. And I put my deposit in for my apartment. Mine was 10, 12, 14th Street. And she was like 3 doors down. And she was moving in with her college roommate. So we spoke. We wished each other luck. I don't think we went and got in. There was no coffee then. And I went back to Denver. Got like a steak. Went back to the hotel room. The lady called the hotel. I got the apartment. I took my clothes. I went to Boulder the next day. And I moved in. 2 days later, I'm going to the gym. I see the chick with the big tits. We start talking. She invites me over for dinner. This was the craziest time of my life. And third night, we start swapping spit. But she's got a crazy roommate. She's got
guy or girl?
A girl that just won't quit. Always cock blocking and just as good looking as this one.
Oh yeah.
She would cock block like come out topless with a thong on, like, oh, I didn't know you were here. Shit, I'm like, really? So me and this girl, this is going on. I'm lifting weights. I joined the gym. It was downstairs. There was a store called Roses. I would get the rotisserie chicken. That's all I lived on. Rotisserie chicken, that. Then I had a Japanese roommate. He didn't speak English too good. He's like, I ain't broke. I go, you're broke. Don't worry about it. Let's go down to our office. You got a good job. Your name is Kato. And you're going to be my international chef. It's like, oh, Kato. And I made him my chef. Szechuan beef. He's like, Szechuan beef. Yeah, Szechuan beef. I'm cooking Szechuan beef every day. Every day I get up, this motherfucker be cooking onions.
You think I'm eating cook though?
So I had him. I had a white dude for a roommate that played the air guitar. He was in the finals of the air guitar. Oh, you had to hear this. He was on the 3 retards, okay? And I had a Mexican dude that just came from Mexico, and he was really like you know, see, senor. Like he was perfectly cast out of a fucking movie. So I'm only going there at night basically to take showers. So I started sleeping with the big titty girl. So I'm pretty much hanging out with her all the time. I'm lifting weights. And even though I opened up a bank account, I put the 10 G's in the bank, and I kept the other 8 just to run with. You know, I brought Kato off for 20 every day. Go down to our foul, get some beef, get some scallions, get some like jasmine rice. You know jasmine rice? Jasmine rice. I know jasmine rice. Kato, that was his name. So now, so they would have parties at night. Those 3 morons would like say, "Hey, where you going? We're gonna have an air guitar final." I'm like, "What, are you kidding me? I'm going next door to get my dick sucked." Yeah, I mean, what's the matter with you guys? And I would come back and they'd all be staring at me like they didn't like me. Like, you're not part of this house. You're no good. And then the girl tells me about, I go, "I don't know where they got any reefer around here." And she goes, "Well, the people next door from you seem to smoke pot." So one day I just knocked next door. It don't matter how you smell some reefer. Like, come on in. I saw reefer. She was like 50. He was like 20. She was maybe 48. The ugliest woman you ever seen. She could stop bird shit midair. If she looks up, the bird shit will stop. She wore little Yoko Ono glasses. She was almost as ugly as Yoko Ono. I'm no This woman was bird dog ugly. And her boyfriend was like 20 years younger. He was a trust boyfriend, not her son. No, he was a trust fund baby with a ponytail with little glasses. Used to roll his own cigarettes, nerdy, couldn't hurt a fly. They were the sweetest, dirtiest couple you ever met. And she just sat there all day drinking. He would run errands for her, and she would sell me weed. So I'm getting weed from them. I'm hooking up with this chick. I'm doing all this stuff, right? And but I'm bored. So I call my buddies and I go, "Listen, this money I just 10, 12. Send out some credit cards." I'm bored. So they start sending me out credit cards. There's a little mall in Boulder. I mean, I'm bored after 10 days. Right? 10 days, July 10th, I'm already bored. They send me credit cards. I start using credit cards. All around the mall. Chains. You should have seen my room. You ever seen Coming to America? Yeah. When he redid his room? Yeah. I lived in 4 retards. I had a TV, VCR, I had everything. They moved downstairs in the landlord. I had everything. They're like, "Where you getting all this stuff from?" I'm like, "I make money, you fucking Kato. Make breakfast." I had Kato on breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So, hysterical. He's Chinese, too. That's so, oh, yeah. He didn't speak no English, and his parents cut him off because they wanted him to be a doctor. He wanted to be an astronaut. So they cut him off. So now I got the kid fucking, I'm duking him 20s every time I see him. I got to duke him 20s to get rid of him, too. Because I'd bring a girl over right away who wants to come over and translate with sign language. He thought he was Marcelli's fat little fucking sign language chick. So I would have to give him a duke. Listen, you gotta go. Wait, go where? Go cook. Now, what do I pay you for? I don't pay you to stand. I pay you to cook. So, come a Sunday, the gym where I'm going to has this big annual barbecue. It's still July. I haven't even been there a month. I'm sleeping with this girl. She got a crazy roommate. I'm copping weed, and I'm already using the credit card. All right? We go to this barbecue. I'm having a good time with this girl I'm dating, but we bring a roommate. The hot one that would come out with the thong and the fucking, you could hear the dildos in there and shit. 3 weeks of this shit. I'm looking at this girl like she's a piece of ass. So we're at this barbecue, so help me God. And I'm sitting there, and the girl I'm with is actually flirting with another dude right in front of me. Now, I'm not her boyfriend, but at least don't flirt in front of me. Take his number, cop it for the side, and when I'm not around, you can suck his dick. That's got nothing to do with me. I'm not that type of guy. So she's talking to the thing, so the roommate's got 3 drinks in her. And she's talking wild shit. That her pussy's so good, I'm missing out on it. I'm fucking the wrong chick. You want to stab him? She goes, where? I go, I'll fuck you right over there by that wall. You think I'm kidding you? We went over that wall. Everybody could see us. It was only like a 3-foot brick wall. It was maybe a 3-foot brick wall. Everybody could see us. We jumped over the wall. She took her panties off and I did a doggy style. They're playing like tennis. They're cooking hamburgers. And I'm doggy style. And all you can see is like from my rib cage up. And I'm working this ass, right? This is hysterical. Now I gotta get in the car with both of them. And the one girl is yelling, fuck you, you stole my boyfriend, he wasn't my boyfriend. Fuck you, they get into a fight, it was horrible. So now I lose them both. Both of them are pissed at me. I lost my piece of ass. The whole thing goes down the drain. I'm sitting in my room and then I go, you know what, this is bullshit. I could have done this dumb shit in Jersey. I gotta get my life together. Let me go get a job. So I start putting applications in. It's a college town. It doesn't pick up till September. I go everywhere. But guess what my mistake was? Without even thinking, I go back to this mall. And I go in the mall and I start passing on applications. And one place where I heard was great to work was Foot Locker. So I go to Foot Locker, give him an application. The guy's from New York. Right away we start talking. He goes, I only got part-time. You can start tomorrow. I go, boom. I'll start tomorrow. I had to be end of July. I start, first day I'm selling sneakers. You know, after 3 or 4 days, I know how to run the joint. So I'll never forget this. And I gotta say this story, I'm very ashamed of this story. This is what started it all.
What do you mean by it?
This is what started the whole rotation of downward for me. So I'm doing great at this fucking place. I'm making strides. We're going out for beers afterward. Like I was part of the crew. I'm there about 2 weeks. I don't know what time I had to go to work.
You had the ref jersey and all that.
Yeah, the whole thing with black pants. We were just about to do paperwork. No, let's not speed it up. I'm doing great there. Everything's going great. And one day I have to go in the afternoon, and my room is dirty. Where the fuck is the vacuum? I go out, Kato, where's the vacuum? I don't know where the vacuum is. Okay. The fucking white dude, he don't know because there's supposed to be a vacuum for the building. So as I go out of my apartment, you're not going to believe this story. As I go out of my apartment to look for the vacuum, there's a girl in my hallway. And we both look at each other and we go, is that you? 2 years earlier, I was in Tempe, Arizona. And I met a girl at the airport. Talking, we were both delayed. And she goes, I love your accent. No shit. Where are you from? She goes, Boulder. I go, I'm from New Jersey. She goes, my sister lives in Jersey. Her husband has an accent like yours. We started talking. She goes, where are you headed? I go, back to Jersey. She goes, you know what? I'm going to go to Jersey soon. Why don't you exchange numbers and I'll call you? She called. I would give her like my friend's number. I didn't have a phone. One day my friend called, looks for me, and he goes, hey, some girl, Kathy called you. And she's staying at such and such Wednesday. So I got a hold of her at the hotel, and I went over and met her. I just met her in Arizona. So we basically went to like Joe's Pizza, one of those pizza places in New York, and we walked around for 2 hours. Got me my witness. I didn't even try to do anything. I was in such a slump that pussy doesn't even go for it because I knew the answer was going to be no. So I walked her back to the hotel like a gentleman. I go, I'll see you some other time. And she gave me her Colorado number. But in all my fucking drug, this is March of '84 when I bump into her. And she gives me all this stuff. I have a girlfriend, kind of, sort of. It wasn't worth it. I didn't have a girlfriend, so I had to be later than that. It had to be when I was going through my shit. She called, I met her in the city. I didn't try nothing. I was a mess. This is like a breather for me. For me to hang out with, it was a breather because I was usually hanging around animals. So I see this girl, and she's like, "Is that you?" And I'm like, "Is that you? What is the fucking coincidence?"
Seriously.
And we start talking, and she goes, "What are you doing tonight?" Nothing. She goes, "I live right under you."
No,
I go, "Under you? Fucking you for the last month? You and some girl listen to fucking Prince. To all hours of the night, they would just listen to Prince." I'm like, "What the fuck is wrong with you girls?"
Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Tushy. Everyone has an ass, and every ass deserves the gift of Tushy. Wiping your butt with dry toilet paper does not remove all the shit. If you got poop on any other part of your body, would you just wipe it with dry paper? No. Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Thankfully, now there's a sleek bidet attachment that clips onto your existing toilet and sprays your ass completely clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you can do for your butt. Tushy sprays directly to your ass and removes the poop completely, so you aren't sitting on bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids, yeast infections, UTIs, and just generic itchy assholes and skid marks. Bidets are common in the rest of the world, all right? It saves you money on toilet paper. Now, you still use a little, but nowhere near what you were using before. You're not going to clog your toilets. And Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water. It's not toilet water. Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty parts with clean, fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. All right, wet wipes are worse than toilet paper. They're terrible for the environment. They cause anal fissures, and you don't want your anus fissuring. All right, this thing is only $79. It's fantastic. Every time I go to somebody's house that I know has a bidet, I make sure I sit when I pee. All right, it's fantastic. $79 and free shipping. And they have a Tushy ottoman that helps you get everything out. All right, it's like a sexy tooth or a cloud that helps you poop, and that is only $69. Both of those prices are really nice. Here's all you got to do. Go to hellotushy.com/honeydew. You'll get 10% off your order and free shipping. Upgrading your bathroom does not need to cost $1 zillion. Again, hellotushy.com/honeydew. You're getting 10% off your order and free shipping. Wash your ass. Our next sponsor is Upstart. During these economically turbulent times, everyone is looking for a way to feel more financially secure. So if you're still needlessly throwing money every month at high-interest credit card debt, it's time you checked out Upstart, the revolutionary online lending platform that knows you're more than just a credit score. Now is the time to find out how low your Upstart rate can be to help pay off high-interest credit card debt. Unlike other lenders, Upstart can reward you based on your education and your job history in the form of a smarter rate. You don't need a degree or a diploma to apply, though. Upstart lets you skip going to the bank because it's completely online. They offer loans from $1,000 to $50,000, so you can consolidate your debt into one easy fixed rate payment. Upstart makes it fast and simple to check your rate. Since it's just a soft pull, it will not affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept your rate and proceed with your application. The best part, if the loan's approved and accepted, most people get their funds the very next business day. Over 400,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Free yourself from the burden of high-interest credit card debt and get back to using your money your way with Upstart. See why Upstart has a 4.9 out of 5 rating on Trustpilot, and hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is from our friends at Superhero Stuff You Should Know. If you're a comic book fan and you think you know everything about your favorite superheroes, you can think again, man. Our friends at Superhero Stuff You Should Know will put your knowledge to the test. Did you know Tim Burton almost made a Batman musical? Or the real reason why Bebop and Rocksteady weren't in Ninja Turtles 2. Or how Superman almost had a love story with his own cousin. That's disgusting, but it's true. This show covers it all, mixing clips with hilarious commentary, sketches, and impersonations. So tune in to Superhero Stuff You Should Know, available on iTunes, Spotify, and YouTube. Now, let's get back to the dude.
So I went down that night, and we went on a date. And boom, she was my girlfriend the next morning. We stayed out all night. Ended up wrestling with her. Who fucking wrestles on stage? She told me she had 3 brothers. She used to wrestle, and she wanted to wrestle. So we started wrestling in front of the fucking lawn. She ripped my shirt. I ripped her shirt. It was tremendous. And we just started dating. And I didn't tell her what I did. You know, and I was doing great at Foot Locker. In fact, they had just had offered me paperwork for full-time position. Me and her were dating like 3 weeks. She did not know about the credit card scams. I'm bringing her jewelry every other day and flowers, all bought on a Fugazi credit card. I'm taking her for lunches, all like fake fucking credit cards. So now, one day I'm at the fucking Foot Locker. It's August of '85. I'm in Foot Locker. And what the fuck do you think happens? A Chinese family comes in. And they had like one of those celebrations, like one of those yen celebrations, where they put all the money in envelopes and put them in one big envelope. So I'm fitting all the kids for sneakers, but my ball in the envelope. I got fucking 10 G's in the bank. You know, this is the shit. This is what I said. The sickness. I had everything going on, but that envelope was sticking out and it would not fucking. It was a whistling at you. I fucking clipped the envelope. I put it in my pocket. I go into the back. I rip the envelope open. There's, I don't know, $1,000 cash. I fold it and I put it in a sneaker. Like a size 14 orange sneaker, which nobody's gonna touch. I take the paper and I flush it. I don't know, I just had a weird feeling. I go back up there, I'm talking to the family. Everything's great, we go to pay. And all of a sudden, like, oh yeah, ma, what happened? No, they're talking about money. They came into Foot Locker, the money was there. That had to be somebody who worked there, took it. So I'm like, there were some kids, and they're like, yeah, those kids took it, so they called the cops. They made a big deal about it. They called the cops. And that's when the jewelry chick came over. And she goes, you know what? A couple weeks ago, some guy came in and used a bunch of credit cards to get jewelry. He looks like him. And then they fucking came like 3 days later. It's like August 20th now, 25th. And they came into me. Detective Sieper was his name. I don't care. He wasn't even a detective. He was a patrolman. He was going to come back to haunt you. His name was Sieper, something like that. He comes in, he goes, Jose, can I talk to you? He goes, listen, I know it was you who robbed those Chinese girls. We're just waiting for the tape to come back from the store. He goes, also, we've passed your picture around. You, 3 or 4 people recognize you as the guy that ran a credit card scam here. It was quite an amount you ran up. I mean, I was just buying jeans every day.
We're waiting on the footage from the gas station.
Bro, they couldn't get me. They were doing all this shit, so they came to see me. Then they came back up and they're like, listen, Monday we're going to have all the evidence to come and arrest you. If you do this now, it'll be a lot easier on you. And I'm like, guys, I don't know what you're talking about. That night I go home, they fucking knock on my door that night about 9 o'clock. And they go, listen, we're waiting for the pant sizes to come back. And once we get the pant sizes, we're going to make it, we'll waist to you. And I'm like, I don't know. You know, I don't know what my waist is. But once they left, I went downstairs and knocked on the door and took her outside. I go, look, this whole fucking Joey Diaz shit, this is bullshit. My name is Coco and I'm a fucking thief. Yeah, I work at Foot Locker, but I told her the truth. Like, I gotta leave. I don't want to hear, sweetheart, you're the first person I've ever had in my life that I don't want to lie to. You know, I'm sick of doing this shit. Yeah, I'm 20-something years old. You're a nice girl. This bitch looked at me. She goes, I'm coming with you. Next morning we got up. I said, pick a spot. She goes, San Francisco. San Francisco it is. Got to San Francisco. Now, guess what I did? I left at 10G. It wasn't like now. You had an ATM card and you had 10. No, I left at 10G in Boulder. I had like 6 Gs. I said, we go to San Francisco, get the party started with 6 Gs. We went to the Alexandria Hotel. It's probably still there. It's a dump. It's in that fucking part of town that's horrible. I forget what they call it in San Francisco.
Like the Haight-Ashbury back in the day?
Downmore. There's a name for it. It's horrible. We lived there. We were across the street from a restaurant called the Hotel California. They had breakfast and diners and shit. We did at the Alexandria for about a week, but it was too expensive. So we ended up going to the Virginian Hotel. I don't know what street that was on, but this was one of those rooms where you take a shower in the hallway, and you live in the room, but you have to share a shower with your side of the building. You go in there, lock it. You put your towel down and your clothes, and you walk back to your room. Real cool. Older people live there. I blew through that $6 grand like in 2 weeks. Making dinners, breakfasts. So I had to go on the grind. You know, I'm buying. So here's what really happened. So it's 1985. I haven't dealt with anybody Cuban. I haven't spoken any Spanish. And I go to San Francisco. We check in the Virginian Hotel. I tell the stay put, I'm going to go get a bag of weed. And I walk down the Tenderloin. That's what the area is called. I walk down there, and as I'm walking, I see these black guys, I'm African American, and I'm like, I'll go ask them if they have weed. And as I walk up to them, they're speaking Spanish. And they're not just speaking any Spanish, they're speaking Cuban Spanish. And I asked them, do I go out? And they're like, we all Cuban. There was like 60 of them on that corner. And they're just shaking down people, selling coke, selling IDs. So I introduced myself. I met one of the guys, and I started buying weed from him. And that's like 3 or 4 days. They're like, you speak English? I'm like, yeah. They're like, you could be a little help with the whole operation here.
Well, they didn't speak English at all.
No. So they had a bunch of shit to do that they could do, but they didn't know, how to do it. But just standing on that corner, all the action came to you. So I'd be on that corner, all of a sudden you come up to me and go, hey man, I got 600 in traveler's checks. I'll give you 200 for 600 traveler's checks. Because I know I could take that to Japantown. I'll buy Van Ness with a suit on, and I can charge. I could take $100 traveler's check, buy $1 postcard, they'll give me 99 cash. So I come ahead, they're insured. So I became Mr. Traveler's Check. Anybody who had traveler's checks, they brought them to me. Anybody who stole traveler's checks, they brought them to me. There was one guy on the block that you had to pay him his tribute every day. All I had to do was give him a bottle of scotch. He liked a certain expensive scotch. So I gave him a scotch, and that let me operate on the block. I had to pay a little fee to help out a couple guys, but it was okay. Because every time I go down there and make money, I go down there with a suit. First thing I did was go to the liquor store, give the old man his tribute at Boodle. That was his name, at Boodle. And he just dropped history on me, shit, Cuban history. I used to talk to him all the time. I'll never forget one day this Mexican dude came up to me. He's like, I need money. And then Boodle's like, talk to me in Spanish, you motherfucker. You fucking Mexican. Spock. He goes, you know how many fucking white people kicked your fucking family's ass and threw them out of... He goes, California used to belong to Mexico, and white people took you Mexico. Now you want to speak Spanish? Go fuck yourself. Speak English, whatever the fuck. You want to speak English? Go fuck yourself. When you talk to me, speak Spanish. The guy was just an old fountain of... But it was just a collaboration of fucking characters. And bro, I was doing everything. One day I'd be doing traveler's checks. One day I'd be passing out counterfeit loot. It was endless. My girlfriend at the time wasn't doing dick. I was bringing home the money. We would go to Dad's Steakhouse, Chinese. We were living day to day. Like after a while, hand to mouth. So I started pawning jewelry. You start pawning jewelry with the credit cards, you buy jewelry, you pawn it, whatever. There was a place called Coffee Runs. It was a topless coffee shop.
Topless coffee shop?
1985. So my girlfriend at the time,
They would serve you topless? Or,
yeah. So you can either be topless behind the bar, you can have a shirt on, whatever you want. My girlfriend kept the shirt on. So she would work at whatever run. And then I walked into I was always trying to go to legit. I don't want people to think I was always a criminal. Like I was always trying to go to legit. But on those days when I couldn't get a job, I had to go back to what I did best, And I remember one day I went for a job at a Mexican restaurant, and I wrote the application. I gave it to the guy. The guy goes, "Where are you from?" And I go, "North Bergen, New Jersey." And he goes, "What did your parents do for a living?" Like they owned the bar. And he goes, "Well, guess what? What? My name is Jose Diaz, and I'm from Union City, New Jersey. We're like third cousins."
Come on.
"Are you Manuel's nephew?" I go, "No, I'm Manny's son." And he goes, "My cousin is your father's uncle." So he goes, "Listen, bro, it's great to meet you." He goes, "I can't give you a job, but I'll get you a job at another bar. Let me call my friend who wait right here." And he got me a job.
So how long are you in San Francisco at this point? A couple months?
I'm in San Francisco maybe 3 weeks.
Jesus Christ.
And he gets me a job at a place called Rockin' Robins. There's a bartender / doorman. And I go, "Okay, so fuck it, I'll be a bartender around here." So when I left him, when I went to the Sheraton, I was part of the American Bartending Institute. The Sheraton sent you to American Bartending School, and you get certified to be a bartender. Big fucking deal. You might as well drive an Uber, right? So if you go to bartending school, you're a fucking loser. Okay. There's nothing better than going to bartending school because you find out the true alcoholics on Thursday. They would have like mixed night, like drink all the mistakes you want for 50 cents. You just see how many people are going there.
Oh, they show up drinking when you're practicing.
You're making Singapore slings with the wrong shit. 50 cents. People don't give a fuck. They're just drinking up the mistakes. They would make like a pseudo bar. But part of the national American comedy, whatever it was, part of it was that they, at the high, it was nationwide, whatever, for the rest of your life.
Oh, okay.
So I could walk into an American Academy, tell them my number, they could go on the computer, and they have to send me on job auditions. I don't even know if they still exist. So I'm just walking down the street after this interview, and I look up and I go, "American Bartending School." I walk upstairs and I go, "Hey, my name is Joey Diaz. I went to the school in New York." They go, "Hold on. Beep, 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 beep. How you doing? John, this is whatever. I have Joey Diaz here. Do you have him on file?" Hold on. In those days, there wasn't no computer. Right, yeah. Somebody had to go to a file. I said, "Yeah, he graduated in February 84. Okay, thank you, but we'll get you a job." It was, "In fact, we got a job that's perfect for you. Italian?" I go, "No, I'm Cuban." He goes, "Don't say that to him. Just tell him you're Italian." I'll never forget. This is horrible. He gives me this piece of paper and he goes, "Go down there. They want to talk to you at 9:45. Now, if you know anything about me, I'm going to get there at fucking 9. That's how I was raised. Okay? So I get there at 5 after 9. I get there with my suit. My girlfriend goes with me. We are down to the money we took on the bus to get there. That's what we have. We don't have a dime of money. Every dollar we have, we just spent on the bus right there. She's waiting outside. I go inside. Only this could happen to me. Now, I didn't have the Rockin' Robins job yet. Like I was going for an interview that night later. This was my first interview of the day. And this is for a lunchtime bartender. So I go in there and I'm like, paper says I'm looking for art. All right, hello. I'm here at 9 o'clock, 9:45. You know, the coffee's on, no art. I walk a little deeper. All right. I keep walking. And there you go. There's an office, wide open.
I was waiting for it.
With the bank deposit and the
Come on,
safe
it's
wide open.
Oh, man.
With stacks of money. I'm like,
Art's about to get ripped off.
3, 2, 1, and I go in there and I just start taking that stack of cash. I'm putting the cash down my pockets because I've done some bad. I'm putting it down my pockets. I'm putting it in my jackets. I take everything. I'm a fucking gabon. I go for the quarters, the stacks of $10 quarters, and I put them all in this pocket here. Because this pocket was filled with cash. So when I walk out of the office, I walk in, and my jacket is twisted. This side's all heavy. It's all twisted. I walk out, the guy's like, hey, what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm looking for Steve. He's like, Steve, we got no Steve here. I'm like, I thought you were my 9 to 45. I go, no, I'm not looking for a job. My friend told me to meet him here. He goes, oh, I'm sorry. What restaurant? I go, I think it's Emilia's. He goes, I think that's down the corner. And I walked out of there. And that's when I heard him go, come back. And by that time, I grabbed my girlfriend and we just took off. Planes were flying out of my jacket. We're running up the fucking hills of San Francisco. We finally see a bus. And we get on the fucking bus and we jump on it. Ooh, we get back. We're like, was that close? She goes, what the fuck just happened? I go, let me tell you what just happened. I start giving her like $100 in quarters. And I'm taking 20s. Out of every fucking suitcase I got, every package. And also we counted up, I don't know, 1,000 bucks. We put it in our pocket, she had 100 quarters. As I'm getting off the bus, the old lady goes, whose $20 bill is this? I go, it's mine, but fucking you take it for good luck. She goes, God bless you, so. And I made a score. But this is the killer from Manila. When I was a kid, and no offense to the LGBT community, when I was a kid and I wore a scarf, like every once in a while I would wear a scarf, and my mom would go, come here, what are you, Rock Hudson? Get the fucking scarf off. Now, my mother died in 79.
I love that your mom knew, because my grandmother denied the shit out. I'm like, he said it.
My mother, 79. My mother died. Rock didn't come out till 85. If I comb you, when you're Cuban, you're supposed to comb your hair on the left side. If you're coming on the right side, they'll call you over. Come in. What are you, Rock Hudson? You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? So my mother over the years would call me different names whenever I acted a certain way. Instead of calling me gay, she'd say something. What are you going to grow up to be a bugarrón? No, a bugarrón is a guy in jail that commands respect because he takes you and he makes you gay. You suck his dick and he fucks you in the ass, but you don't fuck him in the ass. And he don't suck your dick. He's basically your husband. And in the Cuban traditions, he could smack you on beach up and you gotta take it. There's no 911. There's no fucking hell is for children. There's nothing. You take the beat. That's how it is. Now I had heard this. I had heard about this. Did I ever see it? No. Well, guess what? It's the summer of San Francisco in 85. I saw it one down on the corner, and they're like, shit, don't say nothing, bro. This is the big time coke guy. And he came, like, with the cape over him. Like, you know, like he just
flamboyant as hell.
Yeah, I just came back from Miami. I got the good shit if you guys want it. I'm in room 131 at this hotel down the corner. I'm like, 131 will rob the guy. And they're like, oh, he's connected all the way to Miami. You'll get shot in the head. But he had 2 guys dressed up as women that would hang out with him, like with a day-old beard. Women, they would stuff their bras, and they would walk with him. What he would do is he'd stand on the opposite of us, and they'd hold the coke, and you go up to him, and he'd go sell him a gram, and she'd collect it. But when one would fuck up, he'd like smack him right in public, and they would would fall down, the wig would fall down. You couldn't write this shit. Like, even today, I'm looking at this, I'm like, Jesus Christ. What is my, I'm 22, and I'm seeing a straight man beat up on a poor gay guy that doesn't even know he's gay. Like, he's caught up in a cult. It was just, I saw him punch him. Like, one day they made a mistake, got him the wrong cigarettes. He threw a beating on one of those fags. He was just beating him like it was just crazy. The guy was on the floor. He threw the wig on top of him. He kept kicking him in the stomach. Don't you ever get me the wrong cigarettes. That's a sign of low disrespect. The guy's bleeding from his mouth. It was just hilarious. After about a week, the guy watches me and he knows I can handle myself. He asked me if I had a gun. I told him, yeah. He goes, listen, I need somebody to watch my back on that corner. It's a deadly corner. So he gains my trust. I'm working for him. I like the small $100 a day. And no cocaine. I wasn't doing cocaine. I wouldn't even touch it. But he keeps talking about this room 131. So one day he goes to eat lunch and he goes, I'll be back in an hour. We're going to the other side of town. I go, I'm going to 131. I go to 131, kick the fucking door down. This is the genius your Uncle Joey is. I go to 131, kick the door down. In the middle of the room is a fucking bag. I unzip the bag. There's no coke. I don't know if there's no coke, but let's just say there's no coke. What there is about maybe 20 grand in American cash.
Damn.
And when I zip it back, when I zip the other zipper, there's stacks of Colombian money. Stacks. Then he had another bag that had stacks of Colombian money. Stacks. I mean, I don't even know how much it was. So, what do you think the guy in front of you did? I took all the Colombian money because there was so much of it in this bag that it rivaled the American cash. I go, let him keep the cash. We'll make this look like one of the gay guys dumped in it. So I'll take the Colombian money. So I take the Colombian money. I take it to my hotel room. I go back to the corner like nothing happened. He comes back an hour later. I've been robbed. They took the Colombian money. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to find out who it is and put a bullet. I'm like, I'll do it for you. I've been here the whole day watching. You should have sent me over there to watch. This would have happened if you would have sent me. I'm one of those guys. I'm working together.
That's why I shut my fucking door.
So I run home. I get on the phone with my goombas in Jersey. I'm like, dog, listen, rent out the garden. And they're like, what? I go see what it is to rent out the garden. I got to have at least 3-4 million Colombian. That's got to be at least $1 million. I'm going to pick it up tomorrow. And I'm going to come home. I went down to the corner. I've got the biggest, blackest dude that I'm out with the Cubans. He got to be 6'6", 280. Big black guy. He goes, what's up, Cuba? I go, tomorrow, you got to walk me to the fucking International Bank. It was right across the street where people do fucking Tai Chi. Right there in San Francisco. There's 100 people out there doing Tai Chi. You got to see me at 9 o'clock. I got one of my best suits on. I got Sinatra on. I lost you. I lost you to the summer wind. I got my cuffs. I tell my girlfriend, I go, when I come back here, we're going to be millionaires. She's like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you think's in the bag? I go downstairs, Big Lou's down there waiting for me. He's got a weapon on him. I got a weapon on me. I go, Lou, listen, we're going to go over there. I got about $4 million in here. Hopefully they'll give me $1 million American. And I'll cut you in. I'll give you like 10 grand. And then you have to drive me. We got to figure out how to get to the airport. I'm going back to Jersey. I called all my friends in Jersey. I got $1 million. The bank opens at 9. I'm there at 10 to 9. I'm saluting the flag.
What a great cut.
Oh my God. She opens up the door. And I'm like, today's your lucky day. And she goes, what's going on? How much do you have to transfer? I don't know. And I just start taking it out in badges and putting it out. She's like hitting that calculator. And I'm hearing all these numbers, and I'm like, oh. And I'm looking at the black guy. I'm like, bro, what fucking, what was? We're getting barbecued. We ain't fucking around and shit. This bitch hit numbers for like an hour. I'm thinking, I'm playing with her. You think you got enough cash back there, baby? And she's like looking at me like, all of a sudden. And she goes, ding, ding. And she rips the thing around and she goes, this is what you got coming to you. It was like $390. I gave the guy $100. I wanted to cry. I walked back to the fucking side. Now I gotta go down to the corner. I gotta face the fags with the Cuban guys. They're all pissed off. So, this was part of the thing. But there was a guy in the building that I kept robbing every week. But at the Virginian Hotel, there was nobody safe. First of all, I became the best hotel thief because I would sit in the lobby and wait for you to check in. I had a great Spider-Man hearing. And whenever you would check in and go to room 311, I'd see you go up to 311 in the San Francisco. People go up to their rooms, get their cameras, and they run right out. I would go up to the room, kick the door down, take the traveler's checks, you know, and then I'd follow. Then in my building, I just followed the maid around. And one day, I followed. She would open the door with the key and leave the key in the thing. I creeped up behind her, took the key, took it off, not even took it off the ring, went downstairs. There was a bodega / fucking lumber yard downstairs, right downstairs. They made me a spare, and I put it back before she even knew it was missing. That's how good it was. And I had that key, and there was one old man that was retired. He'd always sit in the lobby downstairs. I'm a bookie if you want any do those ticket slips. So I would go into his house every Friday and take like his poor little $150 in slips. And I really think gambling slips. I was just torturing everybody. Every week, everybody gets it. When around me those days, you got it. So I'm banging them out like 3 weeks in a row. But I'm also doing rule number 1. I'm shitting where I sleep. Okay. I'm starting to fucking hit people in the building. You know, like when I was friends with the fucking guy who ran the hotel. I was his wife. And we're going out to dinner and drinks, and they're telling me, we think it's a guy in room 14 that's robbing people. I'm like, yeah, it's probably him. The whole time it was me. There was a little gay guy. If you opened up your window, there was no view. There was no bridge. It was another window there, another window there, another window where you are. And it was maybe 8 feet. There was a guy in that window that would put that music on by Stevie Wonder. You and me, part-time lovers. He would put a song on and leave the window open. He was gay. And he would just dance the part-time lover. He would put it on over and over and over until I go, oh, part-time. Part-time. It's full-time. And he'd go, fuck you, man. I'm getting ready for my performance tonight. So I'm doing this shit. I'm torturing the guy. I'm robbing a bookie, and I'm fucking bartending. I think Monday I worked at the bar, and I had a Thursday bartending shift. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm not doing, guys, and I'm with the Cubans in the daytime. I'm not doing bad, but I got greedy. Again, one day I'm downstairs, and these fucking guys come in, they're talking German. And I don't know, wunderbar. I don't know, I heard money. That sounds like money, huh? They leave, and I go right to their room. I open it up, I close it, I go to their luggage, and I go to nothing. Guess what? They're at the door trying to open it. Oh, fuck! So I lock the top lock, they can't get in. And I actually go out the window to see if I can walk off the ledge. Thank God I'm on the second floor. I don't have the balls. I gotta go to the ledge and I don't have the balls. So I go, what am I gonna do? They go, that's hotel security. That was my friend. And I opened the door and he goes, what the fuck are you doing? I go, Bart, before you say anything. I go, I'm sorry. I go, the door was open and I took the maid was in here. I came in here to get 2 towels. And there was no towels. And the Germans were like, we're calling the police. And I go, call the police. I didn't take nothing. I didn't touch nothing. You guys knocked on the door. And I got scared. I was just going to take some towels. I go, how long do I live here? I've been here like 2 months with no problems. They're like, somebody's been doing shit around here. And the cops came and I talked the cops out of it. I'm like, I've been here for 2 months. I work at Robbins. I go, why would I rob somebody? I go, I went to get towels, and they're like, well, it's true. The maid and the 2 cops let me go, but the Germans were like, they called their embassy.
Did they?
They're like, this is bullshit. If we were white, you would arrest him. So they started pushing for it. So the restaurant, the guy that owned the hotel, the guy that I was friends with, called my room and he goes, hey, the cops are on their way to arrest you. You might as well get out of here. So me and my girlfriend packed up. There was a back set of stairs and we could see them walking up the stairs. Going down, we ran maybe 2 blocks and those were buses to Reno. For like the night, you go to Reno, 5-hour drive, and I'm getting on the bus. And fucking, there was an Arab guy in there and he was smoking. And I go, what do you smoke? And he goes, I get weed and I mix it with cigar and I put hash in it. And I go, let me get a hit of that. I thought I was going to fucking die.
So that's it. You're out of San Francisco.
I puked all the way to Reno. We basically went to Reno, got off the bus, walked, and then came back to San Francisco. And then we just went to the airport. And I had enough money to put her on a flight. So the plan was for her to go to Boulder, go to her bank account, go to my bank account, and get me a plane ticket for me to fly back to Boulder. It was gotten too hot and whatever for me. So I lived in the San Francisco airport for 2 days.
You did?
Yeah, that's when nobody knew right.
Yeah, back then.
Nobody had an idea. There was no charging phones, everything. And I remember even then, that every time you went to a bathroom, a guy would walk in and he'd go up next to you and piss next to you, try to look at your dick. And I remember sitting there all day going, what is this guy doing? All these flights have taken off and he's still here. So he goes to the bathroom and I go, let me see if this guy is a closet gay guy. And sure enough, I go to the bathroom and I'm pissing. He comes in with me, he's like 2 things away, and he comes in next to me, he looks at my dick, I'm like, you freaky motherfucker. I'll beat up, because I was raw back then. And
what a great idea, though. God, you could have lived in an airport back then.
I was living in the airport.
You could have just moved terminal to terminal. They're not going to follow you or figure that out.
In those days, they flew all night.
Right?
3 a.m. flights.
Yeah.
You know, there were flights to fucking, so they didn't know. There was no international terminal. You could fly next to a flight that was going to Hong Kong. They were boarded.
Wow.
Bars closed at like 2 then. But there were lockers in the hotel at airports. And you could put the fucking things out.
That's right.
So we went back to Boulder, San Francisco. We went back to Boulder. And we basically stayed in Boulder for a week. And when I called my buddy to tell him if I should come up, he goes, I have news to tell you. You know that girl that came out here from North Bergen to be with me? Be with me? I go, yeah. He goes, she's not done. We're going back to Jersey. You could take the job.
Whoa.
It was a house-sitting job. It was 16 hours of work a week, free rent in Snowmass Village, Colorado. You have no idea. Most people would suck a cock for that job. Like you could get somebody to suck your cock. Wait a second, I get to live in a fucking $2 million house for free.
You're about to rob this place.
The guy worked for, he was on the board of directors of Fridays. TGIF, so it was one of his 18 houses.
Jesus.
So he only came once a year, and he had a Jeep, and he wanted you to use the Jeep. So when he came to town, everything was running. He didn't want you in his house. He built the house for you over the garage. It was great. It was great. Fuck you. I was living in his master bedroom the second night. Jacuzzi, skiing. He had the fucking... I had the thing. I asked my buddy. My buddy had the job for like 3 years. I go, does he ever come? He goes, he'll call you a week before. The guy's cool. He knows what we're doing here. He'll call you a week before. Paint. 16 hours of work is basically mowing the lawn in the summer and shoveling snow in the winter. I moved in there like November of '85. And I was good. I got a job at the Crestwood at night as security at a hotel. From 4 to 12, I pick people up at the airport, check them in, and then I got a job at a video place called Commander Video in Snowmass Village. Just my love for movies. I met Michael Douglas there. I met Robin Williams there. I met Sidney Poitier there. It was great. First month, I think it took me a month to start snorting.
That's when you finally got back in. And New Year's.
About a year. I stayed clean for a year, and I think it was like either that New Year's or 2 days after the New Year, I snorted a little bit. And I was like, okay, I have respect for it now. So I would snort once a week. On Saturdays, me and the girlfriend would get a package, fucking sniff each other's assholes, fucking suck, and, you know, that was it. That was what you did when you were that age. You know, get coked up, you know, give you those half-hour blowjobs, and you eat the ass for an hour, and you tie them up. Now, I wasn't even into tying people up back then. I was just a square. But that's all it was. It was very innocent. Then, the guy that I'm still friends with called me one day out of the blue, and he goes, hey, I'm in Denver. You mind if I show up? There's something I got to show you. And he comes up. His name is Danny B. He's called into my podcast 1,000 times. He shows up to Aspen, and he shows me this Coke. He tells me how he buys Coke, and he re-rocks it. And you can sell it to you for $800. So I asked around. They wanted $1,800 for an ounce. He would give it to me for $8. Even if I sold it for $16, I made an $800 profit. God forbid I cut it. So I started borrowing money. Like I would go to you and go, give me $3,000, $4,500 for 2 days. What are you talking about? Because I already had the Coke sold. The Coke was so good it was sold. It was already gone. When I borrow money from you, I already had the Coke sold. So all I had to do is bring the Coke back, get the money, and give it to you. So that's what I was doing. I would take a flight back to Jersey every Wednesday and come back with a quarter key, 9 ounces. I was beating up the local drug dealers. They couldn't even compete with me. I would sell like 7 ounces for $1,500, and I would still make $700 per ounce. Plus I cut it, and then I was selling grams for $80. Damn, and I'd sell them for $40. I'd put a little rock in the package and a little bit of chunk. I'd still cut it. And I had a dude, Carl Hall, selling for me. He would go out at night because I didn't go out then. He would go out and come back. He would sell 2 ounces a night in fucking bindles. It was just crazy. But I was snorting fucking everything. Then I figured out, I'm flying back there with Coke. And I'm flying back there with nothing. And I'm bringing back Coke, and I go, why don't we fucking build this business up? So I started bringing back pounds of mushrooms. And they went nuts. Because in my hometown, it was all microdot-acid. So you get top dollar for mushrooms. But then a friend of mine asked me something that was crazy. He goes, can you get guns? And I go, let me check. And I went down to the gun store, and I go, I want to buy a gun. They're like, Give us your ID. Pick one.
That was it.
That's what I picked. I was buying guns from this guy. And then I got it where I'd go to you. And I knew the guns were 400 new. I could get 6 1/4, but I got the same holster that Don Johnson used. Yeah. And the 2 clips here was called the Spider or something. You're not gonna believe this. So I would land. I would take the 7 a.m. flight out of Aspen, which got you to Denver at 8 a.m., which got you on the 9:40 flight from Denver to Newark. And arrived in Newark like I wanted to. I would walk off the plane with a suitcase filled with guns, 2 bags of mushrooms, underwear, socks, and a toothbrush, just in case you looked in there. I'd lock the suitcase, nobody could go in there. All the guns were in boxes, they were brand new. I would get to my Danny B's house, and he'd have like 8 guys there. Hey, how you doing? And they would get ready. I'd put the holster on with the gun, and I'd come out like dancing, and they'd go crazy. 800, we'll give them 950.
Your modeling is
Fucking hysterical. Why would you? I'd sell it, pull the gun out, and tell them to lay down. Lay the fuck down. Lay the fuck out. I'm sorry, I'm fucking with you. Are you scared of it? And then one time, I brought a pound of fucking mushrooms. Okay, I put a pound of mushrooms. Danny was crazy at the time. Danny B was crazy. I mean, our whole worlds were crazy. I'll never forget walking to Danny B's house with the guns. And like him going, listen, I'm going to be busy for an hour. Is there something you can do? I'm like, me and your cousin are going to get a sandwich. And I remember coming back home, and he's on the phone talking to a drug dealer. He's got a safe. It's a huge safe. It's like a 3-foot, 4-foot safe. It's wide open. And there was money on the top shelf, and the rest was little bottles of Decadurabolin, steroids. Okay? Because he also sold steroids. It was just rows and rows of steroids. And on top of the safe was a mirror with a little mountain of coke on it and 3 lines cut out. And he's talking. I'm watching this on the couch. And he's talking to whoever he's talking to. He's like, yeah, I know, man. I know. No. He goes, hold on. Mom, get the shot ready. And he's like, I know how it is, man. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And he would talk to his mom. Mom, get the shot ready. I didn't know what was going on. And he'd go, listen, I got to call you back. My mom's going to shoot me, all right? He would go into the room. He would go, Ma, you ready? And she would go, yeah. And he would bend over, do a line of coke, and then she would shoot him with the steroid. Come on. You can't write this shit. And I can have this motherfucker. He's sleeping now. His mom's But here's what gets better. And Lee'll tell you, he had a younger brother, not the sharpest guy, a little retarded. Never had a chance in life. Another game of full brain. I forget what his name was. Lee, what was the guy's name that went to jail? What was his name? We tried to get him a job. This guy's career started as a 14-year-old. He would put fishing lines down like depository boxes. People make deposits at night. And one night he fished a bank deposit bag with 14 grand. Damn. He took a cab to the Kennedy airport. And he tipped the cab driver $100 bill. And he took a flight to Hawaii. And they caught him in Hawaii. They did. So they put him back in jail. Hilarious. They recognized him by him giving a $100 tip to the cab driver. Gary. So Gary was about maybe 13 one day. It's like a year before he thinks about the fish line thing. I get there. And I get there. And I like, they go, what you bring us? And I put weed on the table. They, let me see the gun. And then I put mushrooms. There was a bag of mushrooms. At this time, that'd be an ounce or 2. And they were dry. And I put them on top of the table. And we were in the bedroom. Me, Danny, and his partner. Danny. No, Tommy. And I don't know who was in the kitchen, but I'm hearing like somebody's eating. I go, Danny, what the fuck? He goes, what the fuck is that? We go out there. It's the 13-year-old brother eating a mushroom like a fucking snack. And he's like, Danny's like, Gary, what the fuck are you doing? Those are cyber-selling mushrooms. And he's like, what the mushroom? He goes, obviously you're gonna fucking see. How many of those sticks did you eat? He goes, I don't know. He ate like fucking, 13 years old. Me and Danny, we all go out drinking. We go snort coke. We walk in at 4 o'clock. We pull up to the house and Danny goes, fuck, my house is dark. I wonder what's going on in there. He goes, whip out your guns. Something's not right. We fucking go for the guns. I carry guns. We open up the door. We walk up the stairs. We turn the light on. And there's this 13-year-old brother in the living room sitting there by himself with his eyes wide open. He's rubbing his legs and he goes, what? I'm not tripping. That was it. We fucking died. We're like, So believe it or not, Ryan Sigler, I was fucking making money. So even if I fucked up, I'd make money. Right. And at one point, I was up like 60 grand. That's the only time I've ever been a winner in my life. Like by September of 86, I was up like 60 grand under my bed. And then something happened. It just snapped. Like I could not have any success. And I started just flying over there to get the coke and snort it with my friends. Me, this dude Mike, and my girlfriend at the time. By that time I had another Kato. He wasn't Chinese though, he was Keith Corn, they just called him Kato. I had Carl, I had this whole army, and we were just selling bare minimums. And then the people who I was dealing against, this is one of the wildest stories I'll ever tell you. This is like one of the wildest things, but this is just to let you know where I was as a 23-year-old man. There was a couple other drug dealers. They blew up a drug dealer in Ashton. His name was Dan Grabo. They blew him up. He got arrested. He had like $8 million on him cash. Damn. They didn't find no drugs. They were going to arrest him for tax evasion. And 12 days before, you can look this stuff up if you want. December 12th, 1986, as he got in his car, he went to start the Jeep. And a pipe bomb. Oh, they really blew him up. Yeah, they weren't playing games. So that network was scrambling. That network was scrambling. And here I am behind their back, pulling $1,500 ounces, cutting that. And then I'm taking their street action from them because I had a couple dealers. I don't like going out and selling on my belly. It's called selling drugs on your belly. I didn't like it. Going to a bar and having a package. You can't go. It's like being in a stolen car. So they did it. I gave them I said, listen, just give me the principle. You can make all the profit, but I need this shit out of my house because I'll snort it. Nah, I remember I had a bomb. At that time, the big thing was bazookas. You take a cup like this, you put 3 fingers of water in there, you throw a gram of Coke and 3/10 of baking soda, and you put it in the microwave oven for 26 seconds. Once you get addicted to the bing, once you hit bing, you take it out, and there'll be little white pebbles in there. You take the white pebbles out, you let them dry, and you put them, you cut them up with a razor blade. You take a joint, regular paper, roll up the joint, take that cocaine, and sprinkle it into the joint, that pure cocaine, you roll it. Then you get a lighter, you melt the fucking coke into the reefer, you spark it up, that's a bazooka. And they call that cocoa puffs, right? In Colombia, they would take the nicotine out and put coke been smoking with nicotine. We went on a roll with that shit. Once that took over our neighborhood, we went on a roll. And then we were just getting the weed. We ran out of rolling papers one night. And then one of those, not glass bongs, but the other type of that other material, like plexiglass. Yeah. We smoked so many bazookas that the bong collapsed like tower number 2. It just kept going down and down. We woke up, it was like a bong for a midget. It just collapsed. That's how much heat we put to it with the fucking blowtorch. Oh, God, dude. So I wanted a complete and total disrespectful tear. Like I really... At the end of 86. Really at the end of 86. And then what really kicked it open was I was supposed to go to my girlfriend's brother's wedding. She left on a Wednesday. And all my cocaine foundings, I had found this coke that they called like, I forget what they called it, like white powder mock coke or something. Sea of Pearl, they had a name for it. I happened to get 2 ounces of it. It was pink. It was going for $2,000 an ounce. The guy owed me a favor, gave it to me for like 14. I took 2 ounces and I was going to save them for the wedding. So I had this friend who was an electrician. I brought the 2 ounces to his house. He didn't get high. And I go, put these in your safe. I do not want to touch them. And for a month, I didn't touch them. The wedding was Saturday. I was scheduled to leave on Friday night at 6 o'clock. I went to pick up the coke at 1. I went home. I got dressed. I packed the bag. I did 1 line of coke. And I missed the wedding. Oh, I sat in there for 3 fucking days with my dog. I was so paranoid I wouldn't let the dog out to pee. He would just sit there like, when can I pee? I'm like, you're in no danger, so you better hold on to it because you ain't peeing and you ain't shit. That's how bad I was. Man. From Friday at 1 to like Monday, I didn't stop snorting. I called the cops on myself like 4 times that weekend. There's burglars on my property. This paranoid. It was terrible. I was in a horrible place. She came back like Tuesday or Wednesday. She was 3/4 orders are broken, and she was like, listen, I don't know how long I can keep doing this. I mean, this isn't really a life. This is just, we're living like animals, you know, we're snorting coke. And I'm like, okay. She goes, I want to go back to school. There's things I want to do. I'm like, I'll be snorting coke and meeting your ass every day. What do you need school for? What do you do at school? The fuck you don't want at school? I'll be skiing, snorting, fucking sucking, you know. And I could feel I was just wearing on it. And then it was until Thanksgiving that everything fell apart. I went to City Market and I ordered a turkey. And I thought it was Tony Montana. So I invited like 10 people over for Thanksgiving. She got a bunch of shit to cook and invite people over. And now Wednesday before Thanksgiving, those were the days where I would just come to you and go, second, look, can I talk to you for a second? What are you doing tonight? Like, no, I'm staying home. I go, do me a favor. I'll give you $200. Go stay at that hotel. Let me get your house for the night. Don't come back. And I would sit in your house because I thought the cops wouldn't be watching me there. And I would just watch your TV, watch HBO and jerk off and do coke by myself. And I got a batch of coke. And I went to Cato's house and I stayed there from that night. And I missed Thanksgiving. Holy shit. And I walked out on Friday. And she was back. She was done. And she goes, I have to go. This is not a way to live. And I go, you're right. I'll go with you, but I gotta borrow money. I didn't have any money left. I went through all the 60 and all. Damn. So this kid owed Mama Maria's Pizza, and he was dying to be a gangster. I had like 2 of those guys I never borrowed from because I was just setting them up. Like every week I tell them, you know, fucking Ryan Sickle made 20 grand with me. Fuck. When can I get a piece of it? Don't worry about it. Yeah. Once Ryan falls out, let's get rid of Ryan. I went right to that idiot, Mama Maria's Pizza. I took him for like 5 G's. Damn. goes, when do I get it back? You get back. In fact, I'm going to give you a bonus. I'm going to give you 12.5 on Sunday. So I had that 5. I went to some other kid, borrowed 2 for 27, and I had a coke dealer chick. Today the chick lives here in LA. We haven't connected, but people told me she's here, and she's probably forgotten about what I did for her, but I did the perfect scam on her. I bought this weed that was Fugazi weed. The weed looked like it was weed from today, but it was 1980 or whatever.
Yeah, that shit wasn't around back then.
It looked good, but it didn't get you high. So I sprayed water on it to make it weigh a pound. Between you and I,
Man, everybody listening.
oh my God. Between you and I owe this lady, I forget what her name is. It comes to me from time to time. I think her last name was Vermont or something like that. I went to, and she's like, you better have my fucking 20 grand. At that time, I owed her 20. I owed this other dealer.
Damn, that's a lot though. So, holy shit.
Oh, I owed this other dealer 45
grand?
Yes.
Holy shit.
And I owed her, his partner. It was a female, dirty large.
Yo, that's 100 in.
But I had a crush on her, and I knew how to soften her up. She was hot as fuck. She was on a date. She broke up with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was a psycho. I still remember her name. She went on a date. She went to get in her car, and her boyfriend was hiding under the car. He grabbed her by the ankle, broke her fucking ankle.
Damn.
Got out, beat the fuck out of the guy on the date. So it was well known not to even ask her on a date. So we had become friends. Everybody was scared of her. I owed her like 30 large. The cops were watching me. I had the DEA watching me, which is official. The cops were watching me because a guy was snorting coke in Aspen, and his wife was the accountant for the department for the town of Aspen. She was skinning me money off the top. It was her and husband to snort coke. She got caught, and part of her plea agreement was to go after other drug turn in people. So somebody turned me out there, and he would come over and go every time, can we do business outside? I'm like, what? Son, these guys are cops. So I played them. I played them for like a month. I kept my house clean. I found the tap on my phone. In those days, you broke into your phone box, and there would be a little wire, and it would say who was tapping it. And then one day, one day I had a friend of mine come over. And it was a 2-car garage. I had to pull into my garage. And then I left. I went into the car, dressed as him with his car. I took off and I took the long route and went behind the house. And you could see the guys in the telescope. And I beeped at them. They froze. There was nothing they could do. But my house was clean. I had no coke in the house. I had nothing. So that Friday after Thanksgiving, we got all our shit together. That was worth it. We had a little Mazda 2-door. We packed it. I went to that lady's house, and I gave her, I said, listen, I know I owe you $20,000. But, you know, my friend Ryan said, right, yeah. He's getting married, and he needs it. Oh, he did. Oh, I know you're not going to give it to me on the yard. Did I ask you? Did I fucking ask you? What I brought you as collateral was a pound of the sweetest weed you've ever seen. She looked at it, she's like, oh my God, you think he'll trade me for it? I go, no. Let me go give him the fucking half ounce of coke. When I come back, what would you be willing to give for that? She goes, tell him I'll give him another half ounce. I go, fine. Let me go get them. I wasn't coming back. Never. I got in that fucking car with that half ounce of coke, and we just left. And all night long, there was a car following us. The car followed us for about 2 hours. You know how many hotels we checked into that night? 3. It was a 4-hour drive to Denver. We checked into 3 hotels because we go into a hotel, do a line of coke. We get so paranoid we'd have to leave.
Fuck out.
It was terrible. It was just It was a horrible, horrible, horrible time for me.
And this is the end of 86 now.
86 ends with us in Boulder. We're clean. She went back to live with her mother. I moved in with 4 fucking dirtbags. And I got a job. I ended the year working at a car wash, drying cars.
That's where we're gonna stop.
Good.
It's another fucking great
But
episode.
one more story.
One more.
Okay, so when I'm living with those 3 idiots, 10, 12, 14.
Yeah. 10, 12, 14 makes me laugh.
I'm dating the girl the girl downstairs now. Fuck the girl next door with the big tits. Fuck a fucking roommate.
Yeah.
I'm dating the girl next door. I love the girl next door. She's got pretty eyes. Those 2 little fucking desert tramps. They were just desert tramps. One fucking the other one's roommate. Cock blocking me with her tits out. It was a disgusting situation for a guy like me. So he comes to me one day and he goes, "Hey, can I talk to you in Spanish?" And listen, she made moves on me. I go, "Well, go do your thing." But I'm scared. I never did it before. I go, "How old are you?" He goes, "Like 21. I go, "You never got your fucking pinguita sucked before, right?" So something happens. He went over there and started like dating her. Like a week later, he got that to do with me. Like, "I heard what you did over there. You did not supposed to do that." I'm like, "What the fuck does this guy think he is?" So one day I'm running out of ideas because I'm torturing the Cato. I'm torturing the fucking white dude. And I look in this Mexican's room. Our door is shared, but there was no lock. So I could just open it. I look through his room. It's like a picture. This is the piece of shit I was. There was a picture of his mother, his grandmother. It was like Coco. You know, his pictures of all his family members. And there was a towel in the closet with like a little jar of Vaseline. I go, "The fuck?" And I pick up the towel and it's $2 bills. I took those to go. That night, it's like, "Can I talk to you?" He goes, "Somebody stole $200 from my room." And I'm dying inside. I'm like, "Really?" And he goes, "You seen my hands? I work in the plantation all day for that $200. So if you know who did it, please give it back to me." I'm like, "Okay." You ain't never see him that, you fucking Ayanara. I was just nuts, man. I was just fucking nuts.
Oh, man. Well, as always.
That was 86, and I'm sure we left out.
I mean,
Brought him
that's
a one
2
night.
hours of 86.
If I didn't get back in time, if my flight was delayed in Newark, and I didn't get back in time, I would have to spend the night at the Denver airport and catch the first flight to Aspen Airways. That must have happened 3 times. Do you know all 3 times? I hooked up with either a chick or a guy at the airport, and we snorted coke all night. I would put the coke in a locker and take out like 8 balls at a time. I would spend like $80 in quarters because I had quarters in a combination.
There's no one like you, dude.
I met a guy from a record label once. He was like fucking everybody's record manager. I'm feeding him with coke. He's like, "Call me if you're in LA." We became friends. I mean, it was just.
Oh, man.
It was such a I was buying the guns, like the shit I was doing. I had a cop on my payroll that came over to my house one day. I was talking to him about guns, and someone came up. He's like, "You do coke?" I'm like, "Yeah, you want some?" And I was giving him the pure shit. You know how many nights he knocked on my door on his shift? All fucked up. Like, I mean, his eyes were. He's like, "You think I can borrow some more from you?" Fuck yeah. He wouldn't pull nobody over. He was a Pitkin County sheriff and they drove Saabs. I remember him pulling up to my house.
Harris Sobs, that's right, Colorado.
He would come up to me, and his eyes were bulging out of his head. And he would go, I need another rock, man. So he started giving me all the guns he would confiscate.
Jesus Christ. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to end here. We're going to pick up on January 1987 when we continue next time. So
now I'll talk about the Patreon because I'm not really getting great. I don't know what's going on with the book deal. Social media is getting very evil. I wanted to do something different. Little videos. I wanted a little bit more interpersonality. Plus, I wanted commitment. The guy up at the Rochester Club said, do you ever notice when you do a show for people who don't pay for tickets, they're a rowdy your fucking audience?
that's right.
The podcast is still free. I'm not an Indian giver. The podcast is still free. This is different content I want to create. And there's two people in particular that I want to help out. There's a director dude and a graphic designer dude. Lee and me do the podcast. That's cool there. This is something for me and two other dudes. I used to shoot all those Joy Karate videos and regular videos. I want to come up with a new character, like an Uncle Joey type character that gives advice to the youth every week. Something funny. I don't give a fuck. It's something outside the box. That's why I charge you $1, 4 quarters, $1. I just need $1. If I wanted to rape you guys, I could rape you. I'm looking for $1 of your commitment because I know you're not gonna fucking send back negative shit at me and call me a fat fuck and tell me that.
Yeah, they're the diehards, the loyal fans.
You guys are loyal fans.
But the other thing I love that you're doing, I want to say this too, because what I've learned about Patreon is it's $1, but you can give more if you want to give more. If you feel like I do $5, you can give more if you want to give more. But I do $5. You get video, you get audio. It's a new episode. It's not like here's the rest of this or here's that. You know, it's a full new thing with
others. It's a podcast.
Good for you.
The podcast's always been for free. You know what? I see that when you take, like, if me and you do a podcast, somebody will take an 8-minute bit out of this, they'll get 8 million hits. Why aren't we doing that? Right. So we'll call them podcast bits, where I just interview somebody for 11 minutes and put it on Patreon.
It's great.
There's so many different things to do on Patreon.
Well, look, stand-up's gone right now. We have to figure out how to make some stand-ups. That's right. And
and I'm not in business to rip. I know what you're paying for Patreons or whatever. I'm not in business to rip nobody. So I just want a community that you don't open up the page and it's like, you know, Nick Cannon's trending or everything that's not. This has nothing to do with us. This has to do with us.
That's right.
So patreon.com/Joey Diaz, $1, give whatever the fuck you want. Next week I got the chance to shoot videos, so I'll start experiment videos. That's it.
Well, thank you.
Everything
for coming on. We'll start with January 87. Thank you to Jimmy Seafood. Thank you, Jen, for the masks. And as always, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. I'll talk to you all next week.
The National Transportation Safety Board is looking into what caused the windshield to crack mid-flight on a United Airlines plane headed to LA. ABC South Stones says investigators are collecting radar, weather, and flight reporter data.
It's unclear what made the United Airlines Boeing 737 backseat windshield shatter. Images appear to show damage like something hit the plane right above the cockpit on Thursday, shattering the windshield. There have been theories online it was falling space junk.
The NTSB's flight was near Utah, heading from Denver to LAX with the windshield cracked, leaving the pilot with several cuts on one arm of the plane. Diverted Thankfully, the Salt Lake City aircraft windshields are made with multiple layers so that if one or some layer shattered, the rest remain intact. Vice President J.D. Vance is heading to Israel this week to talk about transitioning into the second phase of President Trump's peace plan. The Middle East is expected in the region tomorrow. Special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, presidential advisor Jared Kushner already are there, and met with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu today. A sea otter has attacked a surfer at a popular spot in Northern California.
Last week at Steamer Lane in Santa Cruz, an otter hit a surfer on the foot and commandeered her surfboard. Still receiving was sitting on the 20 minutes later when a harbor patrol arrived. The surfer was taken ashore and where it was returned. Her skin was not punctured. 2 lifeguards put out and retrieved the otter. 2 years ago, an otter terrorized surfers and was captured, tagged, and named Otter 41. It's unknown who was in the outboard. The same otter. Phil Hewlett, KFI.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny highs in southeast to low 80s for metro LA, low to mid 80s in the southeast, 70s around 80 in the high desert, low to mid 70s for the beaches, low 80s in Mendoza, low to upper 80s for the high. Right now it's 86 in Laguna Woods, 82 in Rancho Santa Margarita. It's slow on the 10 in Mid City.
You're looking at the eastbound side, and that's where traffic looks up right around Robertson. Road breaks and stretches all the way to the 5. And the westbound side is moving nicely. Just a little crowded right around La Cienega, but it's nothing big. We're also looking past Sherman Oaks, South 101. That's loading up from about Van Nuys Boulevard, heading to 171 34 split. We're slowing in Hollywood from Santa Monica Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. Let's take a look at South LA as well, the 110 northbound. That's really starting to load up almost from the 105 as you continue ahead to the 101. And southbound, it's kind of crowded, getting away from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, looking right around Manchester Avenue. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Rachel Martinez.
If you're a business owner, I want you to listen up. You cannot afford to get HR wrong in California. One bad hire, one missed deadline, one complaint that goes sideways, and you could be staring down a 6-figure lawsuit. That's what I want to tell you about Guardian HR, a full-service non-charge support team with real employment attorneys on call. Whether you've got 5 employees or 500, they'll guide you through compliance handbooks, terminations, harassment claims, you name it. It's like having an in-the-house HR department without the overhead. You're going to get your own dedicated HR manager who gets to know your team and your business. Get the support you need. Guardian HR. Protect your business from costly lawsuits. Find out why thousands of businesses are using Guardian HR. Visit GuardianHR.com today and schedule a tour of their platform and services with a member of their team and tell them John sent you. Protect your business from this nonsense. That's Guardian HR, the HR compliance partner that you can rely on.
Thinking about spine or neck surgery for that chronic pain? Stop. Once you go under the knife, there's no going back. Long recovery times, permanent changes, and no guarantee your pain will even improve. But there's a safer, smarter option. At Bespoke Biologics, advanced stem cell therapy is giving patients lasting relief without surgery, without steroids, without addictive pain pills. At Bespoke, our doctors specialize in treating herniated discs, degenerative disc disease, pinched nerve, and failed back surgery syndrome, using real-time X-ray guidance to precisely place millions of stem cells right where your body needs them the most. This is cutting-edge medicine that's helping real patients avoid life-altering surgery by harnessing the body's full power to heal itself. If you're at the end of your rope with pain, don't gamble with the knife until you've tried Bespoke. Schedule your introductory telemedicine consultation now. Call 888-326-STEM or online at BespokeStemCell.com. That's BespokeStemCell.com or call 888-326-STEM.
These things have been evaluated by the FDA. Markets are up and down. Currencies up and down. The U.S. dollar down. Your dollar flying less every day. System breaks. Stocks start going to see gold, wealth, banks, and billionaires flying gold. So protect your savings now. Hopefully your account will be free. And get $20,000 in bonus. Call Weird 800-225-8100. That's 800-225-8100. 800-225-8100.
Wire independent election experts emerging Californians to vote yes on Prop 50 this November. It's simple. Donald Trump and extreme Republican politicians are stealing congressional seats across the country, trying to rig the next election and give Trump really unchecked power. Prop 50 will put the election back on a level playing field, giving the people of California the power to use temporary maps to counter Trump's power grab, citizen redistricting commissioners, community groups, and President Obama all support Prop 50 because Prop 50 defends checks and balances, ensures that voters, not politicians, decide our elections, and reaffirms California's commitment to independent, nonpartisan redistricting for the long term. This November, defend democracy in all 50 states. Yes, on Prop 50. Advocate for Reyes on the election rigging response act to Governor Newsom's ballot measuring committee. Advocate's top funders. Fund for policy reform and HMP for Prop 50.
ASD Trump, the House Whisperer. I know how bad people want that new green kitchen before the holidays, but can it really happen? The kitchen store says yes, it can. They have kitchens at every price point. Lead times from 12 weeks to 2 days, plus flexible financing to make it all happen. Drop in anytime. Call at 310 Kitchen or find them online at kitchenstore.net. Tell them I sent you. Get a free gift. Make your holiday kitchen a reality. Experience elite luxury with Cadillac Fascinator. Elevate your drive today to new heights. Get ready for the iHeartRadio album preview featuring live showcase Forever Legendary Edition. Featuring an exclusive interview with John Bon Jovi. Hi, I'm John Bon Jovi, and I'm inviting you to iHeartRadio's album preview. All in celebration of Forever, the Legendary Edition. Listen on the free iHeart apps today's mix station, Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. That's 1-800-9-million or sweetjames.com. $1,000 in big beautiful bills. Keep listening for your next chance to win on KFI AM 640 or stimulating talk. Carlos Mayo sitting in for John Bell on KFI AM 640 station. And we've got the iHeartRadio. Miss anything, or catch up on the podcast. We post podcast every day at 4 o'clock. And you can use that app to send me a message, talk about the journal, or ask me a question. We're going to get some of the first responses that we've got, some of the first questions in the next segment. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to talk about California voter ID. Signature drive is underway. There's a million signatures. I'll tell you what initiative requires and why it's a key in California. Whether or not Prop 50 passes or fails, voter ID will be the final step that we're waiting for. And then, of course, at 3 o'clock, I need to give a response to Gavin Newsom's shutting down the 5 freeway over the weekend between Orange County and San Diego across from Camp Pendleton, blaming it on Donald Trump, and now lying about Trump hitting on the freeway, and therefore he was justified in creating a massive bridge gate-like traffic jam. That's coming up at 3 o'clock, but first, let's return to our conversation on no. I am appalled at how was no Prop 50 act on the consultants in the state of California are the problem. They are incompetent, and they are corrupt, and they steal money. I'm just going to be very clear. They waste money, and they're only interested in commission checks, a profit, and they don't care about actually winning elections. What galls me is the fact that the donors on the Republican side continue to reward bad behavior like this and incompetence and grit by hiring the same failed consultants. Rinse it. It's awful. So after seeing a bunch of lousy no on Prop 50 ads and then the money for it, North California, we decided to put together an act. Because here's what you have to do. If you want to get some of those 50% yes voters to break away from the evidence, you've got to meet them where they are. Most of the ones that we can win don't like them. So we have to meet them
is the fact that they don't like Trump. Which explains that politicians are just tapping in here, just like they've always done. And we have to appeal to the fact that these are fair-minded. The ones that are not fair-minded are never going to win, so they're already taken for gas. The ones that could peel away from gas to vote no are truly looking for their fair-minded. But they think the ends justify the means, so you have to address this. So based on that, my team put together this ad, and we spent all of $900 in hard promises. And it features a real teacher, a Latina teacher, a real teacher, not a paid actor, basically articulating why someone maybe yes should naturally vote. It's cut one.
Why is it wrong to rig the election in California and Texas is doing it too?
As a teacher, I often have to explain to kids why it's wrong to rig the politicians are using the hatred of Trump to get what they want. Prop 50 takes power away from people by destroying So the first thing to do is you have to frame the question. If the question is, do you like Trump or not like Trump, because a lot of Californians are so blind and so fed with misinformation that they can So you have to frame it from the question that if they seriously consider it, the answer is no vote. That's why that child is asking, why is it wrong for California to rig its election if Texas already? So you're arguing, hey, it's wrong for what? Why is it wrong if they're doing it? California is rigging the election. That is not debatable. There's nothing fair about that. They're unfair by definition. They signed to it by definition. It's a gerrymandered map. So why not do that? Why is it wrong for us to do something wrong that Texas is wrong? Then we transition into politicians for using your hatred to get what they've always wanted. We also throw in voters don't know that Prop 50 costs $300 million. It's not a budget crisis. Where they're cutting education programs and social service programs. That money can be better spent in classroom. So let's rerun cut one so that we can really absorb that.
Why is it wrong to rig the election in California if Texas is doing it too?
As a teacher, I often have to explain to kids why two wrongs don't make a right, and Prop 50 is a perfect example. Politicians are using their hatred of Trump to get what they want. Prop 50 takes power away from voters by destroying the independent citizens redistricting process, and Prop 50 weighs $300 million. How do you think it go to our schools? Rigging elections is wrong, and two wrongs don't make a right. Vote no on Prop 50. You gotta see it because it is a TV ad, it's a visual ad, it's a video ad. You have to see it. So check it out on my Twitter account, my Facebook account, my Instagram account, or see it. Or just check it out at reformcalifornia.org. Well, we don't have the big bucks that the average has. But it is a summer. That is what we have to focus on. We must make sure you have the right message and the right points. Yeah, it's very simple. Sure. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about the correction of the Republican side as to why they didn't fight harder to defeat Trump. Again, I'm not saying this is good. We still have a shot. We didn't vote 50%, but it's going to take everyone on the side. This summer, coming up, part of my filling in for John Bobo on AM 640. But first, let's get an update on news we never want. Here's the
latest, local officials launched an investigation into federal immigration agents' tactics, and the Supreme Court has ruled National Guard troops can go back to Portland. Plus, at the top of the hour, Southland weather for KFI sunny, high 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Staples from the Southern California Toyota Traffic Center. It's Trucktober at your Toyota dealer. Check out the biggest selection of Tacomas and Tundras. It's qualified art.
And it's not too bad. It just wraps up right around Colorado. After that, you remain on the brakes in some pretty crowded stretches all the way to the 605 freeway. The 605 northbound also crowding up from the 5, and it looks much better once you make your way past the 10. It's tough in some stretches of Martin County, like on the 55 northbound. That blows up coming off of the 405, looking a lot better by the time you pass the 5 freeway. For Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Rachel Martinez.
If you're looking to sell your home, call Sellers Advantage. They'll make you a cash offer with no fees for repairs. With Sellers Advantage, there are no agents, deposit days, they buy with cash. They even offer a $10,000 advance help. Check out the reviews online. Call for no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com.
Don't worry, self-happy with Sellers Advantage.
DRA number 0966165.
Life moves fast. That's why California makes voting easy. You don't have to wait until election day. Drop your ballot at a secure drop box. Visit an early vote center or mail it. Over 80% of Californians vote early, and you can too. Plus, when you sign up for Where's My Ballot, you'll get a text or email the moment your ballot is received and counted. Don't delay. Vote today. Get more information at sos.ca.gov. A message from the California Secretary of State.
Your local Staples has outlets and several places throughout the store on everything for your business. Right now, Staples save up to $129 on your print order. It's Staples.com/print for details. It's November 1st, plus save even more with the easy rewards program at Staples.
Support is sponsored by the International Hockey Association.
Chicago's mayor should be in jail for failing to protect police officers. Governor Pritzker also.
And I'm saying this to President. This is called cash to tell. And so you go arrest Pritzker, and you argue that he has violated some kind of federal law, and you go handcuff him right now. You will cut this tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI AM 640. You're on a date. Conversations will and then shoot back and suddenly you're laying back so your confidence will run or personally needed about the conversation if I let the money on the mushroom all the time. Now what was that? Most of this bad weather mandates it phase fast. It's like spring perfume. So that's why you try functional breath freshener you swallow. Zelma's tiny dual action capsules powerful achievement filled with parsley oil, clinically tested to fight selfish offenders like garment leggings and takes down common fresh breath anytime. Zelman is only available online at Zelmans.com. Zelmans.com.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever. Homes are sitting longer, prices are falling, and sellers are outnumbering buyers. If you inherited a home and want to avoid the stress and hassle, call Winchwood Homes first to discuss your options. Inheriting a home can be overwhelming. Probate paperwork, multiple heirs, property taxes, repairs, and maybe even an existing mortgage. With Winchwood Homes, there's no need to clean or clear out the house. No repairs or updates. We buy as is and provide a fast, reliable, all-cash offer. No commissions, no hassle. The Winchwood Homes team can guide you through the process with experts in probate, trusts, and shared inheritance. Winchwood Homes offer is firm with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. We can close in as little as 3 days or on your time. Call 800-307-2010 today for your no obligation cash offer. That's 800-307-2010. 800-307-2010 or WinFundHomes.com. Southern California's trusted home buyer for 40 years.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Did you know our cities have chlorine and chloramines to your water? And that's both bathing in, breathing in, and drinking every day. These chemicals are harsh on your health, your skin, and your hair. With a Life Source whole house system, you get clean, healthy water from every tap without salt or monthly filter changes. Don't wait. Call our factory for a quote at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com.
Limitations apply. In Cybersecurity Awareness Month, LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteeing your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected. 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BETTER. Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I can be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloated stomach pain, or slow stools. I thought it was my stomach. People often do, but many of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie. The free iHeartRadio app, live radio playlists for everything the most podcasts on the planet. And WhatsApp, all the good presets. Make sure the free iHeartRadio app is on your smartphone now. Coming up on this next Mary Chapman show. Netflix has a new title, Drive Out. It's called The Perfect Neighbor. It's a story told completely with body camera footage. That's coming up at 12:30 tomorrow. Load Gary and Chapman.
Then what? I accept that myself as the full time of
Filling in today for John Rothschild on KFI 640. You know my role, maybe in the legislature, but more likely from Reform California, where I share,
if I go ahead and I let
and it
about
leads me to
if I say ruling, I hereby accept this
and
question
the grit,
as potential
malfeasance,
then what? Then the fashion will ultimately affect stands
Republican
and
political consultants in
as
California.
follows. Means number
And
one,
that's why I'm winning Prop 50 right now. But if we do win Prop 50, it's because
if I lose the national what?
the grassroots
I've lost
spread the word. Not because of the campaigns run by these thrifty consultants who have literally failed.
And then what?
I want to remind you that submit questions to
The
them.
national
I will not answer any questions. I want you to know really what's going on.
if I deliver the
My views, I call balls and strikes.
say that what I'm saying that
Republicans
the
are
value of the national itself, or I can deduct the value of the national from the amount of the so what's the bottom line is we accept the fact that a national that is valued at less than the
party
actual
officials
itself.
doing more to stop Prop
The
50.
service image of the record, but only in a situation where that was explicitly articulated by
I'm interested
by
in what's going on
by
at the
the
national
vendor.
level.
But in the event that it's not explicitly by the vendor, by the lender, and the most that the lender is on the look for website is what? The actual value of the national. We'll say that's number one. Number two, I would trust the
So I do
extra
know the
so
president,
it's an investment
when
that
asked,
that if you have a collateralized vote,
his job is
collateral
raising.
is worth only
And
a fraction of
I
that.
do know that
Presence
because Prop
of
50 is
collateral
so partisan
ultimately
in
again
California
allows or
that
prevents you from
the decision has been not to involve Trump too much. But I think at this point, we got to go prove that the president
because once I have
and
collateral,
weigh in.
collateral represents the
And I'm hoping he's going to do that because he needs to spike turnout for Republicans. He needs to light a fire for the Democrats to get the votes out. That being said, the Republican Party is wrong. Are you thinking they're going to come save us? Oh, come on, everyone's not paying attention to the storyline. They have left us for dead. They have literally said that California is not safe. Let's get on.
And I'm thinking about that. Because here's the deal. We have 52 congressional seats. And we're about to lose 5.
Right now we've been dealing
And I
with
think
was
we're probably
one
going
by
to
one. Now we're about
5.
to do all of them
If
together.
Republicans
It
want to
wasn't
get
necessarily, but what to do with
and
improving
me.
them. So it's mainly
So
just that I'm within a
a
choice.
little
It says
surprised
the closest
you're
majority
there
was
for
the face. When it comes to
freedom
biblical
fighters on
choice,
identity lines.
right?
So
What from the stuff and
the
what's
party's
it?
not
So
going to
if you
save
notice
the
that,
nation.
I don't know here, I should girls every side. The one thing has to do what? Is to exempt yourself from liability. So biblical shua says, I'm carrying something, I'm going to take the shua to free myself from this. So essentially, on a biblical level, I swear in order not to take. So it's so again, so you just come up with the church, I say, you're going to answer $1,000, you're going to $500. What does it do? What does it do? Right? It's a shua in order to watch, not to pay. Not to pay. Like, I Ruben says, I gave it back to you. Once I went to Allah, for why? In order not to pay. People look for something out there to accept
fraud oversight and the
watch
Senate
this.
here in
However,
Los
the
Angeles.
English spread with it off. Now it is having hundreds of immigrants. So let's say it's so what happens?
An appeals court has
Swear
ruled National
in
Guard
order
troops
to
can
go
go
ahead
into Portland.
Under the ruling, the
I'm
justices
swearing
said
in
presidential
order to
determinations are
get
not reviewable by
I
federal
swear
courts.
in
The
order
Court
to
of
collect
Appeals
money.
lacks
What are
power
the
to issue
examples?
injunctive
So
relief. City employees should not show any interest
some here,
in sort
I
of not
think
been
so.
employed,
Yes,
and the
go
president
check
acted
the window
lawfully
on a
because in
store,
response to
check anybody
enforcement
out.
in the events
Fine,
of war.
listen. So
I'm
what's
Brad
going on?
Ford,
So I want to point
The
out.
news is brought to you by Sellers Demand. One cyclist was killed, 2 others were hurt after all 3 were hit by a car on PCH in Huntington Beach. They were riding in a bike lane at the time. Huntington Beach police spokesman Courtney Carson says a woman has been arrested.
The driver of a 2006 Mercedes E-Class hit the 3 bicyclists as they rolled over the shoulder of the Pacific Coast Highway. The driver was arrested about a half-mile away once she eventually stopped.
He says Amber Caldwell was put on suspicion of his gross vehicular manslaughter and possession of narcotics. The CHP has requested an after-action review of the Marine's birthday celebration in Camp Pendleton because of an artillery shell that was prematurely detonated during a live fire demonstration. CHP has shut down and shut down a stretch of 5 Saturday between LA and San Diego County.
Claims from Governor Gavin Newsom about this, and the military was firing live orders over the freeway. The military had said that would not happen, and traffic did not need to be shut down.
But he says a small piece of shrapnel did hit a CHP car that was part of Vice President Vance's security detail. No one was hurt. California Attorney General Bonta is encouraging everyone to vote early ahead of the November 4th special electoral decide on Prop 50, a measure proposing temporary redistricting of the state's congressional districts. It's in response to redistricting efforts in Republican-led states, including Texas and Florida. Bonta says there are some who prefer a lower voter turnout.
Benefit in California state and the state from participating in democracy strongest response is to exercise our right to vote.
You have until 11:59 p.m. tonight to register online. After that, you can register in person on Election Day. Police in Atlanta say they have reported what could have been a mass shooting at the city's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. They say a guy drove to the South Terminal to check out travelers when his family members alerted them. They arrested him. Police Chief Darren Shirebaum says they found an assault rifle in his pickup.
He arrived at 9:29, and then he entered the airport shortly thereafter at 9:31. At that time, we don't know if he was armed.
He says the guy had been screaming on social media that he was headed to the airport to shoot him up. President Trump has hosted the Australian Prime Minister. The White House today brings a major topic of discussion, and the two signed a rare earth mineral agreement aimed at boosting Australia's production over China's. ABC's Luis Martinez says the military partnership was also discussed.
We're talking about Australia and the United States. Australia developed building 4 submarines and naval submarines is significantly forward.
It's all designed to counter China's growing presence in the Indo-Pacific. Satellite weather from Camp Finds can be sunny again tomorrow with highs of 12% for metro LA.
Mid-70s to mid-80s in the valley, 70s in the high desert, upper 60s to low 70s on the beaches, around 80 for inland OC, low to upper 80s and 50 for the IE. Right now, 86 in Tustin, 75 in Laguna Beach, 85 in Chatsworth, and 92 in Van Nuys. The KFI Financial Update now closed up 516, S&P 500 up 71, NASDAQ up 311. Slow on the 605 It's that northbound side that the drivers are crowding up away from the 105 freeway. You come pockets flowing to the 5. And it's pretty steady beyond that, so as you continue all the way towards the 10. Kind of slow on the southbound side as well, getting it out of Whittier. This is just about Whittier Boulevard heading back to the 5 freeway. Processing delays on the 110 northbound in South LA. You're on the brakes and stretches, getting away from Manchester Avenue as you continue ahead towards the 101. And it's also head on to Diamond Bar, 57 northbound, slowing from Diamond Bar Boulevard to the 60 and crowded in Irvine. The 55 northbound slows down at the 405. Delays ahead to the 5 with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez. On this podcast, themselves unpacked.
Walks into the door now. You know, whatever it is. I don't know what the sun is about. So what's down the clock? How do you take this clock? Ruben, Sherlock said, and what? And ultimately, you have to collect it. Yes. You're going to go actually, it requires that there be some type of
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive, or if you've had just one too many to drive. Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. The public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation and Council of Station.
I said, I really went ahead and
Carl Mayo, Chairman of California, sitting in John Bobo on the AM 640 KFI station in Southern California, but we're also on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen on demand. You also can listen after the show at 4 o'clock. We'll post all the on-demand podcasts. Continue to use the iHeartRadio app. Send me your questions and sound off on the issues we're talking about. We just chatted about Prop 50. The best way to convince your friends to vote no, even if they're leaning yes. So check that out on the podcast. We just posted if you missed it. We're going to talk about California voter ID this hour. We're in the middle of a signature drive to get 1 million signatures to put that on the ballot. That's important. But I need your help. Signatures alone. There's an important role to play in your signatures. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to talk about Gavin Newsom lying once again.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's year to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tav Shin Pei 80, hosting Shach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemar Drushos this year as his host for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan, Abba Avinu Latova, Stephen Karizin, the loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin, the ViralRabbi Rabbi Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yard site. And additional sponsorship. What's going on there? All right, we'll wait. I'm gonna wait on the last sponsorship until he gets here. Okay, and another sponsorship to be named later in our session. Okay, let's begin. Thank you to everyone for giving sure over the last 2 days. This function of great was supposed to be back here with all of you. And let us begin. Today's topic is Membeis 42. And because I was not the one giving share, we are beginning on Membeis in their Session 42a 6 lines down from the top. So this is a very interesting case over here. So there was a guy who said to his fellow, it sounds like a pretty straightforward case, right? So Reuben goes over to Shimon. Reuben says, Shimon, I lent you $100,000. Yeah. And again, of course, Reuben is coming forward with a shtar as well to back up that particular claim. So ultimately, again, so Shimon is already talking about that. Is he back already? Amarle said no. Interestingly enough, watch what happens over here. Reuben says, yes, I received money from you, that is true, but Hano Citrane, that was money for a separate transaction. Right? In other words, I'm coming to you to collect on the loan as identified in this document. I admit, you paid me money, but the money that you paid me was for another side transaction. Rashi says over here, Citroen, remember this phrase, because remember again, it's going to come up a couple of times. I said, Citroen, you were obligated to me. You were obligated to me for another transaction. Okay, so interestingly enough, so what's fascinating over here is, again, Reuben's going over to Shimon owe me $1,000. Shimon says, I paid you. Reuben says, yes, you gave me $1,000 for another transaction. I'm coming to you now with this document to collect on this one. So fascinating case over here where the lender is admitting that he received money, but just claiming that that money was for a separate transaction. Now, before we even go on, so remember again, on one hand, Reuben is eroding his claim because he is admitting that he received money. On the other hand, what does Reuben have? What does he have? The document. Now remember again, generally the way we work in loan transactions is if you're the lender, right, and now the borrower is paying you back. If you're the borrower, the one thing you're walking away with is the shtar, right? Because he who holds the shtar holds the ability to collect. So how do we edit in this case? So first thing, the whole guess, Rav Nachman says, it's your shtar. In this case, so the shtar has been compromised. Now, they will say the Isra shtar means, again, Isra from Motion of Ra. The shtar has been compromised. Rashi says, Isra shtar, however, the Shikshbrain, the last Kol Kamini Lomar Citrain. So Nachman says, essentially, Reuben can't collect. Why? Because since Reuben admits that he has been paid money, therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, the shtar itself is compromised and he can't collect. Even though, interestingly enough, even though Reuben is holding the document, and that is out of character for a loan that has been repaid, but since Reuben is admitting that he has been paid, we have no other documentation of a secondary transaction. Right? Remember again, it's not like there's any second shot that's being produced. Same Rav Nachman says, we can't get that the loan has been paid. Why Reuben still has the shtar? I don't know. But once he's admitted that he has been paid, halakha l'maisa, that is the end of the story. Rav Papa says, what is your shtar? Rav Papa says, no, not true. Not true, the shtar is not compromised. The shtar is fully intact. And again, what's Rav Papa's logic? At the end of the day, Reuben's holding the shtar. If the loan was really repaid, then what should be the halacha? What should be the halacha? Reuben should not have the shtar. Shimon should have taken back the shtar. So the Gemara says, well, Rav Papa, my shtar me'ahu. So the Gemara asks Rav Papa, why is this in the following case? Listen to this. Same case. Reuben goes over to Shimon. He says, Shimon, give me the $1,000 you owe me, the hashtar. And ultimately again, and he says, and Reuben says, here's the shtar. Amalei, lava turi yahavasli, la'asis ve'esis amasakta. So again, so we'll say, so similar case over here, where Shimon says, right, I paid you. Right? And Reuben again says, he did, but remember that was for a different transaction. I bought meat from you. Right? You paid me money. I'm sorry. You paid me money, and again, that was for meat. You bought meat from me. Lavatur yahavasli, la'asis ve'esivas amasachta, v'kabilas uzah. And essentially, you got your meat. It's a long way of saying it. Whereas, yes, you gave me money, but that money was for the purchase of meat, and you came with me to the butcher, and they gave you the meat. You gave me meat, so it's the same case. Reuben is admitting that he received money from Shimon, but he's saying the money that you gave me was for the purchase of meat, and I delivered on that. That transaction is closed, but you still owe me money for this loan. Because what's the halacha? You want to say, well, Amarle, Hano Citrain, no, that was a different transaction. That's not the transaction in the stock, a different transaction. From Rav Papa, interestingly enough, in that case, Rav Papa says, it's Roshtara. Rav Papa agrees in that case that halacha l'maisa, the document is compromised, because again, we could say that although payment was given, halacha l'maisa, it was for a different transaction. Yours is Hassan Kevin, the Kamra Aturi Yahavasli, over Turi Shaklis, Isra Shtara. Interestingly enough, the reason Rav Papa feels that case is different is because there is a secondary material claim. In other words, if you notice the difference between the two cases, right? In our case, right, where the Gemara started is Reuben is admitting, yes, I received $1,000, but that was for a different transaction. What transaction? Like, in other words, you have documentation, you have something, you can't just claim a secondary transaction. In this case, interestingly enough, there's quite literally a bit more meat on the bones. In other words, that he literally saying over here, you purchased meat, you gave meat to the butcher. There's a narrative. And a couple saying that kind of case where there's a narrative that halacha l'maisa is Roshtara. Halcha, Emer Citrain, Good. So I have the halacha. So one says, the bottom line, what is the halacha? So one says, let's go back now to our original case, right? So again, Reuben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Shimon says, I hate you. Reuben says, yes, you did pay me $1,000. That was a secondary transaction. What is the halacha? Rav Nachman is Hashtara. Once Reuben admits that he received money, he can no longer collect again with his shtar. Again, I would say, even though, again, the glaring question is, if you really were repaid for this debt, why are you still holding the document? It doesn't matter. Once you admit that you received money, halakha again, we're done. Rapapa, no, not Isra Shtara. As long as the lender is holding the shtar, he has the ability to collect it. So I have the other. What's the halakha? Rapapi Amar Lo Isra Shtara. Rapapi says the shtar has not been compromised. Rav Idi Amar Isra Shtara. No, the shtar has been compromised. No, Chasala. There is a law saying Isra Shtara. The halacha is ultimately, again, in a case like this, the shtar has in fact been compromised. So when you have a case where the lender admits that he has received money from the borrower, even though he's claiming that that money was for a separate transaction, halacha l'maisa, he cannot collect with the shtar no longer. It's shtara. And by the way, the just qualifies this. The party ba'api sahagi below ibkar shtara. Now this is assuming that halacha l'maisa, again, payment occurred in front of witnesses, and there was just simply no mention of the shtar. In other words, that if payment happened in front of witnesses and there was no mention of the shtar, then you assume that halacha l'maisa again, the halacha l'maisa is paying for the debt. In other words, the fact that the shtar wasn't taken back, it is a strange thing. It is, but l'maisa payment happened in front of witnesses. Then that's what Isra Shtara Aval was. Here's an interesting clarification. Pari being the day of the day. Here's this interesting. If payment happened between Reuben and Shimon, there were no witnesses. Legal the Yachal Lemema Lahavi Rami Olam Yachal Nami Lemema Sitroy Nidu. Okay, that we need to bring Rabbi Abel. So it's a very interesting qualification. So when we say Isra Shtara, we say Isra Shtara when payment happened in the presence of witnesses. But if payment just happened between Reuben and Shimon, then Reuben has a migo. What's Reuben's migo? Right? Remember again, when Reuben goes over to Shimon and Shimon says, "You owe me $1,000," and Shimon says, "I paid you." If halacha l'maisa again, there were no witnesses to the repayment. What could Reuben have said? Reuben have said, "Lo hayitron elmo." What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And by the way, the law would say, and who the law sided in that case? Reuben. Why? Because Reuben has the shtar. So Reuben has a migo that he could have claimed he never paid me at all. So because he has that migo, therefore he's believed to say that no, you did pay me, but this was for a different transaction, so only this money. So therefore, and again, the Gemara points out this actually happened in a case with Rabbi Avol. Rashi just points out that there are cases in Ksubas where it's actually occurred. So halacha l'maisa. First piece of halacha l'maisa for today. Reuben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Here's the document. Shimon says, I paid you. Reuben agrees. First, did pay me, but you paid me for a different transaction. What is the halacha? The halacha is Isra Shtara. Reuben cannot collect again with this document. Why? Because since he admitted that he was repaid, he compromised the effectiveness of the shtar. Done. But that is presupposing that payment took place in the presence of witnesses. But if payment did not take place in the presence of witnesses, Reuben can collect with the shtar. Why? Because he has a migo. What's his migo? He could have said what? I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. I never received anything from you, and therefore, halacha l'maisa again, he would be able to say that it was for a different transaction. Incredible. You will say that's part one. How are we going to the top right? Now, how do we speak called Emas da Amlet Lo Paranas? So this is a very interesting case over here. So, right, through the same case, we're going to ship in $1,000, and what happened? So Reuben is how are we going to live? So Reuben is $1,000. Shimon says to Reuben something very interesting. Shimon says to Reuben that I'm giving you complete credibility. That if you claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed. So let's see what's happening over here. So Shimon the borrower, is vesting Reuben the lender with complete credibility regarding this transaction. So even if I Shimon, claim that I paid you back, if you Reuben your claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed. You are believed. But the Gemara says, also, by the way, why would someone do that? So this happens all of the time when friends transact business with each other, right? It's wonderful to think that friendship could transcend anything. We all learn in life that is unequivocally false, right? Friendship can't really transcend anything. Like, in other words, that, right, money, difficult, whatever it might be. So again, you have two people who are very close, very trusting to each other. You can also be completely for Ruben to be sorry for Shimon to be able to secure a loan for Ruben, right? Essentially, investing with complete believability, right? And so he goes on and says, also for the office Sahabi. So interestingly enough, what ends up happening over here, Shimon pays back Ruben, and he pays him back in the presence of witnesses. All right. So now what happens? So the Gemara says, so now let's play this out. So Shimon goes back, pays back Reuben in the presence of witnesses. 2 days later, Reuben comes and he says, Shimon, you owe me money. Shimon says, what are you talking about? I paid you back in the presence of witnesses. To which Reuben claims, Shimon, you remember our deal? You vested me with complete credibility, right, to determine whether or not you paid me back. So I'm saying, you haven't paid me back. She was like, what are you talking about? I paid you back in the presence of witnesses. So what do you do in this case? Fascinating. So the Gemara says, Abai brought down Tabayo, how had it? And says, look, a deal is a deal. At the end of the day, Shimon agreed that Reuben has the complete credibility to say whether or not he's paid back. If Reuben shows up and says, Shimon, you did not pay me back, and as they say, there's nothing else to discuss. I, as witnesses, who cares? That's not the nature of this transaction. So the Gemara says, Maski for Papa. So Papa says, 1 second, that doesn't make any sense. No, come on, let's understand what's happening over here. When Shimon says to Reuben, you have complete credibility. What is Shimon saying? What is Shimon saying? You have complete credibility over me. In other words, that if it's my word against your word, I'm telling you, your word wins. And witnesses are witnesses, right? Shimon would never in a million years agree to say that Reuben's word should trump witnesses. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, Allah again, if it's lender's word against borrower's word, so again, the nature of the transaction is lender is going to win. Lender is going to win. But if it's witnesses create independent verification of what occurred. Incredible. Next case. Hold on, the amnesty debate trade. There's another case like this. Right, so again, Reuben mentioned $1,000, and Shimon says, Reuben, your word is as credible to me as 2 witnesses. Which is, again, now, interesting enough, these cases are building on each other. So in this case, over here, Shimon is almost like he's concretizing this in a bit more of a legal framework. So he's saying, Shimon says, Reuben lender, your word is as credible to me as 2 witnesses. Okay, now watch this. The Gemara says, okay, so what happens now? So Shimon goes and he pays back Reuben in the presence of 3 witnesses. Good. So we'll say, so now obviously the unwritten part of the case is what happens. He pays back in the presence of 3 witnesses, and then Reuben, the lender, shows up the next day and says, you owe me money. Shimon says, what are you talking about? I paid you back in the presence of 3 witnesses. So again, Reuben doesn't have a claim. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, Shimon is a smart guy. Shimon says, I vested you with the credibility of 2 witnesses, but I paid you back in the presence of 3 witnesses. So therefore, again, Reuben's credibility fades in the face of the 3 witnesses in front of whom he's been paid back. I'll make whoever is understood. We'll say second why lying the $800 doesn't make sense. The common beneficia, the key tfei, about the Indian Abels, Mayor Kitray, and Trey Kimea. So here's what's interesting. What's interesting in this case is, Papa comes in and says, that doesn't really make much sense. In other words, in the work of testimony, 2 witnesses are the same as 3 witnesses, are the same as 23 witnesses. It doesn't make a difference. The only time where numbers matter, interestingly enough, is in a case of umdina. What's umdina? Umdina are cases of assessments or valuations. In other words, where we're relying on opinions for something. Again, I will say, you can have umdina in a variety of different cases. Umdina where again, we can be doing valuations of something, or opinion cases. So in opinion cases, where we're not basing it per se on testimony or on halacha, that's where numbers make a difference. But in pure testimony, numbers don't make a difference. Therefore, I thought this is very interesting. When Shimon the borrower says to Ruvain that halacha l'maisa, you are believed to me, you are believed in my eyes like 2 witnesses. And then Shimon pays back Ruvain in the presence of 3 witnesses. Essentially, what we have over here is what? Halachically, 2 witnesses against 2 witnesses. That's really what we have over here. The fact that he paid it back in the presence of 3 witnesses does not lend any more credence to Shimon's claim. So as I said, what we're doing in this case, so if Allah we would be able to collect again. Why? Because essentially it's 2 witnesses against 2 witnesses, which we effectively cancel each other out. And what does they still have? He's got the shtab. Therefore, Papa posits that in this case, although Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing by paying back in the presence of 3 witnesses, it turns out that he didn't actually do anything because this is not a numbers game. Witnesses are witnesses, and therefore halacha l'maisa, Shimon was left to pay back. So what's the Mishnah? Another version of this. We're going to have a madness that could gate trade calling us down the Loperana. So this is the same case, right? So we're going to Shimon $1,000. Shimon said, okay, Ruben, thank you. And Ruben, you are believed like 2 witnesses to say that I did not pay back. So sure enough, what ended up happening? Shimon paid back, and Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing. He paid back to her in the presence of 3 witnesses. Papa, so Papa says, Papa makes a statement that again, Shimon did a smart thing. Why? Because Shimon believed Ruvain like 2 witnesses, but not like 3 witnesses. Therefore, because he paid back in the presence of 3 witnesses, Ruvain's subsequent claim that he has not been paid back has no veracity. Kana says, what are you talking about? That's not about Yeshua. Trey Kamea, who may betray. It's not the way testimony works, right? Witnesses, 2 is like 100, 100 is like 2. There's no value to greater numbers of witnesses. The Amarle, however, listen to this. The Amarle can date Slasa. The also the Apari Ba'ape Be Arba. So let's say, so now what the Gemara just did. The Gemara essentially said like this. In a case, before we get to the punchline, in a case where Ruben lent Shimon $1,000, Shimon says to Ruben, your work in this transaction has as much weight as 2 witnesses, which essentially means...
Yeah, I'm not even trying to hate. I saw 3 kids on Love on the Spectrum with those.
All I'm saying is this. If you're wearing those and you go to any public restroom, you're going to be about the splash zone. Well, yeah, but that's not a splash zone. That has any issue like that. You'll see that. You'll get that. Any. No, I know, but I don't think men realize when you're at a urinal how much pee gets on your feet. I 100% realize. And I think about all the time I went to the urinal. Yeah, and I had sandals on one time, and I was like, oh my god! Like I tried to, you know how a 6-year-old like pees and they almost put their dick on the. I was like, how are we? I literally think like, how are we all still alive? Yeah, disgusting. Yeah, and then now you look at your shoes, which is wrong, and you're like, oh, this is just a disgusting mess over here. This is a petri dish of it's disgusing, bro. It's disgusting.
Hey Chris, does Calvin start school this week?
Sure does. School? Or like,
He's in pre-K or kindergarten?
How is it?
All the boys had their first day today. It looks like they're like admission where we go meet all the teachers. I see their their desk and shit. And school starts tomorrow.
Are they going to a similar school like they were at, like a private school type thing?
Hell no. They go to a public school 5 minutes from the house. They can walk there with their homies. Yeah, it's great, man.
That's great.
They had a cop on staff there. Cops looked at him. You know, always about that life. You know, don't run if shit pops up. Don't run.
This is what I was thinking about.
Imagine if your dad can like beat everybody's ass, like legit. You know what I mean? It's like Brendan's your dad is like your dad is He-Man. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be a little bit of you're walking to school like all right, you know. You know what I mean? Okay, oh your dad's gonna come. Okay. Your dad's gonna go. What was I thinking? Hey, Dad, your dad's coming. Yeah, just all of that. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they get like a sense for the fact that confidence. So you're walking to school,
You're not taking into account that his kids and his kids are also tough.
That's what I'm saying, though.
They don't need friends.
No, dude, this is my whole point. It's like, you never know, man. No, obviously, it's the family business.
But yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, they might get into a thing, and then the other parents and stuff will come out, and they'll be like, their dad's gonna come. What, this kid? And then he walks in with his fucking cauliflower ears, and they're like, what am I gonna do? Let's talk about it. Let's figure this out. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, so that's why you feel confident. I'm like, send him to public school. It's cool. Yeah. Especially out here, it's a little different than LA. Like LA, we had no choice. Like our public school.
The public school there
was atrocious. Yeah, it's opposite here.
I think the bullying in Texas would be at a whole other level. You want to be no.
I don't know. The teacher right when you go to school, there's no face here. All right. Yeah, but I tell Team Boston, like, sports the equalizer. When the sun starts, that's where you flex.
Do they want to play football or basketball or anything else?
Oh, yeah. Now that football, I'm the coach for the football team. It starts, we've been having practices.
No, but wait, I forget how young they really are. In my mind, when I see pictures of, like, Tiger and Martin, I think they're, like, in high school. You know what I mean? And I realize they're 4. Yeah. It's like, man, I can't wait to. This is like,
I can't wait for you right there.
He's already like, it's awesome. People already be like, I think this guy can do it. That's just gonna be a thing. It's awesome, dude.
I'll tell you one day. I'll tell you the thing they don't. I don't play sports anymore, Dad. I want to dance. You want to change your last name and move out? You want to change your last name and move out? I don't care. Yeah.
I'm putting down the gap until you see him. I want to dance. I like to see him eat, dude. Yeah.
He just has talent. Oh, I gotta find this. No, what they don't tell you about baseball is Tiger's at the level where he's getting the cool bats. Now these bats, Eric, let me prepare you, but these bats are doing $400 and $600. Oh, that's and they need one every season. They break them. But now,
Chris D'Elia had to put Brendan Schaub in his team. Schaub saying, "Oh, why are you tired?" I see the Steve McKell and D'Elia had to remind him. Dude, we got on a bunch of airplanes. We travel because we actually still do stand-up comedy. Schaub was fired from stand-up comedy. Completely failed. Still no tickets. And it was such a pathetic failure to lie. He says, I have to get off the road because I'm a family guy now, and I can't be on the road, I hop on an airplane a couple of times a month, still go on the road to try and buy cars. Brendan Schaub had to stop doing stand-up comedy. He couldn't sell anything. And these are like club gigs, by the way. These are like restaurants. He couldn't sell anything. He was closing comedy.
I'm making a
You
statement
couldn't get booked at a yuck yuck. Yeah, you could call it a comedy tour. Sell one ticket and then have to cancel. So all you have to do is sit around all day making the podcast. But like the Leo, Monte, Calvin, all these dudes actually still do stand-up. So when he's like, oh, you guys are tired from doing it, like, I'm trapped.
You're returning something that's millions you didn't know about. So because of some say that can't trigger a okay, but the Rothschild that's really shit about the
what happened, I was on the army,
that returning
I was going to be the next thing, you know, doing the show with the cigarette
they don't
what happened?
So the Rothschild
Oh, because I didn't know you could record a Snapchat. Yeah, but I like how the shop is based on my because you're a failure, but
it's tissue, right? So in other words, really what's happening over is a couple that's coming up to me and says, hey, my father deposited $1,000 with me. I'm sad, and I claim, you're right, I gave back $500. I gave back.
Defensieve categorieën verkoop je alles wat je niet meer nodig hebt. Gebruik je niet, verkoop het dan.
We just set up a mission up. Okay,
Oh, Chris, was everyone late? Was everyone live comes late? Yep. Was everyone late? Yep. Oh, I'm super late over there. Go to Sandra, please. What he posted about, I reposted on my story, but, what was her name? What was it? The actress, comedian, that's bad, yeah, Amy Schumer. No, Amy Schumer. What happened to Amy Schumer? Is she still alive? Was she just meant to be do some kind of big surgery or something?
Because the moms are the ones handling shit and communicating. Imagine if your dad one year was in charge of planning your birthday party. Okay? And I think this is, and men are in charge of the world. It's a world.
It is a blessing for you to be able to stay home and plan a birthday party. You know how lucky it is? You can be a stay-at-home mom and plan a birthday party while your husband has some job where he can get wrecked and he prays to AI or some idiot doesn't come on an H-1B visa and fucking takes his job. You don't think I can plan a fucking party? I can't because I'm working all the time. You guys so funny. Maybe Schumer just kind of went away, huh? She's kind of ate her feelings and she disappeared. Just like, she just might have called her daddy. Right, yeah, no, she has a thing out now, right? Like, a little show or something. Another movie that's gonna bomb. She's such a fucking lame ass. She used to be a beast. She used to be great. That was. Oh yeah, I guess on the roast. No, when she on the roast she was good, and then on what is it, Kevin? The fucking the big LA morning show. Roby was on there. All the boys. Oh, I don't know about it. What? I don't know. It's just like, stop saying this. The women hating men era, dude. It's like, yeah, it's like, bro, it's like, whatever. It's like, what are we talking about? We're like, dude, all right, you know. Well, that's because Amy doesn't date a real dude. Like, if my wife were on a podcast and talk like that, bitch, what? Well, no, she's gonna come home and be like, you're so right, sweetie. You want me to make you some fucking tortillas or whatever the fuck he does? He's a chef. Some cut. Some soft cut. Oh, I don't know what he's trying to, but you know. He's super soft. Look him up. He's soft. That's what she has to date. That's why she hated the way all sometimes. But it's just like, whatever she's selling is just, it's bullshit. That's what is she saying? And I get it. They might have just been talking, and this is one of the problems with podcasting is just like, you know, it's just like, you know, they cut that together, and it's like, all right, I'm sure they call her daddy, like they call her daddy woman. What's her name, Alex? She was like, it's terrifying men around the world. That's something that somebody might just say offshoot, you know. But this is what Amy Schumer's always saying.
So psychological
it's like, Nah, when she was coming up, she wasn't like this. Remember, she got to start talking about sucking dick.
That's the other
being a
thing.
slut and doing all this
It's like,
slut
what are
shit.
you for
And
real?
all of a sudden, she's like,
It's like, what are you for real?
and all of a sudden, she's in her ivory tower.
There's another. It's like she's one of
Heroes about Callan, going down on Callan.
these female comics. It's like some of them. You know, they were a guy's girl, and then they turned into women's rights, and now they're right wing. It's like, bro, you're nobody. No, well, you're just. No,
they go where
yeah, exactly. You just want to make money. You want to be liked. That's not fuck all that shit. You're not. It's like you're not. To me, it's like they say comedians need to have a point of view. What's the matter if it keeps changing? I understand people grow and grow out of certain things, but like, bro, if you're just gonna go with whatever's fashionable, you're not.
Steve Byrne is going in on Howard Stern a lot.
Yeah.
Is he on Instagram and stuff because he's talking about how
I remember when the whole Ryan Callan
So what he really wants to do is he wants to please
talked about it.
but he's not going to say that because that's a lot of unprecedented puts with everything he's going to have. So the
6 years to respond.
The hard to look after it,
But
that you made is
plan that was going off.
So this is so fascinating, right? So watch what's happening. I left you $1,000. Time to pay off. Really doesn't have the money. So what does really want to do? What's his instinct? Because he doesn't have what's his instinct? What's the instinct? I don't know you anything. But he's not going to do that because a person would not have that level of unprecedented chutzpah, right? To lie to the face of the person who lends not a lot in my face. But he wants a lot in my face because he doesn't have the money. But yeah, he wants to admit to me that he owns the whole amount, that he doesn't have it. That he's too proud to do that. The height of the whole right is figures like this. I'm not going to hit the whole amount because this will buy myself a little bit more time to be able to go out and come up with the money. Suffer, I think ultimately I get buy myself a little bit of time for bidding on
and that was the first time.
Buy myself a bit more time. Of course, I'm going to pay back silver. Ruben said, of course, I'm going to pay him back. I'm going to pay him back. But I need to buy myself a little bit more time. So it's like sort of point out. That's one. I'm not telling you that much.
Defended her and played the video.
So ultimately, again, the total understanding of psychology, because we're not understanding better than we understand ourselves. And therefore, it says, I'm trying to show up on the day. What does the shua do? What does the shua do? The shua, by definition, pushes the truth to the surface. Because we assume what's there. And that's happening already. Let's get into the story. Is you going to the shua? Do you want to the shua? No. Why? Why? Because he knows he owns all of the money. He's not going to be falsehood. So I just want to point out how profound this is. How profound this is. That the total creates an entire construct of fear.
I mean, Chuck Schumer is like her
That people are not truthful when they need help. So what they will do is, what people will do
she
is,
is a rich kid from a rich family, but seems to be all of these stand-up comedians. It seems, in order to be a stand-up comedian, you have to just be rich. Which makes sense to me. You have to go here without making as much stand-up. Who can afford to do something for adults and making no money from it other than a rich kid who has their bills paid.
To acknowledge the reality, which is, what's the reality?
So,
I don't have the money. I don't have the money. But I own it. It's absolutely fascinating. It's fascinating on multiple levels. It's fascinating.
It's just funny. It took Sean this long to finally go after it. The Leo brought it out. I mean, she is trash.
We can't handle it
I'm
ourselves.
glad they gave her trashing.
You have to say, why are people so reticent to admit
Let me
that
know
they
your
don't know?
thoughts.
Understand, it comes from a good place. Right? Man is made with Salam Elohim. If there's one thing that the Ribono Shel Olam never needs, it is help. The Ribono Shel never needs help. The Shkorak is totally self-sufficient. He does not need us. He does not need anything. So there's a piece of me, right?
Ik ga mijn Nintendo Switch verkopen omdat ik de nieuwe laptop ga halen.
Dit is mijn Goku Super CD speeltje.
Zijn deze prachtige oorbellen en ik ga ze
Verkoop wat je hebt. Krijg wat je wil. Marktplaats.
All of us have stuff in our lives that we don't have figured out, and that we need other people to be able to help us work it through.
Cristiano Ronaldo got his bag.
Isn't it like $200? There's a tracking device in there.
But it's just so he knows when she's not walking in. Because he's not tracking her to see where she is.
When you give your chick a ring like that, she's already there. She's opening the door for the mistress. Look how stupid this is. She's like this. Oh, hey, Tatiana. Look how stupid this is. She's in the other room.
YouTube commented, congratulations on their
Cringy. There's a certain amount of money that is like, she said, yes, like it was ever any doubt.
Stop it.
Yeah, what are you talking about? So he was single until now? I think it was $400,000. That shit looks like this.
No, they have six kids. There's no way that's 400,000, Nick. Who told you that?
I heard
400,000 euros.
That's dollars. It has to be.
No, look it up, big dog. That's way more than that.
You don't know. That could be like a, I don't know, that percentage of us being in the simulation of the time where simulation existed would be. You just figured it out.
Never mind, 2 to 5.
2 to 5 million? Yeah, and I'm sure they're clicking. There's no clouds in my stones. $5 million ring.
He bought a lab-made diamond.
Yeah. Oh, no. This one, this one, with this ring, you get pictures of the kids that dug it up, you know what I mean? It's just, that's
I'll tell you what's alarming is their arms are the same size.
well, yeah, he's thin as fuck too. Run around, play soccer. That's not one diamond, is it?
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
I thought it was 2 pieces together. I didn't know.
No, it's one diamond. It's one diamond. That's what's so shocking.
What's shocking is you already know. You went cheap. Why do you know? You went cheap on the, it's like a rope tying it, like a little string. Wait, hold on. Why does Brent did a whole show about this ring?
When I got my ear to the ground. I got my ear to the ground and you're digging another man's blood. Okay.
No, I'm kidding. So you're not kidding. This guy's like so.
My wife told me this morning. Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not even being a hit. I thought he was gay.
I mean, you don't fuck. This guy's fucking. Here's how I know. I would if I was up there. If I was him, Rob would be fucking. There's nothing else to do at that point. You're in Euro's level. I might not be. I wouldn't be a bottom, but he tried it once on a yacht at a party with the eyes wide shut. I'm gonna be. Ding, 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 ding.
And I say that.
This is funny. This is funny.
First call, first female umpire history.
Set that back.
Ow!
History in the making.
It was so far outside.
I mean, look, that happens, but that's bad. They're talking about it. Yeah, rid of the umpires, though. Yeah.
No, they're not. No, they're not going to let them.
I know because they're so.
Historic call that they're putting that ball in the MLB.
Yeah.
You're crazy if that batter didn't walk away and say something fucking super sexist when he got back to the dugout.
I want to ask you guys. I want to ask you guys a dad question.
very dad question. Does your wife, when your kids were young, did they ever talk to you through the kids? Meaning, like, you know, they got the kid, they'll be like, oh, well, daddy needs to, you know, daddy needs to take the trash out right now. You know what I mean? Do you ever do that? I don't do that. I would lose my mind. Oh my God, she would lose her mind if Rachel does that sometimes. She's doing it to a cheap joke. No, and he's also young enough. I always go, I hear you. But we had some friends come over, they have a kid that's like a month and a half older than, you know, they go, here, your mom and stuff. Yeah. And I just saw how they interacted with each other, and I was just like, oh man, no, I don't do that. That's a recipe for disaster.
Have you ever been over at a friend's house and you can tell they're not doing well? Like I was over at a neighbor's house, and she's like, oh, I'll just drive them. And he goes, no, I got it. Like, you want me to stay and make the chicken dinner? She goes, just try the hell.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'll see myself out.
Yeah. You know what it is? Okay, here's how you know a couple that has problems. Because what are you going to allow to be shown in front of a street, in front of someone, okay? So, like, if you have an issue, you might be like, oh, man, you know, there's a level. But if your level in front of people is like, what? Then you know when no one's around.
It's Diddy vibes. Yeah.
It was like I was watching my hands, you know, we have little steps to us, little stands on the steps over. Like, I go, wash your hands together. And the other kid didn't want to wash his hands at all. And then the mom goes, oh, I think Daddy needs to start washing hands with you. I'm like, I couldn't do that. I would get so much heat for that. If I did that, I'd be in a dark house. No, never. I like seeing other kids though, like around that Wolf's age. So I think like it's so weird that the grass is always greener because like Wolf's like very athletic and compared to his other kids. Wolf's running around and he can throw the ball and nothing. You know, but then you were running, but then this other kid was talking more than Wolf. Yeah, you know, Glenn comes on, the kid's like, holy, you know what I mean? He's Calvin is, and Wolf doesn't do that. He's like brainiac. You know, Wolf is just.
Did you see how upset Sham got when he got made fun of? And look at the odd thing about Sham. He's thinking can't do it.
Documents, right? You always need a short. That's number one. And number two, when collectively in the state, you only get to collect rules, which is inferior satisfaction of the deck. So, the hackish, the primary extent, which might be a solution to you that if you want to collect your trailer and you have pre-existing needs, you have property from hackish, you have the ability to do so only with a shvur.
So, like, why are you there? Why are you subjecting yourself?
Again, in general, if you're a creditor,
that's the only interesting thing. Even about
property is how the shvur. Again, what is it matter if it's to other people?
About
so
it.
again, you might ask, why do we need to restate this contract? So again, if I have property, I have encumbered property, I'm not this my property. I default on my loans. My creditors can go ahead of this and seize the encumbered property because remember again, their lien preceded the head dish lien, so to speak. So now that you're telling me, but they can only let the shit. Why do we need to say that? It's not that, I mean, I would have thought, I should say, first one was out there, I go somehow the most opinion, I had this, the most opinion, I had this. So again, I would have thought they never know. When you need to take a shit with collecting encumbered property, that's why it's when I think encumbered sold to another person.
To be this thin-skinned and to do a show on the internet.
The satisfaction of a debt for hackish was, of course, what? They're actually owed that property. How much more long the Gemara says is not sure.
Every time you get everything,
and then Gemara says again, in general, whenever collecting property satisfaction of a debt, whether you're trying to extract it from a person or you're trying to extract it ultimately again from hackish, I love when I say you are going to have to go ahead and take the shore. Shemira, Shadish on the Chasa, the will say, what about the power of his? Shemira, like the person on his deathbed, who was Makdish all of his property, right? So really, the Shemira is not all his property. None of the property, when he says, practice all my property, but I owe $1,000 to shit.
This is the thing. This is where I was getting at. Was out of a bunch of fights. Armand started getting right? But Armand said the problem was Hamzat overtrained for every fight, and he would always come to fights worn out. And that was the difference between working with Calvino. They're monitoring his actual recovery. They're making sure they're doing everything scientifically. Calvino, I think his background is in cycling. It was in endurance sports. I'm familiar with him. I know he was teaching. Nobody knows more about cardio than cycling because it's all cardio. The whole thing. It's all cardio. So they know. They know that too. They know how to recover. They know what's your threshold, like where you should be. For sure. So he's using real science doing. He's like, this is the first time he's ever been to a camp like this, where he's coming in fresh, where he's not overtrained.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. And my question is too, if he gets in a bad spot, right? Is he going to push through it? Will the bowling crumble? When Gilbert, and he crumbles true. He got sat down by Gilbert
Started strong as a certain night. He was counting how many minutes he was just standing in front of him. He said that with both fights. His fight with Gilbert and Kamaru. He had the exact amount of time. He goes for 3 minutes or whatever seconds he was just standing in front of him. He was saying that for both guys. Kamaru was coming out strong.
I don't think he was.
That was a 5-round fight. I bet the betting would shift. For sure. Oh, right. He started coming on at the end of the second. He started. Yes. It was like half an hour. Yeah, I mean, but it is impressive the way that motherfucker can shoot from halfway across the octagon.
No way. He's wrestling too. Like, I don't know, is he a Pat Downey?
Yes, sorry.
I've known him since he's a little kid. And he's a beast outside his camp. And set, like he said, his wrestling, because wrestling is like real good. He said he's got top-notch wrestling. Like he talked about, he said we probably both did better with each other than you would think. Like he did better with wrestling and I did better with the jiu-jitsu. He said, but he said the guy's a beast. He said he's strong. He said he's a high-level wrestler.
Schwab was down there watching train, and they outshot the spar with him. He's like, fuck you. He's like, I'm 40-something years old. I'm not doing this anymore. And he said Hamzat was just liking him to love. He said he looks really good. The thing about Hamzat is all these guys were 170s, right? You're right about that. But with 170 comes speed, right? And Hamzat's speed is a factor. It's a big uber discipline inside and outside the cage, and it's just one goal. That's to beat DDP. And dude, if it's not about that, shut your yapper. It's just, at the highest level, man. Just a fucking monster. That's good to see. Yeah, just a monster. Were you able to do anything with them now? No, I wanted to grapple with him. But what they were doing was sparring with MMA gloves on. And I saw what he did to a gentleman, which where I come from, you would be like, whoa, let's shut this thing down. Like, yeah, okay. And they were just like, get him out of the mail. And I was like, I haven't fought at this level in a long time. It's probably not the smartest. If you just want to grapple, I'm in. I'm down. You want to wrestle? You want to do, just certain positions? If I get that belt, I'm down. But hits the head, I'm not going to do. No. Especially he's 3 weeks out, and dude, when I say there is no games being played, buddy. Yeah, it was cool to see. It was cool to see. I really want to see DDP's camp. I'd love to get it. Because, again, DDP, he's not like this mysterious character in the stage, right? Like, we all know DDP now. And he's so goddamn good. I went to Hamzat's camp, right? I flew out to Newport, got an inside look at Hamzat's camp, and I was like, holy fuck, he's good. Unreal, dude. Who's he? I would give names. World class. Division I national championships, gold medalists, wrestlers, but toying with them. where the coach was like, hey, because I've seen him go, I'm like, all right, he's on his own. And his coach, in whatever language he speaks, Chechen, goes, hey, pick it up, let's get going there. He looks so just wasted him up. Oh, God. I was like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? His cardio? Insane. Wait, Hamzat's? Yeah, he's a minus 245 favorite, Hamzat is? Dude, didn't Drickus do like a grappling thing where he submitted like a black belt, like in one after the other, like 6 guys or something like that?
Brendan Schaub lies so much. I mean, visited that guy's camp. No one asked him to spar or anything. But he had to lie and then tell the lie to Rogan. I'm sure he texted it because Rogan won't hang out with Schaub or have him on his show or his comedy club. But this just goes into the psyche of Baba. Even when he does something, he has to then lie about it. You can't just be like, yeah, I went to that guy's bar camp. Come around with him.
So Warren says the following: What happens if you're a very clever person who knows the halachas of the year?
No one even invited him. They invited Rampage Jackson. He had just so happened to have been doing Rampage Jackson's podcast and was with Rampage Jackson.
Whether it's money or
so Rampage took it.
It's still the same halachas.
Not like they specially invited Brendan Schaub. But this just goes into the psyche of Baba and having to lie about everything. Even if there's a green and tree. By the way, have you ever noticed how you never see any pictures of photos or anything of Schaub actually there? Not saying he went there, but others looking at the front end to get stuff right now. Like, he never even probably went there. But there's always a tiny bridge against the lies of Baba. But the man is a horrific liar. And he has a text Joe Rogan that lies. Joe will text Schaub. Not have him on his phone. It's so sad that Schaub
yesterday,
tries to follow Callum's donating now with Schaub. And I wonder if Rogan completely distancing himself because Schaub is now being sued for fraud, tax fraud, trying to house the CEO with a
that I owe you and Barley, and I admit to the Barley in that particular drawer.
And no more Rogan for Baba, although Joe was still talking about whatever dumb thing Schaub is still going to text him. Let me know your thoughts.
I owe you Barley. That's it. John said, I owe you Barley. So now, what Rabbi is saying is, if the basin picks up on this, and they think this guy's just trying to get ahead of himself, because he knows if he allows the guy to play...
Als je overstapt naar Allianz Direct, bespaar je gemiddeld €300 per jaar op je autoverzekering. Wow, kost je maar 10 minuten. Ja, ik heb het harder moeten werken voor €300. Ja, met Allianz Direct is het makkelijk en snel geregeld. Ga naar allianzdirect.nl.
That's not a partial mission.
Chin's bloated. Chin's super bloated. Look at his belly. Oh. Look at it. Why are you so bloated? Oh, Case, what the hell did I eat when we were in Austin the first time? That's when it started. No, it was before Austin. We ate everything. Or maybe a little before that. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on, so we're doing a test. Maybe the whatever's in your body is what the curse is. Like in long legs, there's like that black bar or silver ball in the dog's head, and that's what the devil was in. Maybe whatever's in your stomach has the curse of it. And once you clear that stomach up, the curse will lift. I personally thought a direct kindness of Brian getting his fully burrito certainly would lift the curse. If this was an animated world, that would have been the case. I thought for sure the curse would have lifted based on that burrito kindness. But it could be whatever's in your stomach. Yeah,
remember Brendan got me a freaking breakfast taco, which I think that's probably the first time he's gotten me food. Other than that, when we go to restaurants and stuff, but that was like a surprising too. Yeah, I should have been the first to be lifted.
It's hilarious. They're like in a competition right now. Brian's gonna come with something. Like, I think I need his gun.
I would love that type of competition.
Brendan takes like Brendan is hooker. Brian comes and says, I bought you. Yeah, 2 hookers. I went right on the gate guy and had a big dad.
Whatever this dude that I had.
Don't touch you today.
Remember you were trying to like pronounce it?
Yeah, I'd be giggling.
You couldn't pronounce that?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, and I've got the pronunciation down now.
At least you got it down.
Yeah. Guys, big news, house cleaning. I've been saying for weeks, we said it on the Power Hour that we were going to raffle off or do some type of game and take the state sides. I finally made Who Wants to Pay for Shipping the game, 15 questions. If you get 1 million, you don't have to pay for shipping. So I guess maybe it's who doesn't want to pay for shipping. But if you get to like 1,000 and 32,000, you see the opportunity to pay for shipping for some of the sides. And I just did fastest finger on the Patreon. There were like 5 people who commented that they wanted to play the game, and I just DM'd them all on Instagram, and I said fastest finger contest person text me back into play. Danny C got back. So Danny C will be joining us for the Patreon, zooming in and asking him who wants to be a millionaire, ask questions to win the King of Sticks.
I'm so congratulations to coordinate all this stuff.
I don't do anything until 5 minutes before the show, and then I'm frantic and I don't like what I'm doing. You've seen it. But it all comes together.
No, it does.
I work on pressure.
There's 5 minutes on. Literally me like asking him a question and just not getting it.
Yeah, he can't hear it. If it's not like this, and and it'll be like asking you, like, oh, what can I do to help? I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty much. I'd love to like think I could be a director one day, but not with that.
I almost feel like it's like a lever system, like when the lips get cold, there's like a wire that closes the ears.
You brought up
like that remind me. Have any of you guys seen Weapons? No, but I've been seeing everyone's like, it's the best.
And the guy, the director, he's from The Whitest Kid You Know.
Brendan Child's producer, Shin, wants to get going on Texas. He's out there referred to everything as a curse. The curse of being forced to live in a box. He's stay there. And basically, it's just him. That guy, Casey, just comes down there, but immediately goes back to LA. Brendan Child said, no, buddy, you're living in
why is it all done to Shua? The
Texas.
guys are random guys in talent. Even though Shimon has the money, Shimon denies it. Also, Shimon has to take a Shua. You want to say that time you want to
Established
that it is a chazaka. It's
Sean bought him something, and that's the first time ever.
Walk over to the other person and say, you owe me money. So if he's claiming that Shimon owes the money, he probably does owe the money. He doesn't have enough on it to pay for it.
Every week, there's a new rant.
It's very uncommon for you
A
to
new
go over to
complaint
Shimon
by
and claim that he owes money. The fact that he did means there's something going on here. Therefore,
Because Sean has invited Shin to come over and hang out. Sean's house, and Shin just flat out refuses to. Even makes up excuses not to. And that's how you know Shin is really pissed at Sean.
He's entirely denying
As being forced.
He didn't borrow the money because people don't do that.
So now, probably blaming Sean or
More says,
subconscious. That's why
you're right. it's true that people generally will not deny a loan that they actually owe. However, there is the consequence of they do to cover that. Sometimes people want to push back the payments really low.
I'm sure.
You are saying the power. When a person borrows money, why did he borrow the money? Because he needed to spend it. That's the point. People borrow money because you need to spend money on something. Therefore, what happens is, in many cases, the person borrows money, he doesn't have enough to spend money, so he borrows money from somebody else, so he can spend it. What happens if you happen not to have yet recovered his money? So instead of going through all the things, saying, you know what, I'm sorry, I have 30 more days,
You turn your car garage into a podcast studio.
not sure what he's talking about. His intention really
That's
is
not what it's
to
for.
extend the loan.
And in a car garage, you're kind of going to have an air conditioning.
We understand that maybe
Especially in
you do
Texas.
owe the money.
So,
But we're going to
God
add some
knows
questions to
the
your
amount of
you're denying it.
trouble
You
that
deny the whole loan. You couldn't just borrow it. Take assured that you didn't borrow it. So I'm hoping that in that process, you guys can say, you know what? I don't want to make this sure that I didn't borrow the money. Actually, I'll own up to it. So you know what? I did borrow the money, but I'm not ready to pay you back. Give me a week. Give me 2 weeks. And that's the thing to be sure. Because generally people will not deny the loan entirely, but here what he means is he just wants to push it off.
The only reason why a chicken even affords it with
Now, Sobar more explains, the heavily parabolet. Once I get the money, I'll pay back. Pay that, more business. In other words, that this idea, this passage,
by the way, what?
quite global.
These guys, thank God, I
A code for the law denies the monetary loan.
Oh my God, this guy. Never anything interesting or funny.
He denied it, but did not take the full shua. The person took the full shua, then he's possible. He's disqualified from testifying. So he's a liar. However, if the positive item, then the person denies that he's tested. You know why? Because when I give you something to watch, you know what you're supposed to do with that? Keep it exactly where you're supposed to put it in your drawer, you put it in your safe. You put it away in a place where it's going to be safe. There's absolutely no reason why you postpone giving back my item, unless you used it. If you used it, then you already violated your commitment to me.
Heb je een hoofd vol ideeën? Deel ze met de wereld. Maak het jezelf makkelijk. Bouw je website met Strato. De AI-tools van Strato helpen je met design, teksten en afbeeldingen. En je eigen domeinnaam en persoonlijke e-mailadres zijn zelfs blijvend inbegrepen. Waar wacht je nog op? Ga aan de slag met je eigen website en start de eerste maand gratis op strato.nl.
That means it's not there, and then you're in violation of your commitment. He learns the concept of a ship.
My name is Money, and the guy coming for you. We're all bunch of hypocrites, bro. I hope he comes here and make a stand-up show, bro. That will laugh my ass off. That guy's fucking genius, my brother. He's like Joe Rogan on these steroids. And I can't win a bet, right? What the fuck are you talking about? Your name is Money, and the guy the London job destroyed once again by the UFC fighter who he went after. Remember, Brendan Schaub went on a huge rant about this guy not getting like $100,000 for 2 weeks straight. Then the next week, the guy goes on an aerial show and then just takes a shot at Bob and destroys him. And then Bob's response was,
required to take the shua, and then the one says not the Masnia Resha, the one says that you have to make the shua when you put in a sefer. Certainly in the case where you're paying the money, doesn't claim
Joe Rogan
have to take the shua. However, Masnia Sefer,
here's the corniest thing about Schaub.
you have to take the shua without
This is what happened with Schaub. Schaub trashes someone, takes the shot.
you pay it back the
The
next
person
day.
responds, destroy Schaub. And now Schaub's response will be, I'm sorry, please don't pass me. You hurt my feelings and destroy my career even more. And then 3 months from now, Schaub will be like, I'm taking that $100,000 to the crazy thing ever. That guy is look at Brendan Schaub, the Howard, destroyed any local organization online. Now he's getting destroyed by a guy. Well, the English seems to be getting better. The English get a lot better when he gets into shop. The shop first, English shop, or whatever language where you say.
Rashi usually says it means there's a loss of money. So typically, whenever there's a monetary discussion going on, whether even ocean and money was a drug or whatnot. However, when it comes to a mitzvah, to a loss, to that article, that's the case where no one's really using it. It's just the loss of gain. In that case, it's not a drug or whatnot. Generally says
this guy is kind of going viral for some police officer in Atlanta, and I'll just play the video because it'll make more sense when I play the video.
Yeah, let me tell you how to that's quick those words. You talk like this, you sound
we mentioned the short passes.
It's just something you should do that's like a, I don't know what you call it. You know, you've heard the term called Ebonics. Black Sabbath, quote, ghetto. It's funny. I mean, I wonder if he actually really thought like that. I mean,
I think a lot of people who grow up going to black schools and stuff like that, just you're around, you mimic who you grew up around.
Yeah. You know do you remember the Mackenzie Bear thing? Yeah. Remember? So she spoke almost exactly like a regular American person, and then suddenly she started having this Brazilian accent. That was okay.
Yeah, there's some of that stuff. There was another person like that who was the wife of someone who Al Bowman's wife would become
cucumber. And then you find out she was come on, it's a cucumber. Why are you putting a
That's so embarrassing to me. So
she was born in nice Spain, and then her classmates like that.
Now, have you ever been around a black dude who will be talking to you and hanging out and talking, and then
I've seen you do it. You're the most guilty person I've seen. You get around a black guy, you're like, damn, that's crazy, dog.
I do not know. I'm sorry. I would love to agree with you. Yeah, I don't do that. I might go, oh man, no. Oh shit, big no. No, I have seen though. I have been with black men who will talk to us, and then they'll see them go right over here. They switch it up. That's called code switching. It's just a language.
Have you ever seen when Obama was the U.S. basketball team? He's like shaking hands, they get to like, black guy, what's up?
Yeah, it's great. Bring that up. Let me see that. Because that Jordan Peele did that shit so well. It's hilarious.
I love that. Obama greats. That's Obama greats basketball team.
Yeah. Because, it's just a different thing. I would watch, I played the hiccup basketball with my buddy's black.
When it comes to that, right? So,
there it is.
But when he was with the white guys, it's just handshake.
We're going to go get this.
Yeah, but there's all like I was with my buddy Kenny, and he would walk by a black dude. I swear to God, they go like this. They go, and they nod to each other. I'm like, how about me? He's like, no, it's just kind of follow the group. It's like, I see. Jamie Foxx said, he goes, he'll be walking down the street, and if it's a white guy, they go, it's Fox. If he's with, he'll see a black woman will be across the street, yo, Fox! Let me get a picture. Because in our community, it's like, I have something to do with you. I have something to do with you. Like, I'm here too, and we're all kind of like, don't be thinking that you're, it's really interesting. And there's a whole dance you play in that sense there was pretty wild. He talked about it so fun. It's just culture. It's you're more comfortable with your own.
It's more possible to circumvent this whole thing.
There it is.
And you won't have to swear.
Actually, too, I'm not even joking. When I'm with my friends, I sort of see myself mimicking stuff you guys say as well, or how you say it. I'm hanging out here with more people than anyone. They always say stuff. It just happens. Half my lingo comes from Brian and Toledo.
When I was older, and my lingo comes from New York.
Yeah.
My buddy Jimmy Burke and those guys. You just pick up shit.
I'll see myself, like, I'll see clips, I'll be making certain points like that. Sounds fucking like cool.
But,
It's just what you're influenced. People like, oh, stealing from Toledo. Like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Talk like you.
Jerry McFadden, my buddy. I got so much from him. He was older. He was a New York guy. The way he would talk, I was like, hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. All that stuff. I never forgot the first time he said that. I was like, I was young and there was this giant basketball player. Like it was 6'9" and like I think he almost was a pro, like huge. And way better athlete, strong, and got in a fight on the court. But it was just a shoving match. And I remember I said something, I was a karate guy, and I was like, you'd be surprised, those guys are fun, right? And Jerry looked at me and goes, and Jerry was huge, he's like, you're just giant player football. And Jerry goes like this, Jerry goes, he's not here in the peak that's funny. And he goes, you know that, right? Not a peak. And I never heard that. And I was like, did you tell me?
Yeah, certain things, as I find I'm getting older, I find like it's okay to be like, I don't know. You don't say like, I don't know.
How about that?
Brenda Chubb and Mitch Steele from Ryan Cowan and Chris Tobias. But it's not just lingo, Mama. It's not just for those guys. And it's everything. And most of it is completely self-aware. Some of it is just that if the mind of the redacted doesn't realize. But most of it is well aware. This guy is leading as a real thief. Right now, using it on stage. Oh, the original channel name for Drive Fast on Gas.
Because
trying to correct someone.
The
guy who said Stephen Free. Trying to correct Alec Love's wife.
It's suspected of lying. The banks will still develop fairly say, you know what? Take a short shimmy, but we trust you. Never ask me to do it.
I like the fact that he probably
solution. But the compliment, we don't make a double solution. You say, listen, we're going to call this a shimmy is not Trump. We're going to say, what you do, it's a double.
Not justify it, but
let
me know your thoughts.
In other words, the March is wondering what happens according to Ramana. If there's a shmua, we don't force the guy to pay up. What do you do? How do we influence our system? The more it says, let's communicate. It's put with the care. In other words, this guy becomes isolated.
One of the homeless cats or as letters in
until he pays up.
We sent a direct message from Brian Cowan.
then the shop gives leeway. This is
The guy who did it.
the literal translation is you are literally grabbing
Kind of
on
redacted. Got a little shop.
to a cluster
But
to now give
he goes, "Hi, Brian. Why do you condone Brendan's constant lies?
take away his possession.
Embarrassing.
So what are you
Why
going to
haven't
do?
you
You
done
put the guy into a
what
corner
Leo
and
did
close
all
the
those years
door
ago?"
forever and say you never come out. Now, Rothschild explains is the Russian the key.
I am.
Russian.
So what do
The
you
more
mean
saying
by
is,
lie?
you're grabbing onto a person into his on his
The
private
guy who
place.
teaches
And
the way
therefore,
Brian come
the
on.
person's going to have no choice other than to acquiesce with the demand of it. In other words, the point is, you're telling me when it comes to a big obligation,
Now this guy should have listened to the lies there.
is there any
Come up
more
with something way better.
Is there
But
any
back to
more
Calvin.
forcing?
The guy goes, "Hi, Brian. Why do you condone
Communicated
Brendan's
forever.
constant
You can never do
lies?
business again until he pays up.
Are you secretly
That's
hopeless?"
forcing you to pay. The more
Calvin
says,
says, "I am."
Ella, my dinner, when you do my dinner late,
So
I'm going to
Calvin
me Shapiro late as the much as my big day.
And it probably is now.
You put him into care.
Just been blowing on Bobby. That Bobby bomb.
Once the tongue lashes come to 36 feet,
And
even the lashes,
Calvin has always
30 days.
Remember
Lashes didn't pay.
when I used to try to get a cameo from Calvin and back that
For 30 days.
No, I don't need to use advertisements because he knew I was going to use
Someone
it
thought
in
the
like
head man,
the
the apple
beginning of
story
a
of
live
Star
stream
Break.
or something.
The other person,
That like,
you pull down the
Calvin
top
made
of the
other
spread,
comments.
which says closer, buddy.
Calvin is aware.
Store up the rule. The person
I'm
said,
sure,
yes, I
especially
did
now more
actually
than
borrow money from you. With that document, I paid you back.
enjoying the shop.
I ran away, we have comfortable. So to need apples.
And he probably at this point really does shop.
The Amar, what he says, which Taboli,
Hang around.
I'm confident
Follow
I
him down
never
to
saw the
Texas.
document.
Oh, like, hey, Bubba, I'm going to
I like to
Texas.
swear.
I got a residency at your local comedy club. And Bobby just left it at that. Like, you probably didn't say quit the Fighter and Kids podcast, but you probably put it out there. Like, look, I'm moving to Melbourne. Never do it. Look me down there with you. Probably what happened. That's what I was doing.
A loan document has some type
You didn't get calendar with me.
A typical example Rashi actually quotes this over here is when it comes to a ksuba, when a woman's owed the money for a ksuba, when she admits her husband paid back part of it. In other words, the halacha is, if I have a document that says Ruben owes me money, and now I go to Ruben and it says,
Weet je nog, die barista influencer miniatuurautovase? Nou, vintage nieuwe categorieën verkoop je het allemaal. Van kleding tot tech, decoratie en meer, verkoop zonder kosten. Gebruik je het niet, verkoop het dan.
It says you owe me $1,000 as stated in this document, and Shimon says, not true, I paid you back.
Ah, it is Monday, August 18th on this lovely Monday morning, coming in hot. How are you guys? Good? Kids back at school finally. I hear you. We all get a little bit of a break from about 8 to 3 p.m. It's back on that train, dude. Sports are picking up. That's right. If your kiddo's in sports, the schedule is getting back. Your weekends are gone, man. Your weekends are gone. I wouldn't have it any other way, but it's a lot. It's a lot to manage. You have 2 kids play 2 sports, football and baseball. It's your glorified Uber driver. Shout out to all the dads and moms out there, but nothing better. Nothing better. Because someday you're going to be sad that you don't have this crazy schedule. Because if you're growing up and driving yourself, so try to embrace it. I get it now. You're frustrated too sometimes. Like, oh, God, you do that before. But it's a blessing, man. It's a blessing. That's going to go away. So just take it in, kids. Take it in. Let's get to the action of UFC 318. This one is juicy. Overall, great card. The card was fantastic. Fantastic. We knew it was going to be a tasty one. We knew they were edging us these terrible fight nights. This one was good. This one was good. The criticism of this card doesn't come off the main event, so we're just going to jump right into the main event. So, you'll see right now, especially along the MMA fan base, I would say the majority of fans are upset with the main event with Hamzat and DDP. So you also see a lot of people do what I do. Go, if you didn't like that, you don't know fighting, or DJ who absolutely love goes, just turn it off, and they're right to that opinion. And I see both sides. I'm not trying to create a rift here or anything like that. What I'm saying is, it's okay if you don't enjoy Hamzat taking a guy down and controlling for 25 minutes. You have that right, and I get it. Hamzat's style, when it comes to his performance against DDP, I'll try to compare it to this. I watch a lot of baseball, right? I don't miss a Dodgers game. My kids are obsessed with baseball, so now I gotta be into baseball. What Hamzat did Saturday night is no different than when, back in the day, when Otani was on his pitch before that game, Yoshi for the Dodgers, right? Or Hoskins. What Hamzat did is basically throwing a no-hitter in baseball. It's so impressive. Like, oh my God, they are dominating. But it's actually pretty boring to watch. Unless you really enjoy the game, unless you really enjoy fighting, I can see how a lot of people like, we have told rightly so on paper. We have told this is the greatest middleweight title fight in how many years? I said this would be like if Kelly Gastelum or Shogun Rua versus Dan Hendo, that's what vibe. And you didn't get that. What you should do, if you can step back to the entertainment side of things, step back, you have to realize what Hamzat did to DDP was an absolute demolished him. It wasn't a competitive fight. So again, I can see it. Dude, this is boring. This is like a Dagestan or Chechnyan John Finch style. I get that. But you have to realize he pitched a no-hitter. He didn't get touched in a world title fight against a guy who's undefeated in the UFC, against a guy who's been destroying the competition at every level. He didn't get touched. So I look at it and I enjoyed it. I went, Jesus Christ, he's dominating. And also I enjoyed it because a part of me is always like, DDP's going to pull something out. There's something eventually something's going to happen there. And it kind of did at the end of the fifth, but I'm with Dana. I had a 10-8. All 4 rounds in the fifth, it was a 10-9. When you control a guy that dominant for that long, to me, it could be more clear that those are 10-8 rounds. When you can't get out of a crucifix, when you can't even attempt to get up, that would be total domination. That's a 10-8 round by all metrics. So to do that, and nobody's been able to do this to DDP. Nobody. Even remotely close. No one's been able to dominate him like this. Again, he's undefeated in the UFC. His strength of schedule, his competition is out of this world. And he didn't have a career in winning this fight. It wasn't even competitive. He got dog-walked. So when you look at Hamzat, the criticism would be, well, he didn't go for blood, he didn't go for the finish. And I would argue it takes 2 to tango. He never had the opportunity to go for broke. He never had the opportunity to look for a finish. He went for that terrible Americano, whatever.
Random job, in his own words, frustrated with having to spend so much time. I have to remember, he does not want to be doing this in any way. He would much rather be doing stand-up out on the road. He's gone with the narrative. No, he doesn't quit stand-up to become a family guy. Dad is missing too much. And not the truth that this man tried to book every gig he possibly could. Sold 0 tickets. And had to quit stand-up. He was fired from stand-up. And he would much rather be doing stand-up because he still goes on the road. He just now uses the excuse of, I'm going to fly to Arizona.
where he says, he stipulates this condition.
They're gonna go fly back to LA. A couple of times a month by himself. Still drinking off.
Don't pay me back. My step, the nights of raindrop shiver along the front, whirling around my shoes, setting sparks with every slide. You're the rhythm in brain. My step, the nights of
Don't come up with a lie. I gave up being a billionaire. Big stand-ups because I was going out of the country. But I'd rather just sit, which we all know is not good for the basis. Anyway,
if you don't have those, you don't have the the person thinks the eight didn't be sick. I think I like you better from the businesses. The eight is morally. I want you to pay me back. It's Ferrari. Pay me back. Bring the riders you pay back. What's that like? If you're the Sarah Omar, you could respond and say, even though you required your campaign, you can still say the political petition will take one money. I paid you back in front of the following people. But when you tell the way, you have to respond by saying, I did pay back the money. It's not here anymore.
And he's right there in the department for you. Keep your ass in the job. He's there. So he's gonna say, I think I'm gonna you should just quit. Then it's like that he said to me, you know, I like to ask tonight. You know what I like about it? I did all that shit in 1974. You got whatever got a girlfriend, and I was a guy that he liked everybody else. That's what it was. He was, man, he was like that Bob Saget crackdown. Did you know about it? No, I heard about it. Shit, coach. But first class, it's like, I'm like, Bob. He's like, hey, Ryan, what are you doing? He goes, what are you saying? I was like, I'm back there. Where? I go, AD, coach. I was like, what? Yeah, because I booked it later. I said, well, then I won. He was always like, Patrice, Kevin Hart was talking about. He said, like, you don't understand, but you just see Patrice. But you got that's all my friends torture each other. Our friends do. That's I'm a huge big fan. And the Knicks are playing San Antonio in the playoffs. And we're performing at Riverside County Club. And Rodney, I'm with Rodney, and I have the jersey on, and the Knicks just lost. And everybody fucking fans just ripped me. And Rodney turns to me, why don't you just take the motherfucker off? I don't know other shirt on up there. It looks like a fucking terrible car. You fight me, motherfucker. Rodney's the Rodney. I love Rodney. He passed, all right? Yeah. What do you, so what, so you're going to keep doing this? Do you ever think about, like, what you want to do? Because I don't see myself ever stopping this. Yeah, I don't know if I can. I said one night,
you owe me money. You owe me $100. Then I'll pay me back. I would like to pay you back in front of these two specific people. Ruben and Shimon. If Ruben and Shimon, in other words, it seems like you're saying, if Ruben and Shimon are there, pay me back. Ruben and Shimon are not there,
We died, bro. And he said, and then he gonna chime in to my, and hopefully on stage, you know, like that. I remember that. Yeah. I was doing the show when it
You're right. Specified movement and shipping.
Yo.
Sometimes you don't know who people really associate you with.
Can you hear me?
But I guess they understand I'm from that trip. And I got off stage and I had 25 missed calls from all sorts of people. And I have a video somebody sent to my phone. And I'm so worked up. I'm calling, because you guys are close. Yeah, I'm calling everybody. And Lou finally answered the phone. And Lou said, man, he dehydrated. So I talked to him the next day when he was in the hospital. And he was concerned about me getting COVID. And he couldn't get a flight. He said, it's going to cost me $25,000 to get a private jet to get home. Like, is that what you fucking worry about? I was on my head and fell out fucking thinking that you Yeah, man, it was. You don't ever want to see that, but you know that.
But you also know, when you're on stage, that shit can happen. I perform swine flu. But it's like, it's funny. It's a weird. It's a small fraternity. It's like comics are. If you're a real comic, you know. It's always like you know. It's like there are a lot of people that you have find any audience tax exempt. Make more money. That's a weird stuff. Tearing each other down. That's what we're wearing. Grants, contracts, donors. That's fraternity. It's kind of rare. Legit and legal tax exempt. You make more money. There are a lot of people that will tear each other down. Grants, contracts, donors, real paper now, yes, legit and legal tax exempt. You can make more money building. That's a weird thing. It's like grants, contracts, donors, real paper now, yes, legit and legal tax exempt. You can make more money building the process of grants, contracts, donors, real paper now, yes, legit and legal tax exempt. You can make more money building I don't know what else I would do. I do it grants, contracts, donors, real paper that nobody has to believe. Legit and legal tax exempt. You can make more money building than you ever will tearing each other down. Nonprofits creating grants, contracts, donors, real paper that nobody has to believe. Legit and legal tax exempt. You can make more money building than you ever will tearing each other down. Grants, contracts, donors, real paper that nobody has to believe. Legit and legal tax exempt. You can make more money building than you ever will tearing each other down. There's a chance I might stop doing stand. There's a chance I might just get whacked by interpretation on the other side. And then that's last about before I was like, I can't. What am I going to do? Like, what am I going to do? How much am I don't know what else I would do. For real, I don't know. $100 million.
What's the problem?
I'm still doing college, Joe. Like, you know, got things right. Like, I'm doing it, and it's just gonna be, because nothing compares to that thing when you got a sold out room. Nothing compares to that. It just doesn't. Skiing, skydiving, okay, bro, go do your thing. I'm not videotaping for me. I'm a cop. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing. Like, it's influence. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, I just had some flying sneakers. It's just, I'm going on fucking stage.
I know if you're in the ocean, I guess. I don't know. But, you know.
Now I gotta tell you about what I'm doing with this $100 million. Like, you know,
I like eating out a lot, but I don't know. After a while, I can't drink wine. I can't sleep. I'm getting older.
yeah, it's man. The mere thought of not doing it. It's terrifying. Even say if I didn't have the 100.
Yes,
What's supposed to happen? That's what I worry about. Like, if my boys go out like
kids play ball.
I get about that all the time. I'm a junkie. It's like, you hear doing other shows this weekend? No, I just came in to do a bunch of press. I did. Gil told me yesterday he was fun. And I'm in Vegas tomorrow. Brian Collins, obviously. He doesn't care about the podcast.
Once you play, you never borrowed the money.
As I'm looking at his setup,
Didn't pay back the money. Nobody pays back money that you didn't borrow. That's the concept of the dog.
But he's still podcast. On a much more consistent basis on his own channel. No podcast.
Then you borrow the money. However, when it comes to the fact that you're saying you
But
pay
the most
back the
obvious
money,
thing is
you're contributing to pay them. Because you couldn't
which
never
is
borrow
also
it.
an
So the
awesome
fact that you couldn't never
tactic.
borrow it means
And
you
there's
never
an
paid
actual.
back. So that's so
Why
with
are
the
they
split
not
that happens,
shooting
they
the
can
show?
say, what's that? So you borrow the money.
Why are they doing that to job cargo?
We don't want to elaborate. Person says to his friend, kindly Nate Azuzi,
Will Callan even allow?
give me $100 that are in your possession.
I remember when Sean called out Callan
Because
because they wanted to do this jump the
Did
page
you
drive.
guys pay that in front of Ruben and Shimon? So also closing the game. Remember the hose with the other. So this went out.
His
They got this
studio is
to
way
find
better.
what
His
this is.
microphone
And
is better.
they said, us,
He actually dresses up
that
in it.
Austin pay back.
He's not playing.
Never happened.
Fitting
Some of them
in
changed
his style.
came out. This
I feel like
guy
he
has
doesn't want
now
to
been
be
officially
there.
established as a liar. Why? He claims that he paid back the loan from Ruben and Shimon. Ruben and Shimon say the whole thing is a lie. So it never happened. We didn't want to pay back the loan. So I'm really rough on no. I am using Call Mills to Rabbi like Danish. Love that. Sometimes we have
Just looking at Callan's studio.
Sometimes you don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back from the agent. You're required to pay back. You are claiming you pay back. That happens to be. You think Ruben and Shimon are there, but that obligation that you should know that Ruben and Shimon are there. And therefore, it's possible when you link up the identities of Ruben and Shimon. And it could be that's a mistake. That's not going to prove you as a liar. Let's do one more case. We don't know the fabric. A person says to his friend, probably just made a Zeus day to a signal. Give me 600 Zeus. Remember, 600 Zeus, do about 6 of that. You owe me. In other words, that I have in your possession. How many are you? Such a blood for Tisa, Mayor Kavi,
Here's the back end of the
Shita.
Well, he was echoing what someone else said, right? Yeah, but you can't do that in a public interview. A major, this gets millions of millions of views. You can. You can. So here's how it goes. For a defamation case, you have to prove malice. And what Hunter Biden was saying, I was just saying what other people.
Oh, he's saying I'm just saying what I heard.
That's what he said.
I didn't originate the story.
Yeah. So if you go to court, he said, well, I heard that Jeff Epstein had introduced. Jeff Epstein knew a lot of people, a lot of women, beautiful women, and everything else. Not a lot of them were hookers, but he ran with a very rich crowd, so he might have met her. And there are pictures of them together, so it's going to be a really hard case.
The other thing is, too, let's say they did meet at the island. I don't think the island, every single party was whores and rich guys. Like, it could have been like a public party.
It was like a petting zoo, and they had little kids there.
Yes, there's also that. I think they had kind of a smorgasbord of all that. Maybe they met that. That doesn't mean that she was part of this drug prostitute ring. For sure. Right? That's what I heard.
Can you tell something that they commit a mistake? In other words, this guy is not enough dealer.
Dude, they met just like ladies go, baby.
So therefore, he
This video kind of went viral. This is a guy throwing a sandwich. So sorry, I haven't seen it.
He's
So
sticking to the fact that he's $600.
I'll get to more details afterwards.
This is Sean Dunn, who used a Subway sandwich that was on missiles. Subway sandwich is a weapon to attack a federal officer deployed by President Trump on the streets of D.C. earlier this week in charge of felony.
Since you know what's going on in D.C.,
Is there a tuna?
you know what's going on in D.C. So Trump has just tired of driving to the White House and seeing homeless encampments. Also, just so everybody knows, I lived in D.C. when it was the murder capital of the world. And when they talk about
DC's crime wave is lowest. Lowest it's been in 30 years. 30 years ago, you dummies, it was the murder capital of the world. Okay? So I will tell you this. When you go to DC, they lock up the toothpaste in the Walgreens. Hey, bro?
I'm listening. You just got breaking news.
What?
Oh, keep going. I got breaking news. The toothpaste in DC, dude.
That's breaking news.
I the mayor from DC text me. I love that Brian called you out on this. This is perfect.
Hey, bro.
I'm sorry, man. It's a late pod. I got shit going on.
Take it easy, Jack. You go. Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, what is going on?
I like Jim was on the single side, you know?
Oh, man. I guess he should be. But, so but it's like DC's a shithole right now, and he's like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's my city, so no. You guys, I'm gonna take this over because the police are hemmed in by city council probably and all this stuff. So, and I believe he is constitutionally within his right in DC to do this.
Let me see the video, Jim. Yeah, is it a 6-inch meatball? It was pretty big. It's hot. Those come out.
And he gets a white guy, probably. I mean, just judging by the way he dresses. I like the way he's dressed, but he looks like he's probably not taking a lot of punches in the face. Looks like he's pretty comfortable in his life. Oh. Look at the waiter. Look at the waiter.
Can't let that not fool you. We are starting on that line.
Wait, did he get arrested after this? Yes. And by the way, he also got fired from his job. And guess what his job was? What? He's an attorney for the Department of Justice.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, okay, no, let me just say this. This is an exact example of an asshole. This generation has never been punched in the face. I would never enter a house. If I saw a bunch of cops, forget even if I didn't like them, I saw a bunch of cops like that dressed like that. That is, you gotta know that you're gonna take a fucking beat and shoot when you get that cop. When you get the paddy wagon, the boys, you know. It's like, but I just would never do that. I'm not gonna go bop you unless I'm really willing to take, unless I'm willing to fight. Yeah. Unless you're really willing to really fight, then you gotta throw a sandwich at the guy.
Also, those guys are just doing their jobs, and they might not agree with it. Yeah, doing their jobs.
Oh, fascist. You don't know what fascism is, you fucking dummy. You live in America, you privileged American.
So he got fired from the job? Yeah, after that. His girl dumped him to her, man. Follow up on the story, bro.
So he got fired. He was an attorney, a trial attorney. Wow. Sandwich at a federal agent.
He must have been drunk. You would assume.
Yeah.
The other thing is, too, is did you know that sandwich was going to change?
Taking donations in
Chemistry on the
get city grants and it's all we can get money. There's a way to do it where nobody else. We set up before they see non-profit programs, taking donations, even get city grants. It's all about we can get money for the show. Non-profit grants, checks, no we get exactly. So there's more money in health.
Technically pays the guy back by getting the reference that finally to the school. He wants it flying, but then he has to take the money and goes out to you can't have people have this stick up their sleeve. And they're like, really? Jim, you're going to do that? And they'll stick to that. Why? Now the guard goes out to a discussion about a couple things we have to keep in mind over here. As we look at this Gemara. One of us is a little familiar with the terminology, but this will overlay very easily. We have something called a title. A title is the claim. Basically, that includes the entire claim. So, really, when we're showing the claims that someone owes some money, whatever he specifies that someone owes him, that's called the title. Then we have something called the Kira.
Should have ran with it. That was the first time ever.
Is whatever
wasn't interrupting.
Whatever's going to be
that was Calvin's time to shine. just not that to get this bird shot without battling with his shaman.
And he has the Hodah, the admission, but he has 50. The Taina is 100, the Fira is 50, and the Hodah is 50. It's a very simple sort of case. That's the typical case of Nodar Miktas. Person claims 100, the person responds and says he owes you 50, so he admits that he owes 50, that's going to be the Hodah, and there's a Fira, there's a denial.
Marshall's buyers obsess over quality, so that you don't have to.
Yes, sir. Monday morning, October 20th. It is October 20th. I'd like to say it's getting chillier here in Austin, Texas. It's not. It's not. They said it was a cold front, but straight up 85 yesterday. It's not terrible. Mornings and nights aren't too bad. Spent all weekend at the baseball diamond, baby. Nowhere better. Nowhere better. Kids didn't show up this weekend. They're tired. Football and baseball's winding down. Well, really just football. So, yeah, kids playing football all day. And then we had a late game. We had a 6 o'clock game and an 8:30 game at night on Saturday. I didn't leave the field until 10:45 at night because we played snow crappy. We got the first draw on Sunday, so that means we have at 5 a.m. for a 7 o'clock warm up. It was a beast, dudes. It was a beast. All good. Nothing better. Nothing better. Fight-wise, my lord, you got a lot going on. You got a whole lot going on. You have a pay-per-view this Saturday. Not a ton of buzz about it. It is in the afternoon. What time does it start here, Chid? 1 p.m. our time. 1 p.m. Not mad at that. Definitely gonna miss it. Definitely have to watch from my phone. Because we had another tournament this weekend, so I'll have to watch it from the stands. 1 p.m.'s not terrible, though. They don't go super late. The super late ones usually can make, but yeah, this one, I'm curious how it's going to do on pay-per-view. There's really no pay-per-view stars. No one's like crushing. Those Conor McGregor pay-per-view star days are over. So, what this business model, what even is a pay-per-view star? You know, they are ditching that model, so now it's just good fights. There's good fights on this card. You know, the heavyweight championship of the world, even though none of us in the game really call it that, because you have John Jones out there, you have Francisco still out there, and this is such a shame for Tom Aspinall. It's completely out of his control, which we'll get to. Cyril Gahn, Cyril Gahn hasn't showed up in championship fights. You know, obviously lost to Francis, obviously lost to John. He kind of seizes up. The title's on the line, so I don't know why they think otherwise. He definitely has a chance to win this fight. He's big, super athletic. I think we're getting more athletic than Tom Aspinall. Pound for pound, probably better striking overall than Tom, but he doesn't hit it. Shot KO power. Really good. As a heavyweight, guys coming forward, playing it right, any heavyweight can knock anybody out, but as far as like that, straight up touch from God and put him to sleep power. That's not Cyril Gahn. Tom has that. Come in a bit. You got your girl. Yeah, your girl. Right. Yep. Verna fighting Mackenzie Dern. Listen, I'm just going to call it like it is. The UFC, they don't really play favorites. But if you don't think the UFC is praying to the MMA gods that Mackenzie Dern becomes champion, you don't know the sport. They are just like, we don't have much. We don't have much. We're asking for 2 things right now. Dear God, please don't let John Jones relapse and get in a car accident and do something crazy and miss the White House card. And pray for that. And the price, as a side note, also Conor McGregor, please make sure he's healthy as well for the White House card. But number 2 behind those 2 is, please let Mackenzie Dern win this fight, be the face of the women's strawweight division. But dear God, she checks every single box. She checks every skill check, world class on the ground. Experience check.
Because if I'm going to deny that, then I
Check.
deny.
You know, so she's a complete package, all buttoned up in one, and we need stars, and this Paramount deal's coming up, and she's a mom, and she's only getting more attractive as a mother, and it's her time. She's glowing these days. Yeah, that's that mama bear. Perfect, man. So the UFC is on their hands and knees praying to the fight gods that Mackenzie Dern pulls this off. Now, they fought before, I think it was 5 years ago during COVID, 2020. Mackenzie Dern won, close decision. They both got a lot better. There's a reason Mackenzie Dern's a favorite in this fight. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, was it 2020? Yep. That was no crowd, COVID time. She got it done. They've both gotten a lot better. And Berta's been on a freaking tear lately. She won like 5, 6 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row. Yeah, you gotta have this face. You know, I know. Hey, I know. Maybe they're going to win. Yeah, Umar Nurmagomedov versus Mario Batista. That fight's going to be closer, I think, that the odds makers are predicting that fight to be. I think Mario's like, yo, what is he up? Plus 450 or some shit, which is crazy. It's a good card overall. Plus 400 that. I think that fight's going to be closer, we think. Considered slight favorite. 166. The one that's surprising, they're not top next 130, that makes sense. Mackenzie Dern minus 166. She pulled that off. Almeida and Volkov. That one is, I didn't see Almeida being that big of a favorite. Minus 218 is a little wild for that one. Ooh, Racket. Minus 102, minus 118. Great main card. I will do awful on the pay-per-view, but I'm all here for it. I'm here for it. Here's the thing with Tom Aspinall and Cyril Gane. So, and this has nothing to do with Tom Aspinall. It's completely out of control. The heavyweight division has never been worse, and he's the king of the shitty division. He's the king. But no one's given him his due because of that. Because if you bring up Tom's record there, Jen, Tom is the king of this division that's kind of boring. There's not a lot of contenders. He's beat everybody in the first round. Andre Arlovski, but so he's starching these guys. But the issue with Tom, again, not his fault. The issue with Tom is his strength of schedule. So we all know Tom's good. We all know Tom is the best we have to offer. If this is 10 years ago, where's Tom at? We don't know because the guys he's beating, if you've been around the sport long enough, the heavyweight division is the weakest division. So, it's like in a gold medal in the Special Olympics right now. So there's not much we can say about it. The verdict is still out on Tom. He's the best we have. What's that mean? We don't know. He's starching everybody. But, the guys he's starching, would they even be ranked in the top 10 if this is, 8, 10 years ago? Probably not. So, again, not Tom's fault. He only fight who's in his division, who the contenders, how they do. So we know he's good, but the reason why he's not getting his due is because we really haven't seen him get compromised in any facet. We haven't seen him go past the first round and not dominate. That Arlovski fight ended early in the second round, but he was in control the whole time. So we don't know how Tom's going to react when he gets taken down or when he gets clipped. We don't know. We don't know. So that's why everyone's not. Now, a lot of people are, but there's a reason why the public hasn't been like, yes, that's the end all be all. He's the best in the world. Because unfortunately for Tom, they let Francis get away. And Francis was champ, so we don't know how Francis and Tom would have gone down. We don't know. People can kind of take a guess, but no one really knows. We don't know how Tom would do against John Jones. We don't know. So unfortunately for Tom, until he faces those adversaries, he's never going to get his due. They get completely out of control. It's not normal. It's not right. This poor dude, they made an interim champ. They had him freaking wait forever for John just for it not to happen. They get a fight nobody's really asking for. And here's what happens with all this. With Tom versus Cyril Gahn, there's so much pressure on Tom. And this is why. Because not only does Tom have to fight this monster, right? Cyril Gahn's a fucking monster, so athletic. Obviously, he has a lot of holes in his game, but on the feet, the dude can fucking strike. Not only do you have to beat the number one contender, but you have to do it more impressively than John Jones did. That's the pressure Tom Aspinall's against. Winning, if you win by decision, it's a disaster. If you win, it gets dragged down to the third, fourth round, disaster. Tom Aspinall's challenge this because, again, not his fault, but because he hasn't faced.
When's your GP appointment? Okay, answer my question first. When's your GP appointment?
Start at Dodger Stadium on Friday. If the Blue Jays win, it will still start Friday, but it will start in Toronto. You can hear all the Dodgers games on our sister station.
It's the toughest competition. The marker here is win. Of course, you're heavily favored. No, of course you gotta win. You have to do it more impressively than John Jones did, because this is the only opponent you guys have in common that now the public can go, okay, well, they did fight this guy. John beat him in, I think, 2 minutes. Choked him out in 2 minutes. Tom not only has to, imagine this pressure, Tom not only has to beat Cyril Gahn, who's an absolute fucking French nightmare, but he has to do it more convincingly than John Jones. He has to do it faster and more impressive. So whether it's a knockout right away, or he takes him to the mat right away, you have to beat him in under 2 minutes.
Whose doctor doesn't answer during business hours? Okay, fine. So they recorded your set. How did it go? What did it look like? That's correct. I'm glad you understand that. And you have a funny joke. It could be very funny. It has a very funny premise. What joke? The joke sucks. It's not funny.
The two right lanes are blocked, and that drive is a huge mess. Getting away from which isn't really unusual that the volume is far more dense all the way to
I mean, it's there are some subjects that people just don't want you to joke about, and those are the ones you love to joke about the most. Not necessarily.
with Southern California's most traffic reports. I'm Martinez.
Well, yeah, I mean, those are like really sensitive subjects, and I'm in agreement with you. Um, but like, there's a lot more to the world out there than making fun of. Like, once you become very famous and you can joke about anything you want, then if you want to open it up to, certain topics, you can. But right now, you just need like 10 good jokes and not controversial jokes, simple fucking jokes. Then you're gonna get heckled and no one's gonna like you. Okay, that's fine. That's what you think, and that's great. Is this on Insta? Okay, where is it? Let me see it. Send it to me in Discord. What are you talking about? Dude, it's the one to which you always. No, 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 stop. Stop. Just stop. Just stop. I'll send you a message. Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. I'm in agreement with you. All right. We just sent you a message, big dog. I had issues with Twitter at like 2 in the morning because Amazon Web Services was down or something. All right. Did you know that I sent you a message? Check your messages, big dog. I got send you another message. Check your messages. Dude, did you know Shohei Otani hit 3 home runs and struck out 10 batters on Friday for the Dodgers to get to the World Series? Yeah, that's not your fault. I understand. And that's going to be something that um, you got to get good with. You know what people say is a good thing? What was your comeback? Okay, too long. What about if you would have said, it's hard to hear you with a dick in your mouth? Dude, that's a mean thing to say, though. It's not like funny. It's awkward. Like, you love making shit awkward. Dog, have you played with Sora? It's fucking amazing. Here, I'll send you some of them. Check your Discord.
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 and you. It's wild, but it's the future. Sounds like a cartoon, man. Exactly. Nobody sees it coming. The community's not. Really cool. Look, fellas, this thing is called Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10E. Fellas, it's a game. This right here, Harry Potter, Obama.
Dude, did you see it? No, your video didn't come in yet. I don't know, but check your messages. You got three videos from me. Okay, well, then split it and send it to me, or upload it and send me a link. All right, send it to me on Telegram. But I don't even know what Telegram account I use. Dude, you're getting banned for that. Not banned, but you're getting muted for that, dude. This is what I'm talking about. I don't need your fucking insults. All right, I love you, man. You got to make that call, though. I don't need to be fucking insulted.
And go. That's unfortunately what Tom's dealing with. That's what Tom's dealing with. It sucks.
You need to call the doctor, Zoot. I'm not going to sit here and be insulted. I don't care if you can control it or not. It's not nice.
Second round submission, but then he struggles a little bit. He doesn't do much for him. Even though he gets his win, defends his title, doesn't do much.
Dude, I'm going to send you a message in Telegram. I'm serious, though. You're getting real close to just getting fucking kicked. You can talk again, but it's not something that I like to deal with. And you're pushing my limit. Did you send it in Telegram? Okay, did you see the videos that I sent you? Zoot, check your Discord messages, dog.
casino, drank a little there, with this yellow, drank there, then went downstairs in my room, drank there. Something like that. And I finally, I found a wallet. I found a wallet down at the casino with a license, some money in it, credit card. And I have the license with me. I'm walking around Buzz trying to figure out if I can find the guy. Because I don't want to give him this. Yeah, I'm like, hey, are you Andy? And the guy's like, no, I'm not. So this one guy comes up, he goes, hey, that's my buddy. I said, oh, okay. And I said, hey, oh, well, I'll give it to him. I said, okay, that's cool. I said, what's his name? He goes, Eddie. I said, what's his last name? He goes, well, I go, here we go. He said, it's my girlfriend's friend or my sister's girlfriend's friend. And he's in the garage right now looking for his wallet. And he lost his wallet. I said, okay. I said, can you get him on the cell phone? Because I'm not giving his wallet until I can talk to the guy. And they couldn't get them on the cell phone. The reception was bad. And he finally gave me enough information. Like he told me he lived in Redlands. He said Redlands on their license. And he took it from me. And I said, I hope this guy gets, I'm sure this guy will get his wallet back. He goes, yeah, I'll give it to him. I said, I know you're going to give it to him. Because, well, before I met you, I took a picture of his license and I've just taken a picture of you.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, look at the Discord messages that I sent you. No, fortunately, I haven't. I'm trying to think of like any speeches I've made or plays I've been in. No, the audiences were always very polite. It's okay, dude. Like, being heckled is one of the first signs that you're really becoming a comedian. But anybody who says anything, don't say, oh, well, you were molested or any of that bullshit. Just say, I can't hear you because you have a dick in your mouth. Dog, do you see Discord? Do you see the messages I sent you in Discord? Okay, that's legitimate. What percentage are you on? Oh, I halfway through. Very well. Next up. All right. Well, you. Dog, these videos are 30 seconds in total. They should take you. You don't need to take a shower to watch them. Like, what do you have to do, dog? Take a shower. Like, you can't wait 30. Okay, you can't take 30 seconds beforehand to watch these videos? Okay, well, that kind of sucks for you. Who do you think's going to win Monday Night Football? Who's that? You like the Browns? Oh, the Rams? They're not playing. No. Right now, it's the Lions and the Buccaneers. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you follow football in the United States. There are people in Australia who follow football in the United States. Not a huge amount. You know, they're going to play a football game in Melbourne, I think, next year. Let me find out. I don't think you are, but let me find out. NFL Melbourne. Hold on. Just hold on. Yeah, it's they're also going to play one in New Zealand as well. All right, you do what you have to do, Zoo. Call your doctor.
Southern California Toyota Traffic Center's Trucktober. Unit deal in Tundras. We make it easy. Over West LA.
Southbound side of 405, and that's where traffic really starts to load out coming off of Wilshire, Jamaica Sunset Boulevard. You're on and off the brakes all the way to Palo Verde and Long Beach, even the northbound side of the 405. Slows out of Seal Beach from Seal Beach Boulevard, you're on the brakes and stretches towards the 7th.
The public's gonna go, yeah, but John made him look like he's freaking a white belt, dude. You struggle? That's what you're doing. So I think for the first time, not only is Tom expected to win, he's the favorite to win, but you're expected to absolutely dominate the way John Jones did. He can do it. He can do it. And I know he knows that pressure's there. So already the fans are going, yeah, he's going to beat Cyril Gahn. Yeah. But can he do it under 2 minutes? And can he look more impressive than John? Because, again, if he struggles, the John fight's already kind of in the distance. What Alex did kind of leapfrog Tom. It's just the world we live in. It's not up to me. We all want to see Alex versus John. It is what it is. Sorry. But if Tom struggles against Cyril Gahn, that's never happening. If he struggles against Cyril Gahn, there goes any rumors or any gossip around the water cooler that he would beat Francis, that he'd beat John, for that fact, he would beat Alex. It sucks. But that's just the world we live in. So not only do you have to beat the number 1 ranked heavyweight in the world, but you have to do it under 2 minutes and not get touched. And go. Talk about pressure. But maybe Tom's that guy. Maybe as good as advertised. I'm not saying he's not. The only knock on Tom, and it's tough to find anything, is some of his defense. He leads with his chin. You know, there's some holes there when it comes to his stand-up, when it comes to the defensive tactics there. He looks a little exposed at times. Now, maybe he just doesn't have respect for the guys he's fighting, which I can understand. And just like, then I can do shit. Watch this. There's that. Or it is an issue when he fights elite competition. Because, again, if he goes in there and it's 30 seconds in and Cyril Gahn lands some crazy left hook or right hand and wobbles him, nightmare. Even if he were to take him down, choke him out in under 2 minutes, but you get clipped, nightmare. Then the chatter starts, and it's loud. It's loud for Tom. You know? So for the first time, you have a guy who's your champ, but because the UFC fumbled the bag with Francis, because they fumbled the bag with John Jones, no one really accepts him as champ, and it fucking sucks, dude. It's not the way this should go down. Because he's the best we have so far. Even though it's this weak ass competition, he's the champ, man. But no one's really believing that. No one's believing it. So it's his job, unfortunately, because the UFC fumbled the bag on 2 huge fights for him. Not only does he have to win, but he has to beat him more impressively than John Jones beat Cyril Gane. The chips are stacked against Tom. It's a bit of a disaster, but that's the state of the heavyweight division. Because if Tom goes on there, let's say he fucking mollywops Cyril Gane. Let's say he just hits him with the right hand, comes out like a banshee, beats him in 30 seconds, gets on the mic, and is like, John, you and shit. See you at the White House. Boom. Now we're cooking with gas. Because if he struggles a little bit and calls out Johnny, we're like, get the fuck out of here. Even though he beat the number 1 guy. Talk about stress, dude. You know? Let's take a little break here, kids. Picture this. It's midnight. You're laying in bed, scrolling this new website you found, hitting the add to cart button, the item you've been looking for. After 15 minutes, you decide you've done enough damage to your wallet. You decide to check out. You remember that your wallet card is in the living room. You don't want to get out of bed and go get it just as you get ready to abandon your cart. That's when you see it, that purple shop button. That thing is magic. That shop button that has all of your payment and shipping info saved, saving you time while you stay warm in your cozy bed. That's Shopify. There's a reason so many businesses sell with it, because Shopify makes everything easier from checkout to creating your own storefront. Cha-ching, it's Shopify, baby. If you've shopped online, chances are you've bought from businesses powered by Shopify. All right, and you know that purple shop pay button you see at checkout? That's the one thing that makes buying so incredibly easy. That's Shopify. So if you want to see less carts being abandoned, it's time for you to head on over to Shopify. Cha-ching! Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SCHAB, Shopify.com/shop. Cha-ching! What about in this scenario? What if he's like, it's like 50-50 going into like 4th, 5th round, disaster. But what if Tom has this crazy knockout at that point? Doesn't matter. Has to do it faster and more impressive than John Jones. Because you get a crazy knockdown in 4 rounds, but like, oh, it took you 4 rounds? It took you 20 minutes? John did it in 2. You think you beat John? He's kind of in a no-win situation unless he completely dominates him in under 2 minutes. The level of difficulty is super high for Tom right now. He can do it, though. He can do it. It's just the verdict's still out on him, but this is the closest we're going to get to comparing him to these greats. Because Francis beat him on one leg and out-grappled him. And then John completely just big brothered him. Look, okay, striker, cool, get against the cage. Here's a fucking amateur bulldog joke. So that's what he's dealing with. Sucks. And then if it's not John or Alex, it's like, who the fuck you want to see? They put Volkov and Almeida on there for a reason, just in case the John stuff and Alex stuff goes left. So they're on there for a reason. But again, they ain't no fucking main event barn burner, you know? The heavyweight division is tough, man. It's tough right now. So yeah, add that to the UFC getting down on their knees and praying. Tom Aspinall gets it done. It also puts a lot of pressure on the UFC to make something happen big for him. Because if Tom does his job and gets it done in under 2 minutes and looks more impressive than John, you can't toss him the winner of Volkov Almeida. That what? The fuck? And then just have him fight one of those guys next year on some random card. We have the biggest card ever coming up at the White House, and all you're doing is, you know, jacking off John and Alex. That ain't cool. So it's going to force UFC's hand where they're like, okay, we can do John and Alex. That's the fight the casuals definitely want. But then also, Francis is out there. It's a possibility. And if he looks so good against Cyril Gane, we can't toss him the winner of Volkov Almeida. That ain't right to do, Tom. We fucked him over how long now?
we got to get this Francis deal done. So it kind of forces the UFC's hand. But it doesn't force anything. If he wins by decision, late in the fourth, late in the third, late in the second, you got to dominate in order to make all this happen. It ain't right, but it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. You had a fight night this weekend, jumping off of 321 real quick. Interesting fight night. It's referee issues. It's always going to be an issue. Here's the thing. Refereeing, judging we'll put those aside for now, but refereeing in general in every sport's an issue. NFL, every game, there's a questionable call. MLB shit happens. The refs at my son's freaking travel ball tournament, these fucking dudes. I mean, they're like 19. Just want to get out of there. It was a complete shit show. The point is, at every level, reffing has always been an issue. It's more an issue at sports. And we're compared to these other sports. And there's not a lot of people who be refs, so you just have the same guys over and over. And like Dan, but, you know, an issue. He heard the horn, didn't. There's no.
What up? How are you, Sweets?
Why would they change how man is there? Because
what up, Jason? How you living, pimp?
Not media, not fan base, even commission.
How's your day?
Do what the fuck they want to do. It's an issue.
All right, are you watching Monday Night Football? Are you watching Monday Night Football? Okay. You do. It's amazing. All right. So, how was your weekend? What'd you do? Oh, Ren Fair. How did that go? Okay. What'd you do? Okay. How'd they get drunk? What up, big dog? Yes, I did. Did you see my Discord messages? That's okay. Hey, to Jason and please, have you guys seen Sora yet? SORA. It's like an AI. Dude, it's fucking amazing. You don't have to code. Just download the app and put in prompts. It'll make anything you want. No, I mean, you just. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, dude. I'm talking with these guys. Yeah, all you need to do is download the app on iOS and put in prompts, and it'll make you talk with Tupac and Biggie and Elvis and Marilyn Monroe and Einstein. It's amazing. It's absolutely. It is. Yeah, it's hilarious. It makes a video up to 10 seconds, and you can make 30 videos a day. Yeah, no, I know that. No big deal. Monday Night Football. Oh yeah, that's Jewish lectures. That's why I put it. That's right. Yeah. Here, I'll send it to you. because we're at a yacht party celebrating Bitcoin. Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tenino. Not at all. The last thing about which I fantasize. All right. I mean, I usually fantasize about shit, but whatever you want. Yeah, I mean, she can get it. She's a beautiful woman. Yeah, it's like I think she only makes like $3 million a year for that. All right, Jason, you've got it as well. Check your message. Yeah, so it's not perfect, but it is very close to being like I could just watch this for like an entire movie. Like, so you were asking when are they gonna make it, make movies with it? They're already doing that to some extent. It's just really about audiences and how they choose to digest the content. So I'm sure you've heard, maybe you haven't, but major Hollywood agency signed the first or the most major digital or AI actor, and yeah, so there are people who are basically arguing that they shouldn't do this because it's going to put humans out of jobs. But if you know anything about the most recent SAG-AFTRA negotiations, the Screen Actors Guild with Fran Drescher, she argued that that this is going to put actors out of jobs, and did everything she basically could to save the current residual system. But it's just a matter of time. I mean, even with like Tupac and Biggie Smalls and Einstein, you're not supposed to be able to use their likeness, but all you have to do is just say, put a Tupac look-alike in there or Biggie Smalls look-alike, and it'll 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 eventually get it wrong. And the funniest ones I've seen are the ones with Mr. Rogers, where he's teaching Tupac how to roll a blunt, or like how to make prison hooch, or like they're just because it's like two worlds you normally wouldn't see, like where Mr. Rogers has this innocent child audience, and Tupac, who has this gangster rap audience combined, and they're hilarious together. I've been watching those reels for a few days on Instagram, and finally I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try this myself, and it's amazing. Like, even okay, so at first I was trying to upload my face, and it was like not taking for some reason. It wouldn't upload, so I was just manually doing the like I would be like 39-year-old rabbi, brown hair, glasses, like, and it would be very close to my face. And then I was like, okay, well, if it's this close already, I'm gonna try and figure out how to do this, where you make uh, a cameo of yourself, and then it maps your face, and then you can just put yourself in anywhere. I mean, like, I've done I've done them. I've made them in Brooklyn on yachts, in the back of cars. I have it picking up chicks. I have it bitches. Like I have one of me teaching Tupac and Biggie how to pick up women. I have them like sitting on the steps in Brooklyn, just teaching them how to rap. And while not perfect, it's like it's almost like they don't want it to be perfect in some ways. Like I can tell you, like I've told them, I've like said, like I want you to use these lyrics, and it will not sometimes use copyrighted lyrics. So it's no big deal. It's it's fascinating how accurate it is, um and if it's not right, you well that's what it is. That's it's open now on iOS. On Android, it's taking invitations, but on iOS, you just download it, you verify your email, or just log in with Google. You make a username, and it's like a new kind of Instagram. Like, so if I were you guys, I would create an account as soon as I can, so somebody doesn't get my handle, basically. And it's just like Instagram, and then you publish them, and people upvote them, and you make comments and things. It's just basically an AI Instagram. And yeah, and the prompts are like it gets some things wrong. Like the things wrong that it gets, like I had it driving on the California coast in a convertible, and it had me in like a British car. Like I was driving on the wrong side of the road, and the steering wheel was on the wrong side of the road. So all you have to say is it has to be an American car, and then it'll flip it for you. Which I would think it would know that because California's in the United States, but little things like that. There were ones where I was getting a girl's number and like the transition between our hands wasn't perfect. But I mean, these are really, really small details. Everything else is really, really good. The ones that made me laugh the hardest were Mr. Rogers and Tupac. Those are hilarious. And then they had these wrestling ones where they had like Stephen Hawking, uh, like in WWE matches, and like from the top of a cage, like dropping his fucking wheelchair on people, and it looks really pretty realistic. I mean, I'm sure it's even better now, because all of this is just training data to improve it, and it will be very soon until you cannot discern between AI and reality. I can tell you, I'm already in some subreddits. One is called Real or AI. It's Reddit subreddit Real or AI, and they'll show a video and they have people vote on it because we're in this what's called the uncanny valley where people don't know whether something's real or not. And so someone will be like, is this horse real? Like a horse like running into the water or something like that. And then people vote. And so some of them are a little easier to discern, but not really. You have to slow, like, in order to prove that it's AI. Generally, what they say is like you have to slow it down and then like show an inaccuracy in it where like a foot wouldn't move that way or a hoof of a horse wouldn't move that way, but everything, or like a car wouldn't support the weight, but everything else is just like if you're like that specific, it's very soon. So uh there are already movie studios that are basically using this technology. I can tell you. So I don't know if you. What's his name? Oh, what is his name? He built. Oh, what is his name? The guy who does all those Medea movies. Um, he's a actor, director. Medea movies. Um, Medea. Tyler Perry. So Tyler Perry had built, I believe, movie studios in like Georgia and North Carolina or something, these huge ones, because he figured, hey, I'm going to be able to turn out all this content in the future. And he shut down the project once he saw what green screens were doing and what AI was doing. Basically, was like, oh, this, there's no reason to have a huge warehouse full of green screens and such if you can just do this all on with AI. So I think that. What up, Grant? How you living, pimp? What up, Grant? How are you? How was your weekend? Kicking ass, taking names. You watching Monday Night Football? So it's two games tonight: the Bucks and the Lions, and then we've got two other games. The just bear with me. Bucks and Lions, and Seahawks and Texans. Do you follow football? All right, who's your college football team? Oh, you didn't know who Arch Manning was, yeah. You didn't know shit. It, it it's not. It's their nephew. Yeah, dude, they barely escaped a loss to Kentucky this weekend. UT is maybe the most underperforming squad, or they were number one in the nation, and they've lost like two or three games already. Two games already. They lost to Ohio State, and they lost to I forget who else. Somebody else. No, they're not. A&M's the number. No. Oh yeah, A&M is the number three team in the country. All right. Well, all right. So Texas, Florida, and Oklahoma, or not Oklahoma, Florida, and Ohio State. Who's your own school? Oh yeah, dog. Gig 'em. Dog. A&M has a big game this weekend. They have a big game this weekend. They are playing. They are playing. They're playing LSU this week. I mean, they're playing in the SEC. It's pretty difficult, but they play Texas November 28th. So get your shit. Florida sucks. They just fired their coach yesterday. They're terrible. Yeah, that's true. No, they played the number. No, they suck. They've lost like 17, more than 17 straight conference games. Yep, and lost by 7. That's a respectable loss. But they lost to Florida, and Florida's ass. I mean, you'll have it settled November 26th. So basically, in a month, you'll know who has the superior school this year. Are you a part? Are you a part of the 12th man? Very well. Yo, what is up with? It's not a military school, but there's like a military element to it. Yeah, what the fuck is that? Do, do they do they pay for your school? Okay. All right, and then who do they fight? Like, if anybody invades College Station, or do they go off to war? All right, and then to our other friend, do you go to University of Texas?
Millions of businesses use Amazon Web Services to
Yeah, they won 35-0. A team. They won 35-0 over a team on Saturday. 34-0. Yeah, but they're quite good. I mean, they're the defending national champions. All right, if you're in Austin, have you been to the Comedy Mothership? Yeah, it's Joe Rogan's. Hey, I'll be right back. I've got to use the restroom. Enjoy yourselves, boys. Oh, of course you will. Why wouldn't you?
And that just the concept of the mix up coin. Rock says that is club. One of those either who or that. This is the naughty part of the law. Mix the part of the law that you take a screw up. Law doesn't. The concept of the hotel. Whatever you admit part, same low. Can't just be a random other item. Well, so you kind of want to learn from your life. You learn from the words that said. You have the higher claims too, and I'm only whatever you want to learn. I know. No problem. You can learn that. You want to learn the concept? The whole thing was too part of it. Stuck saying that he's a knife. Then that's how Shmuel understands it. So to me, that the entire claim can be true, but the denial can be lost. There. This is good. Kessa, he also used. He was talking
to a single provider.
The denial. To Kessa. Dial to Kessa. As well. That must have been playing. Yeah. Mr. Rothschild, a tweeting issue. You simply say, person will do. I need and I don't know. Not Rothschild, everything has to be two. It's not going to be relevant to the actual clip.
I could.
There's the claim, the denial, according to Rob. As a matter of fact, he isn't. Muslim, he cuts Rough Mark Kalim, him. You know, I would have thought after. Well, so again, it's a simple point. State council. Used to be a decha. Two coins in your hand. You said, myself, I have in your hand. The person received BRD, which is yours. In other words, the only thing I owe you is a pruta. Not obligated to make.
They don't care what it costs.
Why is that? What's the reason? Loud mishum the chastam. Isn't it because it's not sufficient? To the Shmuel. Now, in other words, according to Rav, the claim always has to be more than two, because you have to have a denial of two. Now, what would be the reason why, in this case, he's not obligated to make a shua? Probably because Rav is correct. That you have to have
a minimum of 2 in denial, means the claim has to be more than that. The Q for the Shmuel, Shmuel say no. Me Sabrit, Shabbat Katani. You think the Mishnah is talking about the value of 2 coins? No. That's not what it's talking about. Dafka Katani. He meant to say, you owe me these 2 silver coins. Says Shmuel, you misunderstood the entire mission. You thought that the problem over here was that the value was 2, and yet the value of the entire claim was 2, and therefore the claim wasn't the denial wasn't sufficient, like Rob. No, that's not true. The reason why it doesn't have to take a shul here is because there's 2 different things. There's copper and silver. The person claims copper and he admits to silver. That's not what it's not admitting to part of the loan. He's 100% denying what the person claims of him. He's saying, I owe you 0 silver. I don't owe you anything. Therefore, it does not meet the criteria of a dog with a time. Whereas if that's the case, the Haki Shmuel, that the reason why he's perfect from a Shmuel is because it's not a Hodah with a Taina, ain't a safe. Let's go further on in the Mishnah. It's a Shtei Kesef, Huda, Yesh Libiadecha. Basically, you owe me 2 silver coins and a copper coin. And the person responds and he says, the only thing that I have of yours in my hand is 1 copper coin. Tied. He's tied. Now, let's analyze this. If you understand that he's just claiming the value of a certain amount of money, which ultimately he'll take out a calculator and figure out how much 2 silver coins plus a copper one is worth, I understand why he's tied. Because this is exactly what Rob said. You have a claim of a certain amount of money and a denial of sufficient amount of money, and therefore he's going to be tied. If you didn't tell me that he's specifically asking for silver coins and copper coins, I might tie it. Not just telling you what he claimed. He didn't admit to. He didn't admit to anything as part of it. In other words, again, if you're telling me that it's not a value of a certain amount of money, rather it's specific coins the person's claiming. So he admitted that he owes him certain coins, and he denied that he owes him other coins. It's not like it's one big claim, it's several different claims. He agrees that he owes him a piece of copper, he doesn't agree that he owes him any silver. And this is not a case of real adultery, because this is considered to be
amazing.
Gemara says, "Me didn't time out with Shmuel." But remember, you're talking to Shmuel over here, says the Gemara. Now, according to Shmuel, you have to recognize that Shmuel is not going to be stuck with that. He's not going to have a problem with that. Why? Because even though Shmuel is of the opinion that the Hodah, that the admission needs to be kind of similar to the claim. However, not for Shmuel, probably to get to this, or a person goes to someone and says, "We only weep," and probably the Halagalov after him, and he admits to one of them, he's going to be tied. In other words, that makes sense. In other words, you have to understand, even though there's a concept called the Hodah has to be within a taina, there are various levels of what that means. In other words, the most strict way of viewing it is that if there are several different items in the claim, then a partial claim has to admit to part of all those items. So, for example, if a person's claiming silver, gold, and copper, and the person admits to copper, so then it has nothing to do with the silver and the gold. That's the most strict way of viewing it, which is how Rabbi views it. Shmuel doesn't view it that way. Shmuel says it's true that you have to claim. That you have to claim part. You have to make a claim. Sorry, it's Shmuel. It's over again. Shmuel admits that it's true that you have to deny something which is similar to the claim, but if you have a wide claim, it's several different claims, and if you admit to part of it, that's the thing like that. I don't know. It's very different for say you owe me $100 to say I owe you $100 for the salary, because then the prescribing salary has nothing to do with the claim. But if I claim that you owe me barley, wheat, spelt, and rye, and I say I owe you rye, but not barley, wheat, and spelt, according to Shmuel, that's considered to be a adultery, and that's why it's not going to be a problem according to Shmuel. The Sabra, this makes sense. The study says this, the sense of the end of it, right? The issue of love needs to be at that time. In other words, you owe me a certain amount of gold. So the guy responds, I only owe you the certain exact amount tsunami gold rather than silver. Possible. Now, yeah, just from a doctor to tell me, you're going to tell me that like Shmuel telling us that our Mishnah is saying that that's just asking for some amount of value of money. Rather, he's talking about specific points. You probably understand why he's talking. Because what he claimed was not what he denied was not what he claimed. Now, yeah, Shava is going to tell me like Rob, but I'm just telling you that the value is for not the money. I might purchase. Why would it be purchased? You took two that happened. But if there's a lot, and therefore there's denial, you just say, oh, you just say something. I'm fine. Since at the end of the Mishnah, we're talking about Davka, it should not be Davka. The late is also talking about Davka, still at the point, and therefore he wants to label that as Tiktik around. Let's just say our Mishnah is being Tiktik around. If you look at the Rashi explained this. It's the second plus Rashi on the page. Name it that we Gifka, maybe running a Gifka. Probably what it says is 3 cats of years to be a doctor. You owe me 2 points. And now this price is in the copy of the Puta. I only owe you Puta. Now the compound, the reason is they're saying doubt get come out. Because it's asking for a specific action point. Not a copy, no other. The reason why you have to make it sure is why? Because what this leading to is not what it's called. Now, let's get to it. But what this is, my father Shava, and the overlay Shava, the good place to see them now, and the activity showing that, tired. He's really tired. But what's the problem? The alpha guys are coming to us, and the others, but that's the hard work now, the whole player is too slow. In other words, the reason why actually the talking about this from a shua is because there's a problem. It's not a job you never find out. What was he talking about?
Excellent recovery, period. You are really doing it! Exclamation point. I am proud of you, period.
That was not the case. If Mishnah was talking about a certain value of coins, in such a case, it seems like you would be tired. But hold on a second. The entire claim was 2 coins. We said several times this morning that according to Rav, the claim has to be 2 plus because the denial has to be 2 coins. It seems like our history is a gift on Rav. Rav will say no. Kula must be some shove. The entire Mishnah is talking about the value of the coins, not the very specific types of coins. The litra, zav, shad. When it comes to a litra,
did he do well?
That's going to be very
His jokes are awful, but he recovered.
Mallet and Kevin Holland, yeah, kicks him in the nuts. I told you guys that all this is very easy to fix. There should be no gray. There's no warnings. If you kick a guy in the nuts, it's an automatic point deduction. If he can't continue, you lose the fight. If a fighter grabs the fence, it's an automatic deduction. There's no warnings. Get rid of the fucking warnings. This is an easy problem to solve. I don't understand why we can't do this right now. Why can't we implement this right fucking now? How many times does he get? The guy gets poked in the eye. There's no warnings. We see guys get poked in the eyes 2, 3 times and just get warnings. Groin strike, eye poke, fence grab, point deduction. If they can't continue because you poked in the fucking eye, you lose the fight. That's on you. The guy can't continue because you kicked him so hard in the nuts. That's on you. You lose the fight. You lose half your purse. I guarantee you, if you make it more strict, with no gray area, no warnings, I will promise you, groin strikes, eye pokes, fence grabs, go damn near completely away. But because we're in this gray area and guys can get away with it, they're fucking professional athletes. Professional athletes are going to push it as far as they can to get an advantage in every sport. So if you allow them to do that, they're going to do it. But there's no wiggle room. Hey man, when you accidentally, purposely, whatever it is, eye poke, fence grab, kick in the nuts, you're losing a fucking point. You automatically lose this round. It's so damaging to that fighter to lose a round. And if you do it hard enough where you lose the fight, I promise you they will be so conscious of it, it does not happen. This is not on the fucking moron. And I figured this out early on. hell does anybody not go, guys, the whole eye gouging and groin strikes, it's not good. We have got to, there's no more warnings. Sometimes they warn the guy 4 or 5 times. This is so easy to solve, it's not even funny, dude. This one's a fucking given. But here we are. It's fucking 2025, and guys are still doing it. I don't get it. I do not get it. That's a simple issue to solve. Clearly, your MVP of that fight night in Vancouver is Brendan Allen. Easily.
This is athleticism, folks. Are you fucking serious?
Person goes to someone else and says, I have a dinar zav. Again, this Tashima is trying to prove whether it's Dafka or it's Shab. When a person makes a claim, is he asking for specific coins or is he asking for a value? Person goes to someone else and says, here's a dinar type of coin, which is the Zahab, the Zahab, the Libya Dafa. It's a minted type of gold coin in your hand. Hey, looks like you have a dinar kasa. The guy responds and says, yes, I have something that's yours, but it's a dinar kasa. Time means time. Well, now time, what's the reason? Time is the Amalei Zahab Zahab. It's only because he said that I have this minted coin. Astama, if you would not have said that, Shama Ka'amar, it must be that he would have meant the value. In other words, the only reason why it's considered to be a specific type of coin is because you said it. The Lord says, no, I'm going to ask you how to come by call I'm making his own, so I'm making his own to work on me. So I'm doing it right. The fact that it says Zahab Zahab doesn't mean he actually articulated the words Zahab Zahab. It just means when the person said, you have a golden coin of mine in your hand, what he meant to say was a stamped coin, which means Dafka, you don't have a raya. And had he not said it, it would be just the value. How did Rupino the Sayur the Rab? Rupino is going to bring the right to Rab. How is that? Sell Libya Dash. A person says, I have a coin in your hand. Person responds and says, sell a thoughts or beige cassette. You only have a cell which is missing beige cassette. In other words, minus 2 coins. Chai. Thoughts or ma minus a ma. He's probably, this is 100% like Rab. In other words, here it seems like it's a little bit interesting language, but we'll just say it in English. The person says to someone, you owe me a salah. And he responds by denying 2 coins. He's not a shvua. Who is that? That's Rob. Rob says you have to deny 2 coins. If he says, Shasar Ma, he says, no, I'm denying a Ma, which is less than 2 coins. It's a new partner. It's 100% like Rob, which is that the denial has to be at least 2 coins. The Gemara goes up. I'm not going to the only time we learn that there's a requirement of the denial being a specific amount of money, where Rob says that's 2 points, that's only the kindness Nava Lodas Nova. That's where the lender claims something and the borrower denies it. About kindness Nava, what happens if the lender makes a claim, the Ha'adas Eid Efa, and one witness comes by and says he owes part of the money. The entire claim is one small fruta. Tayyib is going to make a shvua. In other words, an Eid Efa, a single aid has the ability to impose a shvua. My time up. What's the reason for that? The Ksiv, it says, Lo Yakum Eid Efa Be'ish. The concept teaches us that an Eid Efa does not have the ability to extract money from someone else. For any sin, for any chatas, and Eid has the ability to require someone to take a shvua. The time we learned any time 2 Eidim, and also will require a person to pay money. And that's the type of shvua. And Eid Efa could require shvua. In other words, Eid Efa is exactly similar to 2 Eidim, except in the result. 2 Eidim can extract money, even if they claim the person owes somebody only a fruta. Same thing is true. 2 Eidim could be the time someone could obligate someone to pay money, even if it's only a fruta. Therefore, an Eid Efa, a single aid, could obligate someone to make a shvua, even if it's only on a fee. But no, that's what small. Part of Hitim, a person claims that someone owes him wheat and barley, he agrees to one of them. So let's just say he agrees to the barley, but not keep what's halacha? Kai. He is Kai. All of the Yitzchak.
Americans are not very confident or not confident at all.
In other words, what's a person claims, you owe me chitin, you owe me wheat, and the person says, no, I owe you barley. Everyone agrees that's not one of the mixes because it's not a government time. That's like saying, I'm claiming one item, I deny that item entirely. So let's go with the chitin own case. Ruben goes to Shimon and says, you owe me chitin, you owe me wheat. Shimon responds and says, no, I owe you barley. That's not one of the mixes. That's 100% denial and a voluntary admission. However, if he comes over to the person and says, you owe me wheat and barley, the person admits to the barley, that's considered to be a dog in a taina, and he is tied. Said to him, yes, this is true. In other words, yes, you're correct. And he responded and said, Yochanan says the same thing. Now, for the fact that he said, Rabbi Yochanan agrees to this, the father of all words, Restream, it seems like Restream will argue with this. He could argue, some will say, no, that's not true. You have no right that Restream argues with this. And Restream would be of the opinion that if a person claims wheat and barley and he admits to one of them, what's in barley or the wheat, he's obligated to take it. And Rabbi Yochanan will say, yes, take the shvur. Restreim will say, no, it's not take the shvur because it's not in the taina. The reason why Restreim did not comment was because Misha, who Shahile. Restreim, if you look at Rashi says Restreim had this practice, but he was a very good listener. He didn't interrupt people. He let the person finish talking completely. Look at Rashi. Kafa Yidar B'Shir Restreim. Shayab Yochanan Omer, it's the first one line of Rashi. It's bottom. Yochanan Omar, the Torah is mentioned. Yochanan says to be in the Medrash. Hayashoah Ilahashim Ad Yigmar of Yochanan Kol Tzartan. But Kol Tam Tvarah. The African Hayashoah. You only speak up afterwards. Now that was B'Sokak Yotzor Yitzchak. Instead of this Medrash, we'll show it after. So he had no idea the Rish Lakish argued because he left the Medrash too early. Others say it's not that he was waiting for time to speak. He was drinking some water while Yochanan was talking. Mishasa, he was being quiet because he wasn't talking about. He was drinking, therefore we don't have any indication of what Rish Lakish is doing. Well, we say, let's try to bring around to this point. Person claims you only wheat and he admits he owes him barley, potter. Why is he potter? We know because it's not a dog in a time. But Gamliel disagrees. He says, even though it's not similar to the claim, he can be time. Time he can reason this because he claimed he didn't know the Sarah and he only did it with barley. What would happen if he claims both he can answer the whole of that and he would drink to with one of them? Time is new time. One says, well, that's not true. They don't write from there. What does the people say around from there? If the same rich true, even if they claim both wheat and barley. Why is it we said chitim? Yes, before there was Gamliel says you do not have to have a hagam in a taina. So if we wanted to find the most extreme case of that, which is person claims wheat and he admits to barley, Gamliel's going to say yes, make a shvur. That's why we mentioned that. But again, the same would be true even if he claims wheat and barley or admits to one of them. Tashma, try to be right. The Tanakh the car goes.
Very silly.
Person goes to someone and says, you owe me movable objects and real estate. So he says, you owe me that piece of property that he identifies piece of property and a lawnmower that's on it. Caleb, he admits that the lawnmower belongs to that person. He denies the cargo. The other way around. Because he agrees that the piece of property belongs to Caleb. He denies the Caleb. Potter, he's going to be Potter. Why? Next case. What happens if he admits to part of the cargo? Potter is going to be Potter. He admits as Caleb. He agrees that he owns part of those Caleb and those movable objects. This is going to be time. Now, time on the Caleb cargoes. What's the reason why we talk in all these cases? Because we're talking about movable objects and cargo. And what's the problem with that admitting the cargo Rabbi fully? You can't swear about cargo. Caleb, what if it was two different movable objects? So the whole problem in this case is that one of the items is real estate. Real estate is not subject to a shvur. What happens if it was Caleb and Caleb with two movable objects, two the Caleb cargoes, which is same as Caleb cargo. Basically, two different objects. So he says, for example, wheat and barley. Time, what the guys think you should miss to one of them? He wants to know. What if they're going to Caleb and Caleb? Same would be true even if it's two movable objects. What kind of Caleb cargoes? What's the reason why it says Kalim Kakos? My son is teaching the halacha. He held me to Kalim. He wouldn't make the part of the Kalim. Kaibu, the Zap, Ala Karkot, he'd have to put the shua even on the Karka. Why? My shua is teaching us. Okay, teach me the halacha. You can roll one shua to the next. No, there's no reason to teach that. The name of that. So can sit in the chasm. She's not right. It's the Shabbat Shabbat. In other words, what's the reason why it says? Karka in this case, just teach me the halacha that when you're smearing on movable objects, you can stretch the shmua to smear on the karka as well. But what's the point of teaching that? We know that already. So the Gemara says no. And this is actually the first place to learn it. This is the main place to learn the halacha. You write above the tzim, learn the halacha somewhere else. Here we just parenthetically we're talking about acquiring karka on movable objects. So we mentioned it there, but here the actual real place to teach it. And yes, marrying this in the karka and movable objects. We want to teach you once it's your movable objects, you can swear on karka as well. Now it's exactly the opposite. The entire inverse of the previous Gemara. Rabbi says they were real. A person claims Keita, misorder, and pardon. The whole document, he admits to one of them. Exactly the opposite. We just got one saying inside. Here it says, Papa, no screw. Well, Rabbi Yitzchak Yasher, didn't Rabbi Yitzchak tell us before he was correct? Then Rabbi Yitzchak says it, another is complete total contradiction. Before he told Rabbi Yitzchak says, he's going to be tired. Here it says, he's going to be tired. There's an Arroyo, there's my focus. Exactly what's before. A person claims you owe me. He admits to the barley. You're going to be on the tires. The world says the inside. Time, but what's the reason why it's going to keep on the sorrow? We only move tomorrow. I'll keep it this sorrow. What if he was up there? I'll go back. That's time. He's going to be tired. The word says no. What does it mean to this arm now? The same thing it should be. Sorry. In such a case, it's still a part. Why did it say like this? Why did it have these two? Why did it tell me, why did it say only keep it for it's horrible? They have to put customer the wheel, or they make the point that the wheel says he's going to be chayiv if he only admits to one, because he said it does not be a little bit of time. Tashma al-Ryan, who's correct. Don't it exactly one before. Person claims you only movable objects and real estate. The whole of the Caleb, he admits the Caleb, but the Kakos. He denies the Karka. Or the other way around. The Kakos, he admits the real estate, but the Caleb. He denies that the movable objects are his. Why? Because dealing with real estate. And what happens to it be, how do you make the Kakos? What if you admit the part of the Karka is still part of the why? It's real estate. And the other way around, this is Caleb. What if he admits the part of the Caleb? Time is more time. The time is the Caleb and Kakos. What do we say the reason why it's going to be a tough in this case is because he's talking about movable objects and real estate. I feel like they're going to kill it. What if you movable objects and the same to get them in other words, you didn't have to move the objects? Well, not what to be. You'll be dying. It wasn't the Raya. What did you do? Raya company. Then we did two, we did a bit with the father. The last one is teaches us how to make the scale of Chayiv. If you admit your partial Caleb to the Chayiv, in other words, once you admit the part of the movable object, you have to exclude it on the real estate. The person what's the point until he teach me that? Mike Moshman, so can you teach me the concept you have to drag a shul from multiple objects out the Karka? You didn't learn that already. So the sheets from Matthias, they could roll in the custom sheets from Matthias. In other words, the real estate versus the Sekat's Ha'ikar. The Arguar is the main source of it, and he argued Grover Basket. The other one was just mentioned parenthetically. And it's around the Rabbi. I'll ask with you, but I'm a college shar on the other side. Person claims you owe me an ox. He admits goes to a sheep. Sam, I'll go to the shar. He says, you owe me a sheep. He admits goes to an ox. Potter, talking to the shar. He claims the shar. Who is Sam and an ox? The whole about me, and he admits to one of them. Tayyip. I'm not going to go. Who is that? That's who go. In other words, the other right from there, that's a good Leo. So not even a time so you can Leo. If that's really the case, that's the Rishon Rabbi. Even if he claims you owe me a sheep and he admits to an ox, that he's also tied. Who is this Agun? It's Agun. Remember we had Agun on our Mishnah? It's Agun. Remember talking about the jugs, the wine in the jugs, for which the jugs, not the wine. But like the three months in the love. Martha, don't think that I'm just trying to find some random character to answer your question. No, we have. This is a solid source who constantly said that this case of the ox and the sheep is honest. We will have to stop here for the day. Have a wonderful day. See everyone tomorrow, Mr. Shah.
It does take a toll, but you gotta decompress and realize that we are catching people at even one of the lowest moments in their life, at least the lowest moment of the day or their year. No one likes to get pulled over, no one likes to get arrested. Doesn't define them as a person, you know. But yeah, you do hear the angst of those situations. You can't take it personally.
Yeah, and you're right.
All right, Joe, so good.
People, you know, it is a human being. They may have been, you know, great for 40 years. They've had one bad day and they run into you. Right. All right, you're a gun expert.
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today.